Alt-truths. There are two sides to every story, even genocide. Written by Alec Berry. Narrated by Jonathan Keeble. Part 1. Chapter 1. Is this seat taken? Richard took his feet from the bench and sat up. My apologies, Ma'am. This is the train to Penzance? Does the train to Penzance go through Plymouth on the way? The young woman nodded. Then you're on the right train, ma'am. Here, let me. Richard lifted her suitcase onto the rack above. Thank you. The lady placed a shoulder bag on the table between them and opened it. There was the faint smell of almonds. She then produced a phone, a bottle of water, and a book that had the letters LGBT+ on the front cover. After swallowing a couple of pills, she sat to read. Why is it always the gorgeous ones? The train pulled out of Paddington, but only to halt again in front of an advertising board dominated by the face of a middle-aged man. Richard's disappointment was more vocal this time. He tutted. I take it you're not fond of our Prime Minister either. The woman drew his attention back to her book. Your face soured at this, too. Richard blushed. Oh, no, ma'am. He tried making amends. It's the words I don't approve of. She looked at the novel's cover. Oh, no, not your book, ma'am. The billboard. Richard pointed. The words. They're biased. Vote Conservative for a better life, said the woman. What were you expecting them to say? Vote Tory scum for a worse one? At least that would be more accurate. Face still burning, Richard fumbled for his phone. I'd better report it. Report it? Report what? He didn't reply. Warrant, 68236, possible 423, definite 138, priority 5. Richard ended the call, but only to begin taking photographs of the billboard instead. The train moved off again, and he craned his head to take the last. Richard retook his seat, but something about the woman's expression made him throw a thumb over his shoulder. He was still embarrassed. It's probably an old poster, the weather's exposed, but better safe than sorry. Are you an advertising executive or something? No, Ma'am. UNPOL moderator. Stop calling me Ma'am. I'm 28, not 68. Sorry, Ma'am. And stop apologizing. Americans are so annoying like that. She squeezed her temple before going back to the book. Richard's phone buzzed. Report received. So what's an UNPOL moderator when it's at home? The woman didn't look up. Richard recovered his composure. Someone who's polite to strangers? I don't believe in all that touchy-feely nonsense. Tell it straight, that's my motto. Richard looked at the book's cover again and wondered which part of the acronym she was. I guess that's why we Americans say you British are reserved. We're too polite to call it straight out for what it is. Rudeness. The woman put down her book, smiled and extended a hand. Sarah Dyer. How do you do? The change in tone threw him. Richard Warren. Pleased to meet you, I think. They shook hands. She tapped the novel with a finger. Sorry about that. Some novels draw you in so much you think you're one of the characters. And this girl's a real bitch. Which one? Richard pointed. Which one of those letters is the bitch? Sarah seemed to avoid the question. Anyway, what needs moderating in Plymouth? Nothing. Visiting where the Pilgrim Fathers first set sail in 1620 is on my bucket list. A blank look made Richard elaborate. The Mayflower? No change. The 13 colonies? The Founding Fathers? He sensed Sarah was being deliberately obtuse. Have you ever heard of a little place called the United States of America? I've heard of the Mayflower. It's a pub on the quayside. Sarah grinned, and in a way Richard could fall for. He pondered her sexuality more. I hope you're not expecting much, said Sarah. Plymouth is a shithole. They didn't seem to have anything in common culturally, so Richard dismissed the thought. I assume there will be a visitor centre somewhere. Sarah laughed. Knowing Plymouth, you'll be lucky if there's a plaque stuck to a wall. What are you going to do with the other 23 hours and 59 minutes of your day? Richard gazed at the fields flashing by outside. Lunch, and the next train back to London, I guess. Tell you what, I don't have to be in Penzance until this evening. How would you like a guided tour? Sarah chuckled again. The museum's a hoot. Ordinarily, Richard would jump at the chance of extending the company of someone so visually appealing, even if their choice of reading matter did suggest nothing more. But that made the offer all the stranger, and the policeman in him wouldn't let it rest. What do you do, Sarah? Me? I don't do anything. She reached up and removed what had been holding her hair back. The red locks broke free, and her fingers ran through the volume until it fell about her shoulders. I'm a witch. Chapter 2. Is that it? Just some stone steps? Richard took a snap anyway. Yep, and you're lucky to see that. Sarah cocked her head at what she had read. Plymouth was devastated during the Second World War. They still dig up the odd German bomb today. Richard scanned the rest of the harbour, a mix of old and new seacraft overlooked by a hillside of ancient cottages on the verge of joining them. He guessed the only thing stopping that was his and the other tourist dollars he could see milling around. 2 seagulls fought over a fish and chip wrapper. I was expecting more for some reason, he said. A life-size replica of the Mayflower, maybe? With dancing pilgrims, perhaps. That's the trouble with you Yanks. Unless there's a theme park involved, history means nothing. Richard grimaced. I was born in Savannah, Georgia. He pointed at a plaque pinned to a wall. And as that city is about as far south of the Mason-Dixon line as you all can get, if anyone's a Yank, it's my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Sarah hoisted her bag further up onto her shoulder and wandered over. The plaque detailed the Mayflower's passenger list. Her jaw slackened at one of the names. No. Really? The firstborn boy in every family has been named after him ever since. Wow. Sarah looked up and down the current, Richard Warren. How does it feel to be the last in the line? Don't you mean the latest in the line? Whatever. Fancy a bite to eat? Sarah headed towards a nearby cafe. Richard grabbed the handle to her suitcase and followed. Sarah found a window seat, dumped the shoulder bag, and encouraged him to sit opposite. She then eyed the view outside before wincing at what Richard assumed to be another migraine. 2 more tablets were swallowed before Sarah asked, So, what's it like being a Bible-thumping, queer-bashing racist? Her offer to host Richard's visit to Plymouth was starting to make even less sense. Coming from the deep south, I take it you vote Republican, too? A waitress arrived. What can I get you both? The special today's hake. I think I just lost my appetite, said Richard. Oh, don't be like that, said Sarah. Think of me as a challenge. The waitress's head switched between them. Hake it is, then. 2 vegetarian pasties and a bottle of house white, please. The waitress shrugged at Sarah's order, wrote it down, and left. Vegetarian what? Forget his host's motives. Not going hungry just became Richard's main concern. Come on, then, said Sarah. Tell me a bit more about yourself. Do you really dress up in white sheets, burn crosses, and hang every black man you see? If Richard had been clinging to any romantic designs, he gave up on them. You know, beauty will only get you so far in life. You'd better start practicing for the day that red head of yours turns grey. Sarah toyed with one of her tresses. So you think I'm pretty, then? No, you're beautiful, which will make your fall from grace that much more painful when the time comes. I thought you were gay. Why on earth would you think that? We've known each other for at least 4 hours, and you haven't come on to me once. Now Richard was really confused. He caught the waitress's eye. Could you make that a glass of house white and a cup of coffee, please? The waitress nodded and turned on her heels. Oh, that's the reason, said Sarah. I bet you don't swear or do drugs either. It figures. Richard sighed and changed the subject. Black or white? Your coffee will come with milk. Add as much as you want. That's not what I meant. The penny dropped. White, of course. If I were a black witch, you would be hopping about as a frog by now. And as a Baptist, I hope you'll understand why I haven't been paying you the attention you were expecting. The almost permanent light Richard had seen in Sarah's eyes faded. She cleared her throat. What do you moderate? The building opposite was receiving a fresh lick of paint. Men in bespattered white overalls were running rollers up and down the walls.
"What colour is that pub?"
"Blue." Richard shook his head.
"Green."
Sarah gave him a look. "Don't be silly. Everyone can see it's blue. Aquamarine, if I'm not mistaken."
"Not if you're colourblind. Some sufferers would say it was green or even grey."
Sarah peered at the workers. "Well, as aquamarine is a sort of bluish green—"
"And now, having considered the opinions of others, are we agreed? The colour is both blue and green?"
"I suppose so," said Sarah, not entirely convinced.
"Welcome to the world of an UNPOL moderator."
The waitress arrived with lunch. Richard broke open his pasty with a fork and grimaced at the peas, carrots, and bits of potato inside. "Oh, I get it," said Sarah. "Your job is to make people look at things in a different way. That steak of yours looks yummy." Richard ignored the comment.
"You'll be pleased to know my remit only covers news media. I'm currently embedded with the BBC."
Sarah took an interest again. "Doing what exactly?"
"What you said. Getting them to look at their output in a different way. Moderating the news, so it's acceptable to all."
"But the news is the news. Anything else is just censorship or an outright lie, surely."
Richard shook his head. "Moderators don't censor anything. We're not allowed to. But if a news item has the potential to upset, and politically in particular, then my job is to ensure it's balanced out by something else."
He popped a piece of pasty into his mouth, shrugged, and forked a bigger chunk. Sarah took a sip of her wine. "So how are they going to fix that poster, then?" Richard looked at her. "The one we passed on the way out of London. The one featuring our Tory scum of a Prime Minister. Tear it down, I hope."
"I thought you didn't approve of censorship."
Richard's lips formed a wry smile.
"They will probably post one next to it showing left-wing scum, promising the same thing. Job done."
"But the BBC's above politics. It has to be. The King says so." Sarah couldn't hide a contempt for royalty as well as the Conservative Party. She blew a raspberry. Spit landed on Richard, and he placed his fork on the plate.
"You mean the BBC thinks it's above politics?"
"Of course it is. Annoys the hell out of me every time they give airtime to a right-wing politician. But I understand why they have to."
"And that's the problem."
Richard's response caused Sarah to frown.
"Interviewing a left-wing politician doesn't seem to annoy them as much for some reason."
He moved his lunch to one side, stood up and took a seat next to Sarah. Richard then drew an imaginary rectangle on the tablecloth.
"Let's pretend this is a soccer field. Where's the centre spot?"
Sarah sighed before putting a finger in the middle.
"Okay. But we're not here to play sports. We're going to play politics."
Richard placed his coffee at one end and Sarah's wineglass at the other. He picked up a knife.
"Imagine this as a pendulum, free to swing between the left and right goals. Where should the fulcrum be?"
Again, Sarah waved at a point somewhere in the middle of the table. Richard dangled the knife above it.
"And, politically speaking, where does it currently point?"
"That's easy." Sarah indicated the coffee cup on the right. Richard looked outside.
"Well, I can't see many jackboots stamping on the faces of the oppressed, so I think it's safe to say the far right has yet to take over the whole of Plymouth. Perhaps you would like to have another try?"
Sarah groaned before tapping a spot short of the cup.
Yeah, you've convinced me. The pendulum of Western politics is currently deflected to the right."
"Good, I'm glad we agree on something. What I want to know is why are people like you determined to keep it there?"
"Where else should it be?"
"In the centre, of course."
"But the pendulum is pointing to the centre."
Keeping the blade deflected to the right, Richard moved the knife until its handle was on the left-hand side of the table.
"That's cheating." "Maybe. But it's also a useful way of showing why Brexit and Trump came as such a shock to the likes of the BBC. Despite an unbiased reputation, their political pendulum's fulcrum lies well on the left, and my job is to encourage a recentering."
Holding the tip of the knife in the middle of the table, Richard brought the handle up until it was perpendicular. Sarah shook her head. "I think I'd better take you to the museum I promised, to see why the BBC might be inclined to think left rather than right. Evidence of thousands either killed or made homeless by the bombs of a certain right-wing fascist named Adolf Hitler. She threw some money on the table, squeezed her temple for the umpteenth time, and motioned for Richard to get out of her way. He grabbed her suitcase and followed. Sarah looked at the suitcase once they were outside. "Oh, I forgot my bag." A loud bang made Richard want to put both hands over his ears, but he could only manage one of them. His other hand couldn't be moved, and it was a few seconds before he realized why. He was lying on it. Coughing at the cloud of smoke and dust that seemed to be everywhere, Richard tried working out what had happened. The front cover of a paperback book fluttered down and landed next to him. It was entitled LGBT+. Chapter 3.
"Calm down, Mr. Warren. Your girlfriend is being treated in the other ambulance." "She's not my girlfriend, so you keep saying." "But is she okay?" "She's fine, same as you. Mild shock and a few cuts and bruises, that's all."
Richard turned from the policeman and towards the cafe. It was largely intact. The pub opposite, however, had been peppered with shards of glass from the window Sarah and he had been looking out of. Medics were busy administering first aid to the building's painters, one of whom lay motionless on the ground.
"Something must have exploded," said Richard.
The policeman looked in the same direction.
"Well, the kitchen's in one piece, so it wasn't gas. We're working on something left over from the war."
Richard flinched as a paramedic dabbed a cut.
"From the war? Half the quayside would be in the water."
"No," said the policeman.
"Something much smaller. Picked up as a souvenir during the Blitz, no doubt. Many of the pubs and cafes round here use things like empty shell cases as ashtrays and umbrella stands. Trouble is, parts of the dangerous bit at the other end often get used too."
He raised his eyebrows.
"The bomb squad had to blow up a fuse from a 25-pounder last week. Idiot had been using it as a paperweight. Could have gone off at any time."
The policeman eyed Richard with obvious suspicion.
"Do you mind answering a few questions?"
"What for?"
"You can't possibly think that I had something to do with this." "No, I just want to clarify your relationship with Miss Dyer."
The policeman turned a page of his notebook.
"You said you met on the 8:30 from London?"
"We did."
"But you're attached to the BBC?"
"And?"
"Miss Dyer is employed by the BBC."
He turned another page.
"As a researcher?"
Richard groaned and sagged his shoulders.
"That explains a lot."
He detailed his day so far. The explanation only half satisfied the policeman.
"You're not leaving the country any time soon, are you, Mr. Warren?"
He glanced at where Richard and Sarah had been sitting.
"My inspector may want a word."
What with the BBC's less than welcoming response to his arrival and Sarah's own brand of British reserve, Richard was beginning to wonder if discussing the weather had been replaced by eyeing all strangers with suspicion as the country's favourite pastime. The paramedic stuck an elastoplast on Richard's forehead, and the policeman allowed him to step down from the ambulance. He made a beeline for where Sarah was being treated and bumped into her on the way. Like the policeman, Richard had plenty of questions, but his instinct was to hug her first. Sarah turned from the red merging with the blue of the painter's overalls and buried her head in Richard's chest.
"God, those poor men, what happened? The police think it was a bomb from the Second World War." "It was an explosion, all right," said Richard, "but nothing to do with the Blitz."
She looked at him blankly. Richard scanned the harbour before guiding Sarah past the police's cordon and through a crowd of onlookers beyond. He was about to take her into another cafe when he thought better of it. Richard found a vacant bench on the quayside and encouraged Sarah to take a seat there instead. He waved what was in his hand.
"The blast blew your book to pieces, which means it came from your bag."
Sarah regarded Richard as if his head had suffered more than a cut.
"Yeah, right."
She looked to see who might be listening.
"Looks like I'm not the only one who needs to take a long lie down."
Richard sniffed the cover.
"Plastic explosives."
"Since when did you become such an expert, Sherlock?"
"Since I was in the army. Bomb disposal."
"You were in the army?" Sarah shook her head. "What a surprise." Richard shoved the page under Sarah's nose, and she reacted by grabbing her forehead with both hands.
"Damn this migraine. Would it ever go away?"
"That proves it."
Only one thing smells of almonds and produces a reaction like that. Noble 808. You've been handling plastic explosives.
The accusation fused with Sarah's pain, and the result was anger. What the fuck are you talking about? Do I look like a terrorist?
I don't know. I've never met one. Seems you're a liar, though.
Sarah dug her fingertips into her brow. Not telling you I work for the BBC isn't lying.
But it's hiding the truth, which is just as bad. I'm a moderator, remember?
He sat next to her.
The question is, does hiding the truth about your job have anything to do with hiding plastic explosives in your bag?
Sarah didn't look up. I haven't hidden anything.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't go back to that policeman and suggest he bags your hands before arresting you?
Sarah gave in. Okay. I'll admit my boss asked me to follow you. But if you think that involved blowing us both up, then he's going to be disappointed by the lack of a report.
Who said anything about blowing anyone up?
Well, make up your mind. Am I a suicide bomber or not? Richard got to his feet. He waited for some fellow tourists to pass.
I agree with that police officer. The explosion was caused by something much smaller. A detonator. The damage is too light for it to be anything else.
Tell that to him, Sarah pointed. The motionless painter was being stretchered onto an ambulance.
If what was in your bag had detonated what it was intended to, they wouldn't be using gurneys to pick us up. Shovels would be enough.
Sarah ignored Richard and patted herself down. She then put her head back in her hands and wailed. Everything was in that bag. Phone, driving license, money. What am I supposed to do now? Richard gestured with the cover to Sarah's book.
So my second question is, where's the bomb itself? A defective detonator may explode on its own, but plastic explosives don't. And you've only got to sniff this to be in agony, which means you've been in contact with a lot of it, and recently.
Sarah narrowed her lips at Richard before shaking her head. The action caused a wince, and her head dropped again. She looked up with a start. Where's my suitcase? Chapter 4. The constable peered at Richard's UNPOL identity card, but being a United Nations police officer didn't seem to make a difference. I'm sorry, sir. No one's allowed in, even if they have only just left. But I need my suitcase, said Sarah. Nothing I can do about that, miss. You'll have to report... Someone had tapped the constable on the shoulder. After an exchange the couple couldn't hear, the barrier was raised, and Richard and Sarah beckoned through. A strange chap, overweight, and, judging by the size of the burger in his right hand, in no hurry to get slim. He took a bite and encouraged the couple to follow. It's bright red with black wheels, said Sarah. The fat stranger swallowed his mouthful, but instead of acknowledging the suitcase's description, he took another bite of his burger. The couple looked at each other.
It should still be outside the cafe's entrance, said Richard.
They were led to the cafe, but not to the front door, the shattered window at the rear. Someone in white overalls and a face mask was recovering something from the floor. They placed it into a clear plastic bag, which was then handed to the policeman Richard and Sarah had first spoken to. Is this your property? Asked the policeman. Sarah cocked her head and peered at the singed and shredded item inside. It was her shoulder bag, all right. She nodded. The policeman looked at the fat stranger, who stuffed what remained of the burger into his mouth, before raising both eyebrows. The policeman braced up and read from his notebook. Richard Warren and Sarah Dyer. I'm arresting you both on suspicion of having carried out a terrorist act. It is my duty to inform you that you do not have to say anything, but anything you do say may be used in evidence against you. Footsteps. A rattle of keys, and the cell door opened. Remand me, Officer Warren. Where in UNPOL standing orders does it mention our officers being arrested as opposed to doing the arresting? Oh, Lord, why did it have to be her? Richard had hoped his diplomatic immunity would be exercised by a fellow mod, not their boss, Chief Karen Bradley. Richard took the shoelaces being offered by the custody officer who was with her and set about re-threading his shoes.
Sorry to have to get you out of bed, Mom.
"That's quite all right, Richard," said Karen. "His Majesty is perfectly capable of amusing himself."
Richard looked up. His Majesty? Princes, lords, and baronets are all very well, but there's nothing like the ultimate in elevated flesh. The two men in the room blushed. In addition to heading UNPOL's detachment of moderators to the UK, Karen's remit was to get into bed with the royal family, and a reputation for taking that beyond the figurative was an open secret. She held up an evidence bag. "Anything you want to tell me?" Richard glanced at what was left of the book. "Sarah's already admitted the BBC sent her to follow me, Mum. As to whether that has something to do with the explosion is anyone's guess."
"Sarah,
Karen studied the novel's cover.
I suppose Miss Dyer could always be the B in the acronym?"
She smiled as if pondering possibilities.
"And she's very pretty."
Karen stopped smiling.
"But then, that wouldn't be good enough for an anally retentive Puritan like you, would it?"
Karen had been pretty too once, but now at 62 and with a complexion beginning to match her crocodile handbag and shoes, an ability to use sex as a weapon in the fight against news inequality was starting to wane. Dressing more appropriately would help, along with gaining a few pounds to help flesh out the sinews and tendons straining under the sun-damaged skin she was so fond of showing off. As the once wayward daughter of a US ambassador, Karen's privileged upbringing and dubious morals had always annoyed Richard, but recently he had experienced a new emotion: pity. He couldn't help visualizing his superior as a little old lady, living alone and surrounded by cats. Karen returned the evidence bag to the custody officer.
"Let's get you out of here. The sooner your leave starts, the sooner it can finish."
"Leave?" said Richard. "But I have to be in the BBC newsroom at 4 a.m.
"What for?"
said Karen.
"To moderate your own involvement in what's likely to be on tomorrow's front pages. Forget journalists never becoming the story. We mods have to be twice as shy."
Karen didn't seem to recognize the hypocrisy in her words. "But that means the BBC will be dealing with the story on their own."
"Don't worry, Richard. As you won't be there to moderate the argument with your own unconscious bias, yours truly will be doing it instead."
Karen shrugged.
"The story will soon be tomorrow's fish and chip wrapping paper anyway."
Richard finished tying his shoes, and the three left the cell. They arrived at the station's front desk as Sarah, the duty lawyer, and two other men came out of a room nearby. One of them was the fat man with the insatiable appetite. He took a bite from the sandwich he was holding. Richard was surprised to see Sarah still in the same clothes she had been wearing earlier: jeans, T-shirt, and a sleeveless jacket. They should have been bagged the moment her hands proved positive for explosives. He caught her eye. She'd been crying.
"Sign here, please."
Richard did as the desk sergeant had asked, and recovered his wallet, phone, and a set of keys. He watched as Sarah shook hands with the lawyer before signing for her belongings: a handkerchief and some loose change. Another surprise: Sarah was being released too. Karen tugged at Richard's sleeve and led him outside. Her chauffeur-driven car was waiting in the darkness, and the driver opened a door. Richard looked over his shoulder to see Sarah following, on her own. She took a seat on a low wall, shivered and hugged her shoulders. Karen got into the car. Richard hesitated before doing the same. The driver closed the door and took his seat in the front. "Back to the helicopter, Mom?" Karen didn't answer. Along with Richard, she was looking at Sarah, attempting to reorganize 6 hours of police custody hair without a brush. Karen opened a compact and tutted at her own locks.
"I suppose it might be prudent to discover why the BBC wanted you followed."
Richard smiled and reached for the door handle. Chapter 5. Despite the look he got, Richard draped his jacket around Sarah's shoulders. She pulled it tight.
"Still think I'm a terrorist?"
Richard looked at the building behind her.
"Well, the police clearly don't."
Sarah harumphed.
"Police? Pigs, you mean?"
She shifted in her seat.
"Sorry."
"That's okay.
UNPOL are a bit different to the mainstream. Nothing like the same powers. You still arrest people, throw them into a cell for hours, and then try to break them with questions that can't be answered. Richard didn't argue.
Why did they release you? Forget hours in a police cell. One swab of your hands should have been enough to keep you behind bars for months, if not decades.
Well, that just goes to show what you know. There was nothing on my hands.
Nothing? But the smell, your headaches, that's classic exposure to 808.
Sarah cocked her head. Typical man. Think you know everything. She reached for a non-existent shoulder bag and tutted. What time is it? My dad should be here soon. Richard told her, adding,
I'm surprised your father hasn't been pacing up and down outside all day. Your family must be worried sick.
Sarah paused before changing the subject. Why are you still here? Wasn't that your lift?
My boss.
Your boss? I thought you'd booked yourself a high-class hooker. Richard grimaced.
Don't even go down that road.
Sarah looked in the direction Karen's car had departed. She turned back to Richard. So why are you still here? He sat next to her.
I thought I'd give you the chance to finish your assignment.
Sarah scoffed. I think being released on police bail has given me something more important to think about. Finding a new job.
The BBC won't fire you for being arrested, Sarah.
She groaned, dropped her chin and scuffed a foot across the pavement. Not if I keep being arrested. A bang made them both jump, and Richard relaxed again when he saw what it was. An old jalopy, trailing smoke, pops and the odd backfire. Oh no, what's he bought this time? Why can't my dad buy a normal car like everyone else? Sarah winced as a squeal of brakes brought the vehicle to a halt. About 5 yards further down the street than Richard guessed the driver had intended. A less strangled but just as ineffective toot of a horn was followed by the passenger window plummeting into its door.
Sorry, said the driver. Can't stop the engine. Might not start again. Hop in.
Sarah sighed and handed Richard his jacket. Before letting go, she asked, Are you going to follow me?
We've been through a lot together over the last 12 hours, Sarah. We might be therapy for each other.
She eyed him with suspicion. Wait here. Sarah approached the open window, leaned in, and after a few words returned. My mum runs a B&B. £80 a night, okay? Richard offered her the jacket again. The bangs coming through the open window didn't seem to bother Sarah's father.
It's a 1989 Ford Sapphire RS Cosworth. Not bad, eh? Had my eye on this little beauty for a while now.
Sarah had to shout to make herself heard.
Dad, this is Richard.
Radio cassette, velour upholstery, aircon, electric windows, the lot.
Richard works at the BBC too, Dad.
2.8-litre V6 fuel injection turbo, and none of your robots strangling it. 150 on a good day.
He grinned at them both in the rearview mirror.
And now the government's about to make self-driving cars mandatory. That's every day until then, as far as I'm concerned.
Dad, Richard's a policeman.
Ah, how'd you do? David Dyer.
He reached over his shoulder.
Call me Dave.
Richard met the gesture.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Dave squinted.
Sir? Policeman? Not your usual type, Socks.
Sarah drew attention to one of the car's features her father was so proud of.
Dad, stop the car and fix that bloody window. It's freezing in here.
Right-o, Socks. I'll park you your favourite spot.
Richard leaned to whisper, Socks.
My little brother Perry, said Sarah.
He's moved on from Mama and Dada, but Socks has stuck with me for some reason. A short while later, and Dave pulled into a lay-by outside a military installation. Razor wire atop stone walls and a sign marked with the words HM Naval Base confirmed the facility's purpose. Dave winked at his daughter.
Returning to the scene of the crime, eh?
He got out of the sedan and opened the trunk. Richard whispered again, Crime? Sarah grumbled something before staring at the 2 naval ratings on guard outside the complex. One on patrol, one preparing to go on patrol, one recovering and one undergoing maintenance. She looked at Richard. Nuclear submarines. Dave stuck a sheet of cardboard over the window's frame and began securing it with parcel tape.
Yeah, I wish my daughter and her friends would let them get on with it.
He nodded towards the base's entrance.
"Instead of chaining themselves to those blasted gates every time one docks. Not the first time I've had to make this journey."
The meaning registered with Richard. "How many times have you been arrested?" Sarah went to answer, but her father beat her to it.
5, including this one."
He tore the tape with his teeth and finished the job.
"It was a bit different this time, Mr. Dyer."
Sarah jabbed an elbow in Richard's ribs.
I mean, Dave."
Dave closed the trunk and got back in. He turned round.
"Oh!"
Sarah couldn't get the words out fast enough.
"I put up a bit of a fight."
She pointed out the bruise to her cheek and the sticking plaster on the back of one hand. Dave stared at his daughter's injuries. He didn't seem concerned.
"You know, Richard, back in the 80s, most parents took their kids to the beach or a theme park. Not my mother, no. I spent the school holidays camping. Outside RAF St. Morgan, holding a placard saying, 'Children against nukes.'"
He prepared to drive out onto the road.
"If Sarah's grandmother were alive today, she would be very proud."
Chapter 6. Considering Penzance is located on the bit of England that tapers into nothing before entering the Atlantic Ocean, Richard was surprised to discover where Sarah's parents lived was coast-free. And, after Dave had negotiated the various single-lane back roads to get there, absent of neighbours, too, an isolated farmhouse. Dave parked the sedan in a nearby garage, and using the light above the front door ahead, guided his passengers past what Richard assumed to be the farm's machinery. Something familiar caught his eye, and he was about to investigate further when the door opened. Sarah's mother fussed the moment she saw her daughter's cuts and bruises.
"Oh, my God! What's happened?"
Sarah repeated what she had told her father, and Richard was about to go along with the story when something about the house's atmosphere unsettled him. It was the smell. Almonds. The same aroma that had been emitted when Sarah opened her shoulder bag on the train.
"Richard?"
"Hmm?"
"Say hello to my mother."
Perhaps Sarah was right. Maybe he did need a long lie down. Richard pulled himself together and put out a hand.
"The pleasure's all mine, ma'am."
"Maggie, please."
She looked Richard up and down before batting her eyelashes.
"Although, with an accent like that, you can call me whatever and whenever you want."
Father and daughter raised their eyes to the heavens, while Maggie's attention went to somewhere in the middle distance.
"Reminds me of when the Americans were stationed down the road at RAF St. Morgan," she sighed. "Simply dreamy."
Sarah brought her mother back to the present day.
"Is there anything to eat, Mum? We've had nothing since lunch." "What? Oh, yes. You must both be hungry. Come on through to the kitchen."
She led the way. The closer they got, the more Richard thought he was becoming obsessed with the damn nuts, until Maggie did something to attract the attention of the policeman in him. She barred the door.
Perhaps it might be better if you all went into the dining room, and I brought it through."
Richard's suspicions were bolstered when Sarah made it plain she knew what her mother was talking about.
"Oh, no. Please, Mum. Please tell me you haven't. I'm sorry, darling. Really I am."
If Maggie's furtive glances weren't giving the game away, the acrid smell coming from whatever she didn't want anyone seeing was. Richard was about to push past Maggie when someone did it for him. Dave opened the door. Richard's jaw dropped. If Sarah putting a hand to her head didn't confirm what his eyes couldn't believe, the sight of a kitchen table groaning under the weight of plastic explosives did. Sticks upon sticks of the stuff. Noble 808 for sure. Not the green variety Richard had seen in Syria. These were yellow, and ready to take whatever had exploded in Sarah's bag. Forget needing shovels to pick up what was left. If this little lot went off, the next of kin would be lucky to get a lock of hair. Dave selected one of the sticks.
"Don't touch it,"
said Richard. Dave shrugged, and to the visitor's amazement, bit through one end.
Best bash yet, Mags."
"Stop eating the profits,"
complained Maggie. Sarah's hand went from her head to her mouth, and she spoke through her fingers.
"Marzipan. I hate the stuff."
She ran out. Richard stood in shock for a different reason.
"But I thought—" "Best confectioner in town, my Mags."
Dave put an arm around his wife and invited Richard to try a piece. Maggie snatched the half-eaten candy away, smiled, and offered it to Richard instead. Holding the stick of marzipan as if it was about to explode at any second, he nibbled a bit. Maggie mistook Richard's near collapse of relief as disapproval. "Don't you like it?"
"Oh, no, ma'am. On the contrary, you have no idea how good it tastes."
Maggie indicated down the corridor.
"Her ladyship has always hated marzipan. One whiff and she's as sick as a pup. We won't see Sarah again till tomorrow morning."
She walked to the stove and lit a ring.
"How about a steak?"
Richard was still shaking, but managed to chuckle.
"Maggie, I would love a steak."
Chapter 7.
"Have you ever killed anyone?"
Richard opened his eyes. A boy on the brink of manhood was standing at the foot of the bed. He was holding a toy gun.
"Sock says you were in the army. How many people did you kill?"
Richard finished waking, sat up and put out a hand.
"You must be Perry? My name's Richard. Pleased to meet you."
The boy didn't respond. He was waiting for an answer to his question. He stared at Richard, and the way he did was unsettling, cold and emotionless. There was something strange about the toy gun, too. It was too young for him.
Richard began. "Do you know, Perry, I'm not sure whether I should be proud or ashamed to say that in the 10 years I was in the army, I never killed anyone."
"Perry, come out of there."
The teenager left the room as if his sister had flicked a switch.
"Is he okay?" said Richard.
"Autism,"
said Sarah.
"Oh, sorry."
"No need to be. Perry's different, that's all. Wipes the floor with the rest of us when it comes to anything complicated. And you've just had a taste of how determined he can be."
Sarah gave the corridor a glance.
"Was that true?"
"Was what true?"
"That you've never killed anyone?"
"Sorry to disappoint you."
Sarah turned her back to leave.
"You don't disappoint me. You annoy me. Breakfast in 30 minutes.
She closed the door on her way out. Richard got out of bed and opened a window to see what Cornwall looked like in the daylight. The morning sun didn't just announce the start of what he hoped would be a beautiful Sunday. It lit up the Dyers' property in all its detail, too. Not that that was made obvious by some boundary interrupting the fields, disappearing into the distance. No, it was the sea of old cars, boats, steam engines, and even bits of vintage aircraft filling the space in between. Poor Maggie. Her B&B appeared more scrapyard than vacation destination. No wonder Sarah was so exasperated by last night's choice of transport. The next time she made bail, Richard envisaged her father collecting his daughter in the ex-Soviet tank he could see rusting away outside. The sound of someone struggling with something made Richard turn round. Perry dropped what he was carrying onto the bed. An M2 heavy machine gun.
"What in the hell?"
It had been a while, and corrosion made cocking the weapon difficult, but Richard cleared the gun as if he and his section had only just returned from a patrol of Aleppo's streets.
"You can kill people now."
Perry's words stunned Richard. Dave walked through the door.
Sorry about this."
"Sorry? Where the fuck did he get a 50 cal from?"
Dave winced and raised both hands.
"All in good time."
He stood with his back to the boy and lowered his voice.
"Could you apologise for swearing and then thank my son for his kind gesture?"
"Apologise? Thank him? He's brought me a fucking machine gun, not breakfast in bed."
Sarah and Maggie appeared.
"I've never heard such language," said Maggie. "Apologise to Perry immediately."
Both women glared at Richard. Dave moved to one side, revealing Perry's thoughts on the matter. Nothing. Pulse racing, Richard stared at his hosts. He tried getting over not only the shock of seeing something capable of cutting a man in two with one burst of fire, but the family's attitude towards the weapon. The women folded their arms and waited.
"I'm sorry."
Richard looked at the emotionless teenager.
"My apologies, Perry. Thank you."
The rest of the family widened their eyes as if demanding completion of the mea culpa.
"For bringing me—"
Richard still couldn't bring himself to say the obvious.
A present.
Perry left. 3 of the 4 remaining in the room breathed a visible sigh of relief.
"And thank you for saying that, Richard," said Maggie. "Most geniuses descend into depression if their work isn't recognised, and Perry is no different."
Genius? Work? Maggie regarded the gun as if its usual home was somewhere above the living room's mantelpiece.
"What on earth made Perry bring it up here?"
Sarah made it sound like Richard's fault.
10 years in the army and he's never killed anyone. To a logical mind like Perry's, that's a bit like being a pilot that's never flown an aircraft.
I suppose you're going to arrest us?
I'm not that kind of policeman, Dave, but any right-minded person would report it.
Richard indicated outside.
I assume it came from one of the military vehicles?
Dave was about to say something when Maggie interrupted.
"How about breakfast?"
She batted her eyelashes again.
"Once our guest has finished getting dressed, of course."
Richard blushed and pulled a pillow in front of his boxers. Chapter 8. Richard pushed the chair back from the table and placed both hands on his stomach.
Maggie, that was the best breakfast I have ever tasted. Where did you get the grits from? I was beginning to think you British had never heard of it.
"You Cornish,"
said Maggie. She nodded towards her son, lying on the floor studying a map.
"Perry went online first thing this morning, then straight out into the fields to find some corn after that."
You mean?
Maggie drew attention to the marzipan, now packed in boxes and ready for dispatch.
"I don't know where the business would be without him. Anything to do with ingredients. Invite our Perry to concoct a recipe from nothing, and he won't stop until it's perfected. You should see his potions and spell."
She turned to the stove. Sarah came to her mother's rescue.
"It's okay, Mum. Richard knows I'm a witch."
Richard had thought that was a joke, and was about to suggest as much when Perry stood up. He stared at Richard.
"What's the capital of Alabama?"
"Uh-oh," said Sarah. Richard gave him the answer.
"What's the capital of Alaska?"
Richard felt obligated to answer that too.
"What's the capital of Arizona?"
Phoenix.
Richard wasn't the only one who could see where this was going.
"Perry, how are you getting on with that charm I need? What's the cap—"
Perry switched to staring at his sister. He then left the room, stomping over the map along the way.
"Sorry about that," said Sarah.
"Well, that's okay," said Richard. "I was prepared to answer his 50 questions.
50?
Maggie retrieved the map from the floor.
"More like hundreds. This doesn't just have the states and their capitals. Towns, rivers, mountains. He wouldn't have stopped until you either answered or had learned the name of every single one."
"Told you he was determined," said Sarah. Dave walked in with a copy of that morning's Cornish Guardian. Sarah snatched the newspaper away.
"Oh, good. I can check my stars."
"When I've read it, young lady."
"I won't be long, Dad."
Sarah looked at Richard and widened her eyes. He guessed the reason why.
"Actually, I wouldn't mind checking my stars too."
"Astrology,"
said Maggie.
"But Socks says you're a Baptist. And it's Sunday. Don't you have to go to church or something?"
I like to keep an open mind."
Richard followed Sarah out of the room. She shoved the newspaper in his chest.
"What are we going to do?"
"We?"
Richard read the headlines. He was relieved to see only Sarah had made the front page. A small box at the bottom with her mugshot, alongside the words, "Man killed in explosion."
"You are going to pluck up the courage to tell your parents what happened, whereas I am going to report this shockingly biased headline. Scotland to say yes to independence from the UK.
He took out his phone.
Damn, no signal.
Sarah snatched the newspaper from Richard faster than she had from her father.
"You're supposed to be on my side."
Richard raised an eyebrow.
I said we might be therapy for each other, not partners in crime. Tell me why the BBC wanted you to follow me."
Sarah didn't answer and scowled. Dave walked in and Richard decided to force the issue.
"Have you seen the front page today, Dave?"
"Yes, I have. Absolutely disgraceful."
Richard was as puzzled as Sarah was rueful.
"I'm really sorry, Dad.
Don't worry, Socks. Nothing we haven't been expecting. Your mother and I always thought we would go to our graves disappointed."
Sarah's eyes welled, and she rushed to her father.
"Oh, Dad,
Don't be like that. That's the last thing I—" Dave took the newspaper and pulled his daughter in for a hug. He gestured with the tabloid.
California, Catalonia, and now Scotland. Everyone's gaining the right to self-determination except us. Absolutely criminal.
He scanned down the page. "Oh, I need that coupon." Dave frowned as he found himself being relieved of his newspaper for a second time. "Why don't you show Richard the scrap? I mean, your collection, Dad. He can't wait to have a look. It's all he ever talks about." This distraction worked too.
"Really?" said Dave. "Right. Well, there's no time like the present."
Richard scowled at Sarah's raised eyebrow.
You can tell it's a rotor blade from a Lynx AH Mark I and not an AH Mark VII by the tip. No BERP.
Richard looked at his watch.
You'll be amazed at the number of people who get that wrong.
Richard suppressed a yawn.
Mind you, the Royal Navy had their versions too, so strictly speaking it could have come from an HAS Mark II or even a Mark...
What's that, Dave? Something had caught Richard's eye. Anything to end his agony of death by 1,000 details.
Ah, my most complete piece.
Dave strode over and Richard followed. Much like everything else covering what should have been the Dyers' front lawn, streaks of brown rust had marred the armoured vehicle's all-white livery.
A 1952 Ferret Scout car, said Dave. Jerry cans, pick elves, shovels, recovery chains, everything's here. Original markings too. This is part of your heritage.
Along with the familiar blue globe surrounded by laurel leaves, the words United Nations had moved Richard, but not with the pride his host might have expected. No, something else weighed heavy, and had done ever since Richard first joined the UN. When he was in the army, pride in one's unit wasn't something you had to think about. It came naturally. Mottos like death before dishonour and never surrender had an almost mythical status. But now Richard was part of the UN, heritage, camaraderie, and even something as simple as a sense of purpose seemed forced and artificial. The UN's motto of "It's your world" didn't exactly help. Sounded like something that had to be said to the enemy after admitting defeat.
Look, it's got the original tyres.
Richard put a hand on one as if expecting to be reconnected with whatever was important in life. Nothing. A crash to the ground made both men spin round. Perry pointed at the container. "Your ingredients." Like the machine gun the boy had presented Richard with earlier, the ammunition box was covered in rust, but the words 100 cartridges, 50 cal could still be read.
Come and look at this, Richard, said Dave. Something else that'll make you proud. A 1974 Harley-Davidson Electroglide. You can take it for a spin if you like.
Richard shouted after the retreating teenager.
Perry, where the hell did you get this?
No answer.
It hasn't been started in a while, and will need a bit of a kick, but I'm sure...
Richard continued to ignore Dave, and was about to shout after Perry again, when the word the boy had used to describe the ammunition sank in.
Perry, if I'm to kill people, then I'm going to need more ingredients.
Perry stopped. He half-turned his head as if to ponder what had been said, before setting off in a new direction. Richard tore after him. Dave was in a panic.
It'll just be another misunderstanding.
He grabbed Richard's arm, but was shrugged off.
It's full of junk. Old ammunition boxes are great for storing stuff.
Dave continued to try and block the way, while Richard followed Perry around the side of the house and into the garden beyond. Sarah and her mother stopped tending the flower beds the moment they saw the three of them, and the way mother and daughter then gawped told Richard the boy wasn't the only member of the Dyer family who knew where he was going. Maggie rushed to join her husband in trying to convince their guest to take an interest elsewhere. She took Richard's hand.
"Come and have a look at the herb garden. They're all here. Dill, thyme, basil, indispensable in potions and spells. No self-respecting witch would be without them. I can cast one for you if you like."
Maggie found herself being pulled in the opposite direction. Perry entered a shed at the bottom of the garden, and when Richard got there, he realized it housed a toilet, which, judging by the smell, was still in use. His nose wrinkled as he leaned in. Richard's eyes fell on a stained porcelain bowl and basin full of dirty water, hardly inviting and strange when considering how tidy the rest of the garden was. Judging by the state of what Dave owned elsewhere, Richard assumed the facility to be for his exclusive use, but Lord knows why. Still, leaving excrement to fester rather than flushing was unacceptable in anyone's book. Perry grabbed a metal rod and, to Richard's horror, stuck it into the filth. To his further disgust, the implement was then stirred. Maybe the toilet was blocked. Richard had to put a hand over his mouth, but his concern with the release of yet more obnoxious gases ended when he saw what Perry did next. Holding the rod tight in one hand and the pipe leading up to the cistern with the other, Perry braced his knees against the edge of the bowl and lifted the entire toilet clear of its mountings. The contraption was then placed to one side. Perry opened what the pedestal had been hiding. A trapdoor. Fluorescent lighting flickered into life, revealing what was underneath, a flight of stone steps. The boy descended. Richard turned to the rest of the family, who looked anywhere else but back at him. He followed Perry. Reaching the bottom triggered other lights, and in a sequence that made it clear this was no ordinary basement, and the further their glow radiated out and into the darkness, the more Richard's mouth fell open. The space was the size of a tennis court. Perry had marched on ahead, but Richard's steps were more tentative, not because his eyes had yet to become accustomed to the light, but because of the serious difficulty he was having in coming to terms with what they were telling him. Rows upon rows of pistols, guns, rifles, cannons, even boxes marked "Rocket." The cache had to be one of the largest private collections of military-grade weapons outside of the US. Hundreds, if not thousands of them. The Dyers didn't only have an army of military vehicles rusting away at the front of their property. They had the armory to match at the back. Years of water ingress had seen to that. Perry stopped halfway into the rot and pointed. "More ingredients." Richard looked. The wall of metal boxes was so corroded they appeared about to surrender their contents. Belts of .50 caliber ammunition.
"I don't understand."
Richard turned to Dave.
"You don't understand. Perry's never shown any interest in this place before. If anything, it's always scared him. Something must have happened."
Sarah blamed Richard again.
"Well, if you had done your job properly when you were in the army, Perry wouldn't have come down here in the first place."
"What? Kill people?" said Richard. "Is that what you think the army's for?"
Sarah shrugged.
"Why else would anyone join up?"
Richard was about to vent another lecture on left-wing bias when Maggie interrupted him.
"No, Perry's been acting strangely for a while now."
She beckoned to her son.
"His interest in anything with ingredients has become more obsession than hobby just recently."
Perry approached his mother, and she pulled the boy closer. Richard got back to more important matters. He spread his arms.
"Perhaps you'd like to impress me with your knowledge of this part of your collection, Dave. And please don't leave out any of the details."
Dave glanced at his family before approaching a pile of boxes marked "Rocket, 66mm heat, L1A1. They creaked as he sat on one.
"Have you ever heard of the CRA?"
Richard hadn't.
"How about the Irish Republican Army?"
Richard turned his head to one side.
"We were quite good pals back in the day. Shared interests, you see."
Dave got up again and approached a table. Like everything else the elements had seeped into, much of what lay on top had been spoiled. He scraped some crud from a book.
"But then along came the Good Friday Agreement, and that was the end of that."
The book was opened and offered to Richard. A 1997 desk diary. Dave drew attention to the final entry. The bunker's last deposit. A consignment of 40 66mm anti-tank rockets.
"You were their quartermaster?" said Richard. "One of them. And not only the IRAs. The Cornish Republican armies, too."
Dave stared into his tomb of dead and dying munitions.
"Could have been so different."
Richard's curiosity had long since gone beyond his duties as a moderator.
"What could have been different?"
Dave wandered over to a rack of semi-automatic rifles and lifted one. He looked down the sights. Even if the weapon could have been loaded, it was impossible to use. There was so much corrosion the barrel had begun to droop.
Scottish independence.
Other than what was on the front of that morning's newspaper, Richard's understanding was no clearer.
Democracy,
continued Dave.
The wonderful thing that's supposed to make us all equal.
He pulled back on the rifle's cocking handle. Like the working parts of the machine gun Richard had to force back earlier, the weapon's action was anything but smooth.
But what if your invaders are allowed to vote too?
Dave coaxed rather than eased the rifle's mechanism back forward again.
The Scottish like to joke about Hadrian's Wall being built to keep the English out. Pity the Romans couldn't have done the same for us at this end.
Wait, said Richard.
Are you saying Cornwall wants independence from England?
Dave broke the back of the rifle and grimaced at what he found inside.
Yep, and up until the Good Friday Agreement had forced the IRA to put their weapons beyond use, we were about to stage an invasion of our own.
He turned back to the gloom.
But like the Romans, that's all ancient history now.
Richard laughed.
You're kidding me. Cornwall was going to invade the rest of England?
The Dyers glared at Richard. Dave gestured at what lay piled high and deep behind their visitor.
Does it look as if we were joking?
Richard dropped his smirk. It didn't matter what the IRA or even the CRA had planned. The remnants of it was still illegal to own. He brought the conversation back into the 21st century.
You have to surrender this to the police. Surrender?
Dave snapped the rifle shut and pulled the trigger. The hammer crunched rather than clicked against the firing pin.
Never.
Richard was about to explain the likely legal consequences of that when something made him stop. Something made conspicuous by its absence. He sniffed the air.
Where is it? Where's what? Said Dave. I don't know much about the IRA, but I do know most of their victims were killed by homemade bombs. Where's the explosives needed to make them?
The Dyers looked at each other and shrugged. Dave took the diary from Richard and thumbed it.
The C4 and Semtex went years ago, but some of the old stuff might still be here.
Richard looked at Sarah.
Old stuff?
Yep. Here we are. 10 20-pound boxes of Noble 808.
Richard's look became a glare, but Sarah didn't respond.
Show me.
It's been here since the 80s, said Dave. The rats will have had it.
Show me.
Dave sighed, unpinned a map from the wall above the desk, and set forth into the semi-darkness. A couple of corners later, and the women screamed. Scurrying vermin seemed to add weight to Dave's prognosis. He studied the map again.
Over there.
Light struggled to reach this part of the bunker, forcing Richard to use the glow of his mobile phone. The illumination was sufficient to identify the boxes Dave had indicated, but not enough to see what was printed. So Richard dragged the containers to where detail could be seen. Designations of C2 and C4 meant Dave was telling the truth, but what had happened in the cafe the day before was too much of a coincidence for Richard, and he felt certain the words Noble 808 would leap out at him sooner or later. Much to his frustration, only a rat did. Richard hurled the final box at the fleeing rodent, and he was about to study the map himself when his attention was drawn to where the container had landed. He approached. The box had come to rest on top of a suitcase, bright red, with black wheels. Chapter 9. Karen stubbed her cigarette out in an ashtray.
Another one?
Good God, Karen. You'll give me a heart attack.
Actually, I meant a cigarette. But I suppose sex is just as likely to finish us off.
Us?
The king turned to her.
Is that a proposal?
Karen laughed and got out of the bed.
The Queen's thoughts on that aside, I would have thought a scandal involving the other woman would be the last thing the royal family needs right now.
She drew back a curtain.
They'll see you.
Who?
The Grenadier Guards.
Who do you think smuggled me in?
But you weren't completely naked then. Come away from the window.
Karen ignored him. A guardsman in full-dress uniform marched into view. He approached the palace's facade, but with his bearskin hat covering both eyes, Karen couldn't tell if he was looking at her or not. The sound of boot studs sliding against tarmac, followed by a rifle clattering to the floor, indicated he had. King George arrived at the window in time to join his lover's amusement at the scene. He stopped laughing and pulled the drapes past what remained of Karen's modesty. "We'd better talk business." Richard put the Cornish Guardian in Dave's hands and tapped the image at the bottom.
"How many times do I have to say it?" said Sarah.
"I don't know how it got there." Dave shook his head before passing the newspaper to his wife. Maggie's reaction at seeing her daughter's picture was more resignation than disappointment. "Got to admit you're good." Richard stared out of the kitchen's window. "Had me fooled the moment I met you." Sarah stormed over.
"That's exactly what the fat inspector said. Looks like UN policemen are as stupid as the real ones."
She folded her arms.
"I couldn't possibly have put my suitcase in the bunker. I was in custody, remember?"
Richard's eyes were on the garden shed.
"I didn't say you did."
"What? Then how did it get there?"
"Your accomplice?"
"Accomplice? What accomplice?"
Richard turned his attention to the only person in the kitchen oblivious to the seriousness of the situation.
"Perry?" said Maggie. "That's nonsense. He can't even go into Penzance on his own, let alone travel all the way to a city like Plymouth and back. He'd be too scared."
"Like he was once too scared to enter the bunker, you mean?"
Richard glared at Dave before approaching Perry, who was sitting at the table, pencil in hand, and scribbling something on a piece of paper. Whatever he was doing, it required concentration. The boy's tongue was sticking out. Sarah stood between them.
"Leave him alone."
Richard looked past Sarah and realized Perry wasn't writing. He was drawing, and, judging by the picture's quality, an ability to conjure up perfection wasn't limited to the ingredients for marzipan, grits, and whatever spells white witches needed to cast. Richard had heard of artistic savants. He'd even attended an exhibition of their work. But the speed and detail at which the bunker's interior was being recreated took his breath away.
"That's incredible."
The change in tone caused Sarah to move to one side. It was like watching a human printing machine. The way Perry's hand flashed back and forth across the paper mesmerized Richard as much as it impressed him. A myriad of tiny circles and lines combined to form an image with an almost photographic quality. The incessant action had soon blunted Perry's pencil, and when he got up to search for a sharpener, Richard took the opportunity to study the artwork more closely. The detail was indeed incredible. Even the designations on the sides of the rocket's wooden crates had been rendered in hundreds, if not thousands, of tiny circles, which together gave the appearance of a honeycomb. Richard brought the paper up to one eye and realized they weren't circles at all, but hexagons. Tiny hexagons linked by short lines and letters, mainly O, HO, and the odd MEO. Richard scanned the other munitions to see if they had been portrayed in the same way. They had, only anything made of iron had the letters FEs scattered about their surfaces.
"Maggie," said Richard, "at breakfast you said Perry went online to find the ingredients for grits. Do you mind showing me where that was?"
"The computer in his room."
She headed for the stairs, and everyone bar Perry followed. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the walls of Perry's bedroom were decorated with more hand-drawn art. Cityscapes, cathedrals, train stations, trees, flowers, petals, all faithfully reproduced and in the same impressive detail. Much of what lay cluttering the Dyers' front yard had also been rendered, and Richard approached one of them, the ex-Soviet tank. Hexagons, pentagons, lines, and select letters of the alphabet littered these perfect proportions too. Richard nudged the mouse next to a desktop PC, and a monitor lit up with one of the ingredients for grits. But it was a honeycomb-like structure next to the image that drew both him and the others nearer. The plant's chemical composition. More of Perry's artwork lay on the desk, and Dave selected an example, an ear of corn drawn using the same repeated symbology. hundreds, if not thousands of times.
"Well, I'll be," he said.
Sarah took the picture from her father and gazed at both it and the rest of the art in the room.
Strange thing for the day centre to teach.
Day centre, said Richard.
It's in Plymouth, said Maggie. I drop Perry there every Saturday. He gets restless when I do the weekly shop, and next to inventing new ingredients, drawing is his favourite thing.
Plymouth? On a Saturday, said Richard. Does that mean he was there yesterday? He looked at Sarah and got a look back. Richard searched the computer's history. It wasn't long before he found what he was looking for. More hexagonal shapes and lines, only this time the symbology had the letters C, H, N, and O detailed at various points. The chemical formula for nitroglycerin. The chief ingredient of the explosive Noble 808. Chapter 10. Richard checked his phone. No signal. He marched to the front yard's largest exhibit.
Report, said Sarah. Report what? Perry's obsession with ingredients? What has that got to do with moderating the news?
Richard climbed onto the tank and stood on its turret. Still no signal. He growled but tapped the screen anyway before putting the phone to his ear. "A man died yesterday, Miss Dyer, and your brother, and maybe even the whole family, had something to do with it."
Miss Dyer, said Sarah. Well, that didn't take long, did it?
She turned to her parents.
Told you Richard would be no different to any other pig. Consoling me one minute and locking me up the next.
"Your father has already admitted to being an IRA quartermaster," said Richard, "and your brother's knowledge of chemistry tied in with what happened to us yesterday means he's clearly a bomb maker. I'm making this call as a concerned citizen, not a policeman, and the sooner the real police are here, the better." "Real police?"
Everyone spun to face the voice. It was the fat inspector, flanked by two uniformed officers. He was holding a half-eaten sandwich.
"Good to see UNPOL not only acknowledging their place in this country, but keen to assist its real police force with their inquiries."
The inspector took another bite of his snack.
"We'll take it from here, thank you, Officer Warren."
Richard ended his call. It wasn't making a connection anyway.
"How did you—"
He stared at them all. Maggie and Dave seemed to be taking the inspector's sudden appearance in their stride, but the confusion crossing Sarah's face told Richard she was as surprised as he was. Perry came out of the house. He wandered over to the inspector and offered him a drawing.
"Very impressive, Perry."
The inspector bent to the boy.
"Don't suppose you have the ingredients for beef bourguignon? My wife's stroganoff last night was delicious, thanks to you."
"You mean you knew?" said Richard. The inspector gestured with the drawing.
"I can't have the talents of a savant like Perry going to waste."
He patted his stomach.
"Especially when they go well beyond creating pictures."
"But he's making plastic explosives," said Richard.
"Really?"
said the inspector.
"You have the evidence for that, do you?"
Richard pointed in the direction of the garden shed.
"It might not be there now, but put a forensics team into that bunker and they'll soon find it. And what about the explosion in Plymouth yesterday? He could have killed his own sister." "Well, that's Perry, I'm afraid."
The inspector studied the picture again.
"Always keen to ensure everyone has the ingredients they need."
Richard was more confused than ever.
"What are you talking about? If that detonator had gone off in Sarah's suitcase instead of her bag, forget us. Hundreds might now be dead."
The inspector exchanged looks with Maggie and Dave. They appeared more awkward than concerned.
"Like I said, Officer Warren, we'll take it from here."
His attention switched to Sarah.
"Don't you have to be in London first thing tomorrow?"
The inspector checked his watch.
"The sleeper leaves in an hour."
Richard was about to challenge both that and everything else the inspector seemed oblivious to, when his phone rang.
"Are you enjoying your leave, Richard?"
It was Karen.
"Did you manage to find out why the BBC wanted you followed?"
She didn't give him a chance to answer.
"Anyway, fun's over. Time to get back to work. See you both in the DG's office at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow."
The call ended. The phone's signal disappeared at the same time. The inspector tapped the face of his watch, and Richard climbed down from the tank. The train pulled out of Penzance Station.
Why did the BBC want you to follow me?
Sarah sighed and stared outside. An island came into view.
Politics. The BBC knows it plays on the left of the political football field you mentioned yesterday, but it also knows it's in danger of slipping to the far left. She eyed Richard with suspicion, which is as bad as the far right. And my boss wants to know if people like you are genuinely here to shift the balance back to the centre, or it's all some fascist ruse to create a totalitarian state. Richard ignored yet another jibe at his politics and cocked his head towards the island, St. Michael's Mount.
Caught between a rock and a hard place, eh?
Sarah didn't respond. Richard was about to sermonize on fascism's left-wing roots when Sarah put her head down.
Worried about your family?
He said. She nodded. Richard passed her a handkerchief.
Thank you.
Sarah was about to dry her eyes when she frowned instead. R.W.? Seriously?
What were you expecting? KKK?
Sarah offered the monogrammed handkerchief back to him. Here. I would hate to soil something so close to the bearer's ego.
Keep it. Plenty more. And anyway, a gentleman should carry at least 3.
3?
Yeah. 1 for a lady in distress, 1 for the gentleman's own use, and 1 to adorn the left breast pocket of his jacket.
He winked at her before redressing the accoutrement. Sarah shook her head.
I think the sooner some good woman takes you in hand, the better.
Despite their differences, the implication the good woman wouldn't be Sarah caused Richard another pang of regret. He took a deep breath.
Sarah, you were as surprised as I was by the inspector's appearance earlier. But your parents were anything but. Is there something going on between them?
You mean other than the fat pigs need to get even fatter?
Richard didn't answer. Sarah resigned herself a second time.
It's not only me the police keep arresting. Thanks to Grandma's links with CND and Dad's involvement with the IRA, I'm afraid assisting the police with their inquiries runs in the family, and has done for generations. She looked at Richard. The inspector's always known about the bunker.
Always? Then why wasn't it emptied years ago?
She shrugged.
Maybe the fact that it's all rusted beyond repair means there's no point.
Richard shook his head.
Give me a wad of steel wool and some gun oil, and I'd soon have that machine gun firing the ingredients Perry invited me to put through it.
He went back to looking out of the window.
Incredible how he thinks I would want to kill people just because I was once in the army. I never have.
He stared into space before frowning at Sarah.
Perry put the explosives into your luggage for the same reason, didn't he?
Sarah was more embarrassed than rueful.
I think I may have once joked about, blowing up the submarines in Plymouth.
Richard's jaw slackened, and Sarah raised her hands. The moment I got to London and realised what Perry had done, I made plans to come straight back. And when my boss discovered you were about to jump on a train to Plymouth, well, let's just say it became the perfect excuse to do so. She folded her arms before fixing a gaze somewhere above Richard's head.
You talk as if your brother does it all the time.
Sarah didn't take her eyes from the luggage rack.
I've already told you we come from a family of militants and revolutionaries.
She thinned her lips.
The bunker not a big enough hint?
No wonder the inspector seemed to turn up out of nowhere. The property must be under constant surveillance.
Richard narrowed his view of her.
Which means they would have seen who put the suitcase back into the bunker. And why was it empty?
Sarah shrugged.
Beats me. As long as you don't think I had something to do with it. She reached into her bag and removed a small box, similar to the departing gift Maggie had presented Richard with.
I thought you didn't like marzipan.
I don't.
Sarah unwrapped a chocolate, smiled and took a bite.
Please tell me you don't want to blow up submarines.
Sarah ignored the question.
How does someone spend 10 years in the army without killing anyone? Aren't you embarrassed?
Richard's shoulders sagged.
How many times do I have to tell you that's not why people join the army, and especially those that live their lives as I do by the Bible? Thou shalt not kill?
Sarah popped the rest of the truffle into her mouth before goading him.
Sunday's nearly over.
And you've had plenty of opportunities to go to church. Good job God's not real, otherwise you'd be in hell by now. She licked her lips before selecting another.
That's not how it works. And anyway, God and I...
He trailed off. The next truffle was unwrapped. God and you what?
It doesn't matter.
Go on, tell me.
You wouldn't understand, and having my beliefs constantly tested is tiring.
It's clearly bothering you. Come on, tell me. A problem shared is a problem halved and all that. Sarah removed some fluff and popped the candy into her mouth, whole. Promise not to take the piss much. She grinned. Richard clasped his hands between his knees and stared at the floor.
Something happened when I was serving in Syria which caused me to fall out with God, and we've been arguing about it ever since.
Sounds like serious stuff. Richard couldn't tell if the comment was genuine or not.
When my minister discovered my unit was located near the chapel's NGO detachment, he asked if I could arrange an escort for some families they were trying to evacuate.
He checked Sarah's reaction. She seemed interested.
I approached my commanding officer, who was not only keen on the idea but gave me everything I needed: men, vehicles, weapons. We could have got the women and children through a minefield if necessary.
Sarah had placed a hand on his knee, her eyes fixed on his. Go on.
And everything went according to plan. The families boarded the buses. We surrounded them with more protection than a U.S. president visiting a South American dictatorship, and headed for the border.
Sarah put the box of truffles to one side and took both his hands. Richard wondered if the action wasn't a prelude to some joke, but decided to continue the story anyway.
And apart from the odd pop shot courtesy of ISIL, we got the families safely to Turkey, where a team of UN soldiers took over.
Sarah's tongue ran around her lips.
Sarah? You all right? You feeling okay?
She swallowed before speaking.
Your voice... it's so...
Sarah stiffened, blinked a couple of times, looked at their clasped hands and leapt back. Where's the marzipan?
What?
The marzipan my mother gave you. Give it to me, now! She was in a panic. No sooner had Richard produced the confection than Sarah snatched the box, opened the window, and together with her truffles threw both items outside.
What did you do that for?
She pointed at Richard. Stay there! Taking a mobile from her purse, Sarah left the carriage. Mother, what have you done?
Why? What's happened?
You know perfectly well what's happened. What was in those chocolates?
Well, Richard seems such a nice boy, and you...
Tell me what was in the chocolates.
Just a love potion, darling. Nothing more. Perry's a dab hand these days when it comes to my more nuanced remedies, and... Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Why, what is it? What's happened? Please don't tell me you ate the marzipan I gave Richard. How many times do I have to tell you?
Stop interfering with my love life.
Sarah, you're 28. Positively middle-aged in your grandmother's day, and if this family is to carry on with its traditions, then you need to start producing the next generation. I was only saying to your father yesterday how...
But I can't keep my hands off him.
Ooh, sounds like I may have overdone it a little. Don't worry, the hate potion will do the trick.
Hate potion? What hate potion?
Darling, your mother might be interfering, but she's not stupid. Just eat the bottom layer of chocolates.
Chapter 11. Richard and Sarah looked at each other before saying it in unison. Together. Karen placed a hand over her heart and exaggerated a sigh.
A marriage made in heaven.
The Director-General of the BBC was more stoical.
Best I could manage, I'm afraid, Sarah. Making you, as well as Richard, responsible for moderating the corporation's news means the BBC can at least retain some control. There are compensations, your promotion to deputy editor being one of them. How do you like the sound of a pay rise?
He didn't get a reply.
Sarah? How do you like the sound of a pay rise?
She was staring at Richard.
I do.
He nudged her.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Sarah's mind re-entered the room. "I appreciate that, sir, but sharing the same office, why can't we mix in with everyone else?" Karen answered. "The BBC is finally acknowledging its unconscious bias, Miss Dyer, and the UN is keen to assist that newfound faith by agreeing for one of its moderators to get into bed with a member of the BBC's staff." She smiled. "I can't wait to hear the pitter-patter of tiny news items." Richard stared through the glass partition and at the sea of journalists beyond. He harumphed.
You do know we've been sidelined? You heard what Karen said? Tiny news items? We've been lucky to moderate cat stuck-up tree, let alone something politically sensitive. This office is a charade.
"I'm sure you're right, darling."
What?
I'm sure we'll soon find out. Sarah went back to her computer. "Anything not vetted by us on tonight's news, and I'm going to want to know why."
Sarah, you okay? You've been acting very strangely since we left Cornwall.
Her fingers raced over the keyboard. "Have I? I don't mean to." She stopped typing and eyed Richard with what he was more used to, cynicism. "It's probably something my mother gave me to eat. I'll be fine in a couple of days."
I hope so. It's just that you're being unusually civil.
He looked about their confines.
And if this office is to mean anything, our differences will be crucial.
Sarah scrolled through what her fellow journalists were keen to have approved. "How about this? King opens shopping centre." Richard groaned.
Told you.
"Seagull steals fish and chips."
Ditto.
"Duck stuck-up tree." He looked at her. "Okay, I made that last one up. But what about this one? New Mexico and Arizona to vote on leaving the United States."
Please tell me you're still kidding?
Richard scooted his chair next to hers.
I knew Texas was thinking of joining Cal, but New Mexico and Arizona? That's serious.
He scooted back. "According to Reuters, they hope to form a new country," said Sarah.
What? I can't see President Gatesburg being happy with that.
Completely the opposite, apparently. Says here he hopes democracy will lead to more states gaining independence from Washington. Sarah teased him. "Including Georgia, perhaps?"
Richard scoffed. Never in a million years.
He got back to their job.
Shocking as the headline is, Sarah, it's a statement of fact. We'll get involved when the campaigning starts. There must be something that needs moderating now.
Sarah scrolled further down. "Outbreak of Ebola disease forces cancellation of Prime Minister's visit." Richard groaned at that too, before skipping through the rest of the pre-moderated news. Frustrated, he got up, walked to the partition and tapped the glass with a finger.
We're being isolated from what needs serious modification.
He scratched his chin.
I wonder why.
That's strange. Richard approached Sarah's desk and leaned over her shoulder.
Plymouth. What about it?
It's where they're searching for a cure. She drew a breath through her nose. Are you wearing aftershave? Richard took a step back.
Cure? For what?
The Ebola disease I mentioned. The laboratory is in the same street as Perry's Day Centre.
Just a coincidence, Sarah. You're not seriously suggesting Perry moonlights as a scientist as well as a...
They're in the same building. Richard frowned and returned to his PC. He Googled Ebola and the various attempts being made to combat the disease. He was presented with chemical formulae.
Gourmet cooking and explosives are one thing, Sarah. But the antidote to a virus?
You were the one who said he was a chemist.
According to this, the disease is constantly mutating, Richard chuckled. Maybe some of your witch friends have taken over the laboratory, and Perry is going to help them magic the disease away.
Don't mock something you know nothing about.
Get serious, Sarah. I know Perry is talented, but controlling a living organism? Even the most brilliant of scientists struggle with that.
Really? She rose to her feet, walked to his desk, and sat on one corner. If I hadn't thrown the marzipan and chocolates from the train last night, you and I would still be on it. She leaned towards him. Having sex. Richard laughed again, but then stopped. He looked to see who was watching. Much to his relief, attention beyond the partition was elsewhere. Richard stood and motioned for his new colleague to do the same.
"This office is for moderating facts, Sarah, not fantasy."
"Oh, I couldn't agree more." Wrapping her arms around his neck, Sarah pulled Richard down to her. If his fellow moderator was a witch, Richard was soon under her spell. The way one hand slipped around Sarah's waist, while the other ran through her hair, certainly seemed compelled by something more magical than voluntary. Richard attempted to separate their lips. Honestly, he did. But the more he tried, the more they seemed not to want to. An intoxicating scent wasn't helping. Richard half opened his eyes to check it wasn't a dream, but the experience was real, all right. As real as the 50-odd journalists now staring open-mouthed. Richard made to push Sarah away, but she beat him to it. "There!" Sarah removed a stray red hair, redressed Richard's pocket square, and patted him on the chest. "How was that for a fact?" Richard was still being mesmerized, but not by Sarah, their audience. He managed a nod, and Sarah returned to her desk, cocking a snoot at her peers on the way. She then continued typing as if unbridled acts of passion were no different to a handshake. "Don't worry, the effects of the chocolates will soon wear off." Richard pulled himself together.
"You're saying the candy was drugged?"
"My mother's love potion, I'm afraid. But thanks to my quick thinking, I'm the only one affected. No need to thank me."
"But aren't you a lesbian or something?"
Sarah stopped typing.
"What?" "I might be prepared to accept the candy was laced with something that's made you less inhibited, but changed you sexually? That's impossible."
"What makes you think I'm a lesbian?"
"The books you read?"
"What about them?"
Richard flustered. It had letters on the front cover."
He avoided her gaze and mumbled,
"LGBT?"
Sarah's hands formed two fists. "Well, isn't that just typical of a man?" The door opened as another kind of passion appeared about to be unleashed. It was Karen. "Is everything okay?" Richard was still embarrassed.
Yes, Mum. We're about to agree today's list of news modifications."
He distracted himself by checking on a printer. Karen's eyes flitted between the couple. "From what I've been told, that agreement goes well beyond the requirements of the UN and the BBC." She smiled. "If you two can be made to settle your differences, then maybe there's hope for the world after all." The smile became a grin, and she left. Karen's visit was too brief to distract Sarah from her anger, and she stormed over to Richard. "Just because I care about people and want to learn more about them doesn't mean I'm lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, or any other identity a person chooses to associate with. I'm Sarah Dyer, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let a chauvinistic pig like you pass judgment on me." She paced. "Talk about living in the Dark Ages. Anyone would think feminism had never existed." She glared at Richard. "Decades of equality undone in a single sentence. Oh, and by the way, don't worry about my mother's love potion wearing off in days. You've just neutralized it in seconds. Well done." Richard didn't respond. He was staring out of the window. Karen was in conversation with the DG, who nodded as she spoke. The two turned away when they realized Richard was watching. Sarah grabbed his arm. "Richard, are you listening to me?" He looked at her.
"We're going back to Plymouth."
Chapter 12. The train left Paddington, but then stopped opposite an advertising board. Richard grunted approval at how the poster had been moderated since Sarah and he last passed this way, by the addition of a middle-aged woman and the words, "Vote Labour for a Better Life." He looked at Sarah, or to be precise, the cover of her latest book, Smashing the Patriarchy.
"Are you going to ignore me all the way?"
Silence. Richard cocked his head at the board.
"It's how things work, Sarah. Differences of opinion are what make the world go round."
"Oh, I couldn't agree more." She must have at least glimpsed the poster. "We're no different to those two. One good, one evil." Sarah's eyes appeared. "Guess which one you are." She bore back into the book. Their journey resumed.
"There's no such thing as good or evil, only human nature."
Richard's attention wandered outside again.
"At least that's what I'm starting to believe."
Still in a tiff with your imaginary entity, I see. After guiding the families you mentioned safely to Turkey, I'm surprised he's not your best mate.
I didn't finish the story.
Sarah's face was still hidden. Why not?
An irrational need to throw some harmless candy out the window interrupted it.
So why all the doubt? I mean, I can understand why God might find you incredibly annoying, but the other way around doesn't make any sense.
Richard leaned forward in his seat. Because shortly after the families crossed the border, they were all killed.
Sarah looked over her book again. Richard's eyes went to the floor.
But not by ISIL, or any other terrorist organization for that matter. No, it was something far less sinister, but just as deadly. A road traffic accident.
He cleared his throat.
And I'm afraid God has yet to come up with a satisfactory answer as to why he wanted everyone guided to safety, only for the buses they were traveling on to end up at the bottom of a ravine.
The book dropped to Sarah's lap. All of them? Including the NGOs?
6 men, 24 women, and 42 children. 8 were babies. Do you know what my minister said? We don't know why God chose to punish them, but it would have been because of their sins.
Richard peered at Sarah.
Babies? Sin?
She sat next to him. Richard stared back out of the window.
So, I'm sorry, God, but if going to heaven means understanding why you chose to end the lives of children too young to understand, let alone be capable of sin, then I guess I'm destined for the other place.
Sarah took his hand.
Richard, I'm so sorry.
Their eyes met. I don't know what to say. She stopped talking, but her mouth remained open, and as before her tongue ran around her lips.
God, I want to have sex with you right now.
Sarah leapt on Richard, but a week of fighting off similar attention meant he could resist, so long as their mouths didn't meet. He wrestled away, grabbed Sarah's book and brought it between them. Kissing the novel instead of his lips jolted Sarah back to her senses. She put her head in her hands.
What the hell's the matter with me? It's been nearly a week. The potion should have worn off by now.
Richard continued to make a mockery of the drug.
Well, you're going to have to do something.
He gestured with the book.
You'll be reading 50 Shades next.
Sarah scowled. My mother had better be waiting at Plymouth with the hate potion she promised. Richard was incredulous.
Hate potion? Does it ever occur to you there might actually be something more natural going on between us?
Sarah laughed.
What's so funny?
Me? Be attracted to you? Without a love potion?
She laid back and giggled.
A pagan cisgender attracted to a Christian Republican. Now there's a first.
Sister what?
Sarah stopped laughing and sat up.
You really have no idea, have you?
Cisgender is how I choose to identify. Someone who acknowledges the sex they were born with, but refuses to conform to a certain section of society's expectation of it. She exaggerated the words. The patriarchy. Richard sighed.
Can we forget the battle of the sexes for 1 minute and concentrate on your brother's involvement with finding a cure for Ebola?
What for? We already know the answer. It's because he's a genius. There's only one cure I'm interested in, Sarah harumphed. The antidote to this damn potion.
Aren't you at least curious to know why your parents didn't tell you?
I'll ask Mum when we get to Plymouth.
They'll have their reasons. Richard wasn't satisfied.
And what about our bosses and their unnaturally cozy relationship? Our isolation from the news? And what's going on between Karen and the fat inspector? Her phone call so soon after his sudden appearance was convenient, to say the least.
Richard stared ahead.
Something's going on, and everything points towards Perry and that laboratory.
How are you going to get in?
Said Sarah. They don't just let anyone onto government property, you know. She folded her arms. Trust me, being arrested 4 times trying to get into a certain submarine base makes me an expert on the subject. Richard turned his head to one side.
The naval base is only yards from the laboratory. They're not connected, are they?
Sarah groaned.
Typical policeman. Never off duty.
Yep, and it will be my authority as a typical UN policeman that will get me access.
He produced his warrant card. Sarah shook her head before looking at her watch. Have I really got to put up with this for another 3 hours? Richard laid back in his seat, opened Sarah's book and placed it over his eyes.
Don't worry, Sarah. You'll still be a virgin when we arrive.
Karen entered the Prime Minister's office. He didn't look up.
They'll be at the laboratory in a few hours.
The Prime Minister didn't respond to that either.
I'm afraid Officer Warren is likely to go over my head if he doesn't get the answers he's looking for.
And Miss Dyer?
Keen to do the same at the BBC, no doubt.
What about the King?
Preparing to make an announcement.
And the President?
Karen approached the desk.
Everyone is on board, but it will all have been for nothing if the truth gets out.
Oh, the truth. That elusive thing we all seek but are seldom happy with once known.
He gave Karen his attention.
We'd better make sure they don't leave disappointed.
I wouldn't advise that. They're likely to make it public, and civil unrest is still a risk at this stage.
The Prime Minister smiled.
Then we had better make sure they leave with knowledge of an alternative truth, hadn't we?
Chapter 13. Richard rolled his eyes as Sarah scowled while wolfing down her mother's chocolates.
Yes, that's better, said Sarah. I can sense annoyance turning to hate already. Sorry, Richard.
Maggie took out her handkerchief.
You're not going to arrest me, are you?
He shook his head.
Maggie, what exactly does Perry do in the day centre?
I told you. He draws pictures.
Sarah tossed the empty box into a waste bin.
It's the policeman in him, Mum. Richard's convinced you and Dad are hiding more than a bunch of rusty guns. But I said you would have your reasons.
Maggie's attention flashed about the station. The action was furtive enough to arouse further suspicion, and not only in Richard.
Well, why don't we go for lunch? Said Maggie. There's that new place overlooking the harbour.
She turned to leave, but Sarah blocked her way.
Mum, it's not a trick question. Is Perry helping to find a cure for Ebola?
The handkerchief went to Maggie's mouth.
What do you know about that? It's supposed to be a secret.
Her eyes shot over the train station again.
It's okay, Maggie, said Richard. You're not in any trouble, but if something newsworthy is being deliberately withheld, I need to know why. It's my job.
Sarah prodded him with a finger.
I mean our job.
Maggie relented, but was far from comfortable. The way she continued to hold the handkerchief against her cheek reminded Richard of Linus from Peanuts.
Well, I suppose there's no reason why you can't visit the day centre. But there's no way you'll get access to the laboratories. Only savants and staff allowed.
Savants, said Richard. You mean Perry's not the only one?
Of course not. There must be at least 30. Why was I kept out of this?
Sarah's hands went to her hips.
I'm Perry's sister. Your criminal record, I'm afraid, said Maggie. We were only told because we're his next of kin.
Perhaps I can help.
It was the inspector. His sudden appearance didn't seem as surprising this time. The absence of anything edible in his hands did seem strange, though.
Well, that proves it, said Richard. Whatever the savants are doing needs police protection.
He widened his eyes at the inspector.
Care to tell us why?
The inspector shrugged.
I've no idea. Like you, I'm a servant to society.
He produced some chocolate.
Which means I don't question orders, only suspects.
The entire bar disappeared into his mouth.
Aren't you at least curious to know?
Asked Sarah. The inspector couldn't reply even if he wanted to. He stood to one side and gestured for them all to leave. The police sedan drove past HMS Drake on the way, the exact same spot where Dave had pulled over to fix the window the previous Saturday. Richard cocked his head at the main gate while trying to catch Sarah's eye, but she seemed to be avoiding him. Better that than having her behave like an nymphomaniac one minute and a militant feminist the next, he decided. The inspector parked outside the laboratory. Not that there were any signs. A placard announcing Devonport Day Centre meant they were in the right place, and if the receptionist's caring tones were any indication, meeting the needs of the vulnerable was the building's sole purpose.
Good a front as any for a secret organisation, thought Richard.
The receptionist led them to another part of the building. The space reminded Richard of Perry's bedroom, but about 50 times larger, with a similar increase in art covering the walls. The artists themselves didn't acknowledge the visitors' arrival, continuing to fix their attention on the tables and easels they occupied. 2 people Richard assumed to be the centre's staff did offer a smile, however, which he reciprocated. Maggie and Sarah spotted Perry and rushed to make a fuss of his latest creation. Richard chose to peer over another shoulder. A savant, all right. The map of Africa was being drawn with the same meticulous rendering of chemical formula Perry had used, and at a speed that would put many printers to shame. Richard scanned the rest of the room. Maggie was spot on. 30 children, mostly boys, 11 to 16 years of age, he guessed. Richard viewed an easel next, another map. Australia this time. There was something about the girl coursing her hand back and forth, and it made Richard approach a boy whose ethnic roots appeared far eastern. Sure enough, he was creating a map of China.
"Come and look at this, Richard," said Maggie. "Perry gets better and better."
Richard didn't take his eyes from the Chinese boy, and asked,
"Is it a map of the UK?"
"How did you know that?" said Sarah.
Questions, questions, questions.
Everyone turned to the voice, everyone except the savants.
Always questions.
The middle-aged man wearing a white coat was either a scientist, medical doctor, or both.
Allow me to answer the first of them. My name is Black, Dr. Quentin Black.
He walked into the centre of the room.
And welcome to Devonport Day Centre.
Richard looked at Sarah, who nodded, as if granting permission to speak first. He cleared his throat.
Apologies for this intrusion, Doctor. I'm UNPOL moderator Richard Warren, and this is my BBC colleague, Ms. Sarah Dyer. We have reason to believe the purpose of this facility is being withheld from the public, and would be grateful if you could explain why.
The doctor dropped his smile.
Withheld? Quite the contrary. We can't shout about the centre's achievements enough.
He gestured at the walls.
As you can see, our guests are making excellent progress, and much as the taxpayers' generosity is appreciated, we can't expect them to foot the bill forever. So regularly have to advertise for donations.
Richard returned to the map of Africa. The words Cape Town indicated the boy's work was nearing completion. Unlike the city, however, the blizzard of tiny letters blurring the lattice-like formulae making up the rest of the continent couldn't be read. But Richard was more interested in their general rather than chemical meaning.
Doctor, we both know the savant's achievements go well beyond the aesthetic.
He firmed his attitude.
And UN law compels you to disclose it to me.
The drawing was finished and presented to the doctor. Black thanked the boy, who didn't respond. Whatever the day centre's achievements were, they didn't seem to include an improvement in the children's social interactions.
Excellent, Cain.
Black bent down to the boy.
I'll run these through the computer and get the results back to you immediately.
Cain didn't respond to that either. Instead, the boy selected a fresh sheet of paper, another pencil, and within seconds had drawn the outline of a continent. Africa again. Black took off towards the room's exit, as if he had better things to do than talk shop.
Now, time is of the essence.
Richard barred the way.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but you must answer my questions, or the local police might feel obliged to become involved.
Black and the inspector exchanged looks. Richard couldn't explain it, but he sensed arresting the doctor was the last thing the fat man was going to do. Black scanned the rest of his visitors. He appeared more anxious than nervous, but that was good enough for Richard. Something was being hidden.
All in good time, said Black. But it's more important not to keep Cain waiting.
He checked to ensure the savants were still busy before whispering,
Most geniuses become frustrated with the lack of progress,
And if that turns out to be the fault of poor administration—" He sidestepped Richard, who followed him out of the room. Sarah looked at her mother before doing the same. The couple caught up with Black at an elevator. Sarah's interest had matched Richard's. "Dr. Black, we've already guessed the savants must be involved in finding a cure for Ebola. But why all the secrecy?" Black pressed the call button.
"Because our guests have yet to provide anything newsworthy."
The lift doors opened, and he ushered the three of them inside.
"And until that happens, I'd rather not be accused of child exploitation."
"I'm a journalist, Doctor. Unless there's a good reason why I shouldn't, that's how it's going to be reported anyway." Sarah fixed her gaze. "And child abuse is something UNPOL doesn't moderate." The threat didn't appear to concern Black. He raised the drawing to his chest.
"Do you know what this is?"
"If he's as talented as Perry," said Richard, "then I guess it's what Africa is made from? Sand, rocks, grass, trees, that sort of thing?"
Black shook his head.
"No. Look carefully, and you'll see it's the same chemical composition all over, subtly modified by Cain as he progressed."
The elevator's doors opened again.
"This is a map of a mutating virus."
The visitors were invited into what Richard assumed to be the doctor's research laboratory. Only instead of test tubes, microscopes, and Bunsen burners surrounding his fellow researchers, computers and their screens dominated the void. In some ways it was similar to the room just left, many times larger than Perry's bedroom, but with electronic rather than drawn pictures covering the walls, maps of continents and their countries. Black passed Cain's drawing to a colleague who placed it onto a flatbed scanner. The doctor then encouraged Sarah and Richard to approach the largest display. Seconds later, a digitized version of the boy's drawing had appeared, and in the same way the boy had drawn it, from west to east, and then south.
3 months, if we don't find a cure."
Sarah and Richard looked at each other.
"Are you saying the disease is spreading?" said Richard.
"Antivirals can only do so much."
The doctor gestured at the surrounding hardware.
"But thanks to these supercomputers and the equally brilliant minds beavering away beneath us, we hope to confine the pandemic to West Africa."
"And if you don't find a cure?" said Sarah. Black's eyes passed over the maps being displayed on the other monitors.
"There's a good reason why we recruit savants from across the globe."
A colleague gave him a piece of paper.
"Ah, good. Shall we go? Mustn't keep Cain waiting."
They re-entered the elevator, and Richard asked to see what the doctor had been given.
"Is that it? Thousands of symbols reduced to one?"
Richard handed the formula to Sarah.
"Is this the cure?"
"Prevention is always better than cure," said Black, "and viruses are no different. Just like an army can be persuaded not to attack, the same can be done with a disease."
He gestured with the parchment.
"An alteration to Ebola's genetic code, and we're about to find out what were to happen should West Africa be exposed to a modified version of the disease."
The lift doors opened, and Richard grabbed the doctor's arm.
"And if Cain completes his picture of Africa again?"
Black didn't answer. The three re-entered the day centre, and Black placed the paper in front of the boy. Cain studied the formula before copying the altered gene onto the western part of the new outline he had drawn. Cain poised his pencil, but then hesitated. The pause became seconds, and Black rubbed his hands in nervous anticipation. The corners of his mouth were about to turn up when Cain commenced drawing, and at a rate twice as feverish as before. The action disappointed Black, but he was no less determined.
"The 6th time I've made this journey today, and my colleagues have been equally as busy."
He checked to ensure others in the room were out of earshot, and lowered his voice. "I know you two have a job to do, but I would rather you didn't tell the world it's about to be ravaged by an incurable disease just yet." Richard eyed the other savants. The Australian girl accepted a slip from one of the doctor's colleagues, but only for her hand to become a blur. Richard swallowed.
"How long?"
9 months. Maybe a year. There was an element of pleading in Black's voice.
9 months to what?
Nothing, Mum. Sarah took her mother's hand.
Come on, we're leaving. Thank you for your time, Doctor.
Are you coming, Richard?" Along with the inspector, Richard made for the exit, and they were about to leave when he stopped. Richard made an about-face.
"Where's the USA?"
The question appeared to puzzle the doctor, but he pointed at an easel anyway. This occupant had his back to the door, which meant the continent was visible, but it was unlike any map of the US Richard had seen. He approached and realized why. The boy turned to his fellow countryman.
"What's the capital of the southern United States?"
Chapter 14. Richard viewed the harbour below. Sagging grey skies meant rain, but tourists and street vendors wouldn't be the only ones under the weather. Even the fresh aquamarine paint of the pub Sarah and he had been sitting opposite appeared to be fading with depression. Richard studied his mobile.
"If anyone can help find a cure, it will be our Perry," said Sarah. "It's only a matter of time."
Richard didn't respond.
"So, are we agreed? There's to be a news embargo until the disease has been brought under control."
"Georgia," muttered Richard. "Surely not Georgia."
"Will you forget that boy's map?
This is one mod we should have no problem agreeing on." Richard tapped and swiped the screen.
"There's nothing about a referendum on the web. Not even a rumour."
"Then there's nothing to worry about then, is there? Are we agreed?" "Richard, wake up! Mum and Perry will be back soon. Do we agree to withhold what's going on at the laboratory until Dr. Black has found a vaccine?"
His eyes drifted back outside.
"Maybe the Confederacy is making a comeback."
Sarah rapped the table with her knuckles.
"Hello? Am I the only one here?"
He looked at her.
"Sarah, the country I love is in the middle of breaking up."
"Breaking up? Get over yourself. It was a drawing."
"Yeah, a drawing of an infection spreading from California to Georgia. But what if the savants are capable of forecasting more than a pandemic?"
He peered at her.
"What if Cal was just the beginning? What if Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico are about to join them? Who's to say the rest of the South won't soon be following?"
"And you say I'm a fantasist?"
"Okay, then. Explain to me why he only drew the South. A virus doesn't recognize state boundaries. So where was the rest of the U.S.?
"I don't know. The boy was from Alabama, wasn't he? Maybe his family are a bunch of rednecks still at war with the North. Perry certainly does his best when it comes to my family's, traditions."
She pointed at Richard's phone.
"And anyway, the polls might be close in Texas, but it looks as if Arizona and New Mexico are going to be voting no."
Richard narrowed his view of Sarah.
"Like the polls before Brexit and Trump, you mean?"
Maggie arrived with Perry from the bathroom, who parked himself at the table without a word.
"Great view of the harbour,
said Maggie.
"You wait till you taste the food."
She placed some drawing materials in front of her son, who lost no time in sketching what could be seen from the restaurant's window. A waitress arrived and was about to say something when Sarah took her mother's arm.
"Let's go to the ladies before ordering, Mum. Richard won't mind looking after Perry for a couple of minutes, will you?"
She seemed in a rush. Richard smiled, and the women left. Perry's eyes flitted between subject and paper. The window frame came first, followed by the person sitting on the right. Richard shifted with discomfort, and considered moving behind Perry, but decided to distract himself with the view instead. The restaurant was high enough for Richard to retrace the route Sarah and he had taken before one of Perry's ingredients had interrupted the visit. Distance made it difficult to tell, but brisk trade indicated the cafe's owners had not only replaced the window, but were seemingly over the shock of having the previous unit blown out by an explosion. Richard looked at where he and Sarah had been standing at the time of the blast, and shuddered at how bad things could have been. His eyes then moved from the cafe's entrance, along the pavement outside, and to the brass plaque bearing his ancestor's name. Impossible to read at this distance, of course, but he pictured how the scene must have looked some 400 years ago, when his nation's founders descended the flight of stone steps opposite and boarded a small wooden ship barely capable of negotiating Plymouth Sound, let alone 3,000 miles of Atlantic Ocean. That was 1620, he thought. The tip of a yacht's mast disappeared over the horizon. The United States of America, 1776 to 2126.
You like socks, don't you?
The comment snapped Richard out of his trance. He hesitated, but, given the boy's limited social skills, decided they weren't about to discuss anything too sensitive.
Yes.
Richard looked back outside.
Yes, I do.
The boy's eyes continued to flit between subject and paper.
She likes you.
Under normal circumstances, Richard's spirits would have lifted, but guessed Perry was referring to his mother's love potion. He faced the youngster.
People should be allowed to choose for themselves, Perry.
Richard adopted one of his chapel minister's favourite looks, the furrowed brow of disapproval.
God has bestowed the power of choice amongst all his creatures, and no one has the right to interfere with that, including what a disease wants to do.
Perry still hadn't made eye contact.
Why, that's different.
There was no need to avoid Perry's gaze, but Richard still glanced about the restaurant.
That's, the work of the devil.
He forced his attention back outside. The scraping of graphite against paper ended, and Richard heard what he thought was the picture being destroyed, only to see Perry tearing away one corner. He offered the scrap.
We want everyone to be happy. Like us.
Richard studied what had been written. A chemical formula, presented in such a way that indicated of all the symbology Perry had drawn, this single one was the most significant, encircled, underlined, and marked with a tick.
Is this it? Said Richard. Is this the cure for Ebola?
Perry then did something Richard had never seen the boy do before. He smiled.
Have you got any more of those chocolates on you, Mum? No, darling. You ate the lot. Why?
Sarah sighed and turned to the washroom's mirror.
Because I still like him. Well, that's okay, isn't it? Countering a love potion with hate is bound to produce something in between. And since you're now work colleagues, liking should be a good thing. No, Mum. I like Richard. She hung her head. I liked him the day we met. Ah, seems like the love potion wasn't required after all.
Maggie stood next to her daughter, but spoke to Sarah's reflection.
I'm afraid there are some things in nature not even a witch can counter. You've certainly exhausted all my skills.
She tutted at her own image before adding,
Well, Perry's skills at synthesizing drugs.
Maggie took a lipstick from her handbag.
I've got to do something. If it weren't for Richard's beliefs, we would have ended up in bed days ago.
Maggie retouched her lips.
Yes, the thought of becoming a grandmother fills me with absolute horror.
Not.
Sarah glowered. But not with Richard. His religious nonsense aside, he's obsessed with borders.
She nodded outside of the washroom.
Just because he's seen a map depicting half of America, he thinks the US is about to go the same way as Europe. Religion and borders, the two main reasons men go to war.
She studied her reflection and groaned.
I can't believe I'm falling for someone who couldn't be more opposite to me if he tried.
Maggie searched her handbag again.
Then why don't you change him?
She found a blusher.
First thing I did when I met your father.
A blank look made her elaborate.
If it weren't for me, he would still be doing 20 to life for terrorist offences. Yeah, but look what we've ended up with. A man-child obsessed with man-sized toys. He's never grown up. Men never do, Sarah. And if you want to know the secret of a perfect relationship and world peace, then it's recognising men are no different to 2-year-olds. Keep them on a firm leash while using toys as a distraction, and you'll have fewer tantrums.
Maggie threw the blusher into her bag.
Not to mention fewer wars.
She made for the washroom's exit and held open the door.
Shall we go?
Sarah sighed again before shuffling past. The waitress spotted the women retaking their seats and was about to go through a list of that day's specials when Maggie spotted what Perry had drawn.
Ah, look. It's Sarah and Richard.
She gave her son a hug. "Holding hands?" Chapter 15. Maggie pushed the plate of fish and chips back in front of her son. Other than choosing to munch on a chunk of batter, Perry didn't stop what he was doing. Drawing. Richard wiped his mouth on a napkin.
Nothing against England's national dish, Maggie, but give me one of your steaks any time.
She acknowledged the compliment with a bat of her eyelashes.
"Miss Fusspot's rules, I'm afraid. Fish dishes only when she's around."
Maggie grinned at Richard.
"Sarah was a vegan before she met you. Look how that's changed her."
She cupped her chin with one hand.
"Now, if you could meet her halfway—" Ow!
Maggie's elbow slipped from the table and she rubbed her leg while glaring at Sarah.
"Okay."
Richard glared at Sarah too.
"Promise to stop burning crosses and to start burning 'My God Hates Gays' placards the moment I get back to the States."
"Assuming there's still a United States for you to get back to."
Sarah indicated Richard's empty plate.
"Nothing wrong with your appetite, so I guess you're getting used to the idea of Georgia's exit from the Union."
Richard ignored Sarah and held up the scrap Perry had given him.
"We have a job to do."
He passed her the formula. Sarah's response was the same as Richard's.
"Is this it?" "Is what?"
said Maggie.
"What time is Dad taking us to the station?" 2 o'clock. Why?"
Sarah looked at Richard. He raised an eyebrow.
"We need to drop by the laboratory. I mean, the day centre on the way." "The day centre?" said Maggie. "But Perry's next visit isn't until—"
Sarah looked at her watch.
"We'd better start walking."
She grabbed her purse and threw some cash onto the table. They made their way through the streets.
"Why can't your father collect us from outside the restaurant?" said Richard.
"Too narrow, apparently," said Sarah.
Rain spotted Richard's face and he looked up.
"What about a cab? We got a taxi down here."
"Wasted money if Dave is driving past anyway," said Maggie.
She unfurled an umbrella.
"Well, I hope he's managed to fix the window of that Ford," said Richard.
Spots of rain became drops.
"Cardboard won't keep us dry for long."
"Oh, he's not bringing the car," said Maggie. "We're being picked up in whatever he's bought from some auction up country."
Sarah joined her mother under the umbrella and grumbled.
"My favourite game. Guess Dad's next mode of transport."
"Oh, well,"
chuckled Richard.
"At least we know it's unlikely to be that Soviet tank."
A blast of an air horn, and Richard's attention shot up the street. His mouth dropped open.
"You have to be kidding me."
Something the size of a small house pulled up at the junction ahead. Hissing indicated that, unlike the Ford, this vehicle's brakes were working. The way the passenger window then rolled, as opposed to plummeted into its frame, demonstrated similar performance. But it wasn't the truck's serviceability or even its size that was causing Richard's mouth to gape. It was the load being borne and extending to some 20 yards behind the vehicle. A British Army tank. Dave switched off the engine and was about to say something when the blare of a car's horn, followed by an obscenity, caused him to raise a finger instead. The car moved off again, and Dave turned back with a grin.
"Isn't she a beauty? A bargain, too."
Sarah looked at her mother.
"What was that you were saying about a firm leash?"
More toots diverted Richard's attention to the traffic building up behind the monster. The street might have been wide enough for Dave to drive through, but as that required more than half the pavement, only bicycles and pedestrians could pass. Tanks might have been designed to invade quaint little fishing villages, but not their transporters. Toots soon became a cacophony of blaring.
"We'd better get going before there's a riot," said Richard.
The four clambered aboard. Despite the vehicle's width, only Maggie could sit up front, which meant the rest of Dave's passengers having to take the space behind. Not that that was any hardship. The bench seat doubled as a bed, and as if to emphasize the vehicle's building-like proportions, a built-in microwave, television, and even cooking facilities meant they could live there if they had to. Nothing like the comfort of a luxury RV, of course, but good enough. Dave was either oblivious to or chose to ignore his wife's folded arms and soured face.
"An 8-wheeled Oshkosh 1070F. towing a 7-axle King's GTS 100 hydraulic tilting trailer.
Talk about a kid in a candy store. Dave was bouncing in his seat like a 2-year-old.
Loaded with an FV-4034 Challenger 2 main battle tank.
How much? Growled Maggie.
Can't believe my luck, said Dave. I thought I was bidding on the tank.
How much? She repeated.
I told you, a bargain.
Dave looked around for support, but Richard thought it wise not to get involved. He fixed his eyes ahead. Dave needed to concentrate on driving anyway, especially with the rain falling as it was, and a steering wheel on the wrong side for this country.
"And where do you think we're going to keep it?" said Maggie.
The herb garden. I thought we would use the field next door.
Maggie turned to her husband.
"Dave, we already have a scrapyard for a front lawn, so if you think the neighbours are going to let you do the same to their property, you can think again."
Dave had it all worked out.
I've already spoken to Barry. He's going to shift his sheep further down the valley, and as Colin has no immediate plans for his land.
Dave glanced about the cab again before seeming to avoid his wife.
The road to our place is too narrow, so they're going to have to be unloaded at his farm anyway.
Maggie was about to unload an emotion far heavier than the tank they were carrying when the word sank in.
"They? What do you mean, they?"
Dave's enthusiasm dwindled.
It was the auctioneer's fault. He should have made it clearer.
He shook his head.
I've a good mind to sue, I can tell you.
"Dad, what do you mean by they?"
Sarah shared her mother's concern. Dave turned sheepish and muttered,
I think I may have confused the lot number with the number of tanks I was bidding on.
Mother and daughter said it together.
"How many?"
He mumbled,
18?
Maggie and Sarah stared open-mouthed. To Richard's relief, the perimeter wall surrounding HMS Drake came into view.
Do you think you could drop Sarah and me outside the day centre, Dave? We won't be long.
The distraction was welcomed.
Yeah, sure. No problem, said Dave. Plenty of room outside a submarine base, eh?
The rain was easing by the time they'd pulled up, and Richard and Sarah climbed down from the vehicle, to the sound of Dave trying to convince Maggie of an upside to his less-than-ideal bidding skills. Passing traffic drowned out her response to the suggestion of another auction site, eBay. They were about to cross the road when the gates to the submarine base opened, and a limousine Richard recognized glided out. He drew Sarah's attention.
"Is that who I think it is?"
she said. Richard didn't respond, and thought he must have caught Karen's eye when the car proceeded to pull up outside the building opposite. The driver got out to open one of the rear doors, but instead of an invitation to join her, Karen exited the vehicle and disappeared into the day centre. Chapter 16.
What has Karen got to do with the day centre? Said Richard.
The gates closed.
And what has that got to do with nuclear submarines?
Added Sarah. They crossed the road. Karen's driver spotted them, and the way he then reached for his mobile phone caused the couple to quicken their pace. They caught up with Karen in reception as her phone rang. She ended the call the moment their eyes had met, and did her best not to look surprised.
"Ah, Richard, good," she blustered. "You were in the army. Find out what the military response to an invading virus is likely to be."
She turned to Sarah next.
"Do the same on the medical side. Disaster exercises are being planned as we speak, and I need to know which countries are doing the same."
Karen's instructions were reasonable, within the confines of the BBC newsroom back in London, but sounded almost ridiculous given the current location. The way she kept checking her earrings and tugging at the cuffs to her blouse was strange too.
"How do you know about the virus?" said Sarah. "We've yet to report our findings, let alone moderate a feature."
The response implied Karen expected BBC staff to be as obedient as her UN subordinates.
"Hard to believe, I know, Miss Dyer, but the news world does continue to revolve in your absence."
Richard's loyalty did have its limits.
"Mom, may I ask what you were doing at the submarine base?"
Karen's eyes shifted.
"Not that it's any of your business, Officer Warren, but HMS Drake just so happens to have the nearest helicopter landing site."
She glared at him.
"Anything else you would like to know? The colour of my underwear, perhaps?"
She attempted to dismiss them.
"Get on with my instructions."
Richard had blushed, but given the life-changing potential of Perry's latest ingredient, felt he had no choice but to stand his ground. He produced the scrap.
"We must see Dr. Black, and as soon as possible."
"Why?" "My brother has found the cure for the Ebola pandemic," enthused Sarah. Karen put out a hand. "Give it to me." The formula was returned to Richard's pocket.
"You're welcome to come with us, ma'am."
Karen's lips narrowed, and Richard readied himself for another piece of her mind when she calmed.
"Follow me."
Karen took off towards the elevator.
"Miserable bitch knows where she's going, then,"
said Sarah. A few minutes later, and the elevator doors opened to a smiling Dr. Black.
"I've managed to get us some time alone.
Black dropped the grin when he realized that wasn't the case. His eyes darted between the three of them.
What's going on?"
Karen strode to a window and gave the view outside a cursory glance.
"These two say they have the cure."
Continued familiarity confirmed this wasn't Karen's first visit, and an absence of formality implied her relationship with Black might have gone beyond the professional, too.
"Wouldn't surprise me," thought Richard.
Black was confused.
"Cure? What cure?"
Richard passed him the formula.
"Where did you get this?"
"Perry," Sarah grinned. "My brother can do anything." The doctor retrieved a pair of spectacles and brought the scrap up close.
"Well, it's a molecule.
Can't say I recognize it, though." As he had done with the previous drawings, Black placed the scrap face down on the scanner, closed the lid, and pressed a button. Everyone's attention went to the image now appearing on the laboratory's main screen.
"Viruses," said Black. "Cunning little buggers. The only way to truly defeat them is to—"
The image was replaced by the word negative.
"Ah, suspected as much."
Black handed the formula back to Richard.
"If that is a cure, then it has nothing to do with Ebola disease."
"Nothing," said Sarah. "But look how Perry's drawn attention to it. He wouldn't have done that unless the molecule's important." Black shrugged.
"Sorry. Scanning millions of similar solutions means the computer soon recognizes a no-hoper when it sees one."
"You two can go now."
Karen was indicating the elevator.
"Ensure your reports are on the DG's desk first thing tomorrow morning."
She went back to the view. The couple were crestfallen. Richard took Sarah's arm and they turned to leave. He said,
"I guess it must have something to do with us."
"What did you say?"
asked Black.
"What do you mean by us?"
Karen's interest was as sudden as the doctor's. Richard gestured with the scrap.
"Perry's picture was made up of this molecule."
"Picture?" Black approached them. "What picture?" Sarah and Richard exchanged looks.
"A portrait of us."
Black backed away. Karen took out her phone.
"Do the test, Doctor."
He wrung his hands.
"But they would be dead by now."
"Just do it." Karen put the phone to her ear and looked out onto the street below.
"No one is to enter or leave this building. Get me the inspector."
She ended the call.
"I'm going to need blood samples."
Black's hands were shaking. He wiped both down his coat and approached a cabinet.
"What's going on?"
Sarah's question was ignored.
"Where have you been since you left here?" said Karen. "Who have you been in contact with? Where's the boy now?"
Richard pointed.
"The truck?"
Karen's phone rang.
"Inspector, close the main street outside the laboratory immediately."
Seeing a main battle tank in the lay-by opposite didn't seem to faze her.
"And get a hazmat team onto the truck parked outside. No one is to leave it." "Are you saying we've been infected?" asked Sarah. "But you said it was nothing to do with Ebola."
"Please," said Black. "Take a seat and roll up a sleeve."
Tearing open a packet, he revealed a hypodermic syringe. Karen was still on her phone. Given the fat man's familiarity with the day centre, Richard guessed he would be the inspector at the other end. Someone else Karen seemed to know well. The phone dropped from her ear.
"Where have you been since you left this building?"
Richard told her. Black injected a needle, triggering Sarah's tears. The syringe was withdrawn, and Richard was surprised to see Black then lift the lid of the scanner and introduce a single drop of Sarah's blood onto the glass surface beneath. Black stared at the main monitor. Within seconds, negative had appeared again. His relief was palpable, but by no means did Black seem reassured. He gestured for Richard to take Sarah's place. "No antibodies, but that doesn't mean the virus hasn't mutated," he said. "I'll rerun the test in 12 hours to be sure." He looked at them all. "I suggest we make ourselves comfortable?" Sarah dried her eyes. "You mean we're going to be stuck in here overnight?" Richard winced as a second needle went in. "I'm afraid so," said Black. Chapter 17. The sun was setting behind the Cornish hills. Something dark cut through the orange of the water beneath, which Richard took to be a whale, until the vertical extent of the creature's hump made him realize something less natural was making its way down the Tamar River. The nuclear submarine slipped in the direction of the English Channel and, he guessed, the Atlantic Ocean beyond. Richard's eyes passed over the rest of the naval base and to a helicopter that appeared out of place compared to all the seagoing vessels. Maybe Karen's connection with HMS Drake was innocent after all. If only the same could be said of her human encounters. "Beautiful, isn't it?" "I thought you hated the military," said Richard. "You know what I'm talking about." Sarah's gaze went from the sun and to the tank transporter parked across the street. Traffic cones with amber flashing lights surrounded the vehicle, and a tent had been erected over where her family would be spending the night. The door unzipped, and someone encased in white left. "I hope they're all right in there," Sarah fretted. "We haven't really caught Ebola, have we?" Richard waved his phone. 2 to 21 days before the symptoms, according to Wikipedia." He cocked his head at their jailers, sorting through what had been delivered by elevator. "Whatever those two think we have, it isn't Ebola." The comment only half assured Sarah. She resigned herself to the cots, sleeping bags, toiletries, and other items the four of them would be needing for the night. "So what is it, then?" "Nothing." Sarah frowned. "You heard him. Whatever the doc fears finishes you in minutes." Richard tapped his watch. "And as that was over 2 hours ago—" "Then why are we spending the night here?" "Good question. Shall we find out?" Black had part of a camping cot in one hand and some assembly instructions in the other. Richard began slotting together what lay on the floor. "Dr. Black," he said, "according to the Internet, we might have to stay in here for anything up to 21 days. He asked for the last part of the cot. Black gave it to him. "Our knowledge of Ebola has moved on a bit since then." He looked at Karen before chuckling. "That's the trouble with the Internet. Everything's either out of date or can't be trusted." Richard popped the leg into position and placed the completed cot to one side. He set about the next. "Which means the Wikipedia page needs modifying." The second cot came together as quickly as the first. "And as luck would have it, you not only have a UN mod at your disposal, but his boss, too." Richard reached for the parts of a third. "I would be grateful if you could provide the information required." Karen ceased searching a washbag and moved next to the doctor. "Stay within the bounds of your orders, Richard. Your job is to hold the BBC to account, not some online encyclopedia." His personal respect for Karen had long since disappeared, and the way Richard spoke indicated professional regard wasn't far behind. "It's a legal requirement, ma'am. If the doctor isn't prepared to reveal what my opposite at Wikipedia needs to know, then I'm authorized to make an arrest on his behalf." "Her behalf?" Sarah held up her phone. The lady was posing in front of the UN's logo. Richard glared at Karen. "And as per UNPOL standing orders, anyone obstructing that duty must also be taken into custody." Karen's eyes bore back, and a silence followed. The pressure increased with each passing second, and Richard's instinct was to look away, but he sensed that was all Karen needed to regain the upper hand. Years of staring out terrorists, thugs, and other criminals made Richard an expert at this game. But against your own boss? He was about to dial up the tension by accusing Karen of being in league with the doctor, when to his surprise she blinked, looked at the floor, and took a seat on one of the cots. The sigh she had emitted on the way came as much as a relief to Richard as it appeared to be to Karen. "Show them the video, Doctor." Black balked. "What? But they don't have the necessary clearances. If the pathogen were to be made public at this stage, show them. They can be trusted." Black switched his attention to Sarah and laughed. "Entrust a committed anarchist with something like this?" "A few more weeks and it won't matter anyway. Show them." Black sat in front of a computer, but mumbled expletives meant he didn't want to, and a few seconds later the laboratory's main monitor lit up again. But not with the map, or a molecule this time. A 1970s Soviet propaganda film crackled into life. Marching troops, tanks, planes, even a smiling Yuri Gagarin, all accompanied by stirring military music and a hearty rendering of "Be Glorious, Our Free Motherland." Introductory titles appeared along with their translation. Soviet Scientific Research, NII 42. The scene switched to the face of a beaming conscript saluting a salvo of rockets and a formation of jet fighters trailing clouds of white. The words VXR Trial Number 7 appeared. Nerve agent. Sarah's awareness of chemical weapons puzzled Richard, and he was about to explore the extent of her knowledge when the music ended and a voiceover began. No translation this time, but images were making the subject matter plain enough. A herd of around 20 goats stood tethered to posts in the middle of a desert, while people encased in rubber suits attended to a container the size and shape of a small paint tin. The scene cut to a wider angle, and an explosion heralded the destruction of the container's lid. Smoke from the charge drifted harmlessly through the herd. But it was what happened next that made it clear the invisible substance following on behind was anything but. As if shocked by 10,000 volts of electricity, the goats first stiffened and then convulsed into a violent thrashing of heads and limbs. The way their bodies twisted back and forth against the metal posts made it appear as if each were in a desperate struggle to free themselves. But Richard knew enough of the chemical to understand their actions were involuntary, and the goats as good as dead. Their screams couldn't be heard. Whatever the narrator continued to broadcast was evidently more important, but that didn't stop Sarah from turning away. Within seconds, the writhing had ceased, and the animals collapsed against their posts, each neck suspended by its tether as if garroted in some mass animal execution. The camera closed in. Black and white made it difficult to discern, but something dark was oozing from the goat's still bulging eyes, and it was either blood, cud, bile, or a combination of all three that dripped from the ruminant's motionless but still gaping mouth. Rubber suits stepped back into the picture, and the viewer was presented with the face of a stopwatch. The timer started. Attention focused back onto the cadaver, and for a moment the sight of the creature's eyes returning to their sockets made Richard think death was doing its best to make the scene less shocking. But it was when the skull appeared to consume the organs that he realized the capabilities of VXR might not have been the urban legend he had always thought the nerve agent to be. The shot cut to the goat's mouth. Lips peeled back to expose teeth as the fluid Richard had thought natural spread, taking flesh with it. The camera zoomed back out again. The cadavers were either bleeding or sweating the substance, and, like the eyes before, shrank back in on themselves. Ribs and then bones became visible. The bodies were being consumed, and at a rate no crematorium and certainly nothing natural could match. In under a minute, flesh and blood had been reduced to skeletons, which tumbled to the ground as weakening neck vertebrae allowed the tethers to pass right through. The goats' decapitated heads rolled on the ground, turned white, then black, and melted into the sand. The legend was true. Bone was no obstacle to the destructive powers of VXR, and even though teeth can remain intact after decades of natural decomposition, it wasn't long before these molars and incisors had become the same tar-like substance that now covered where a herd of healthy goats had once stood. One of the rubber suits poked a jawbone with a stick. Along with the rest of the mire, it became black and sank into the ground. The video ended. Sarah's eyes were elsewhere, but she must have stolen the odd glimpse, and, knowledge of chemical weapons or not, she was as shocked as Richard.
"What the hell does that?"
She glared at Black. "Who the hell does that?" The accusatory tone didn't seem to bother the doctor. "Do you know how viruses work?" The newcomers were in no mood for a lecture on infectious diseases. Black delivered the lesson anyway. "They invade living cells containing the material needed to reproduce." He lifted the scanner's lid, studied the congealed remains of Richard's blood, and reached for a cloth. "And in the case of a simple cold virus, the worst the victim can expect to suffer is a runny nose, sore throat, and maybe a few coughs and sneezes." He sprayed the patch with something from a bottle, wiped away the result, and reclosed the cover. "But if the body is either too weak to fight or responds in such a way the vital organs cannot cope, the victim sadly dies." He turned back to the couple. "If only viruses could be controlled." "Controlled?" Richard pointed at the laboratory's monitor. "VXR is about the most terrifying weapon ever invented, second only to nuclear war." He moved closer to the doctor. "What the hell has something so horrific got to do with controlling viruses?" Black stared at the monitor. "The creation of life." Sarah joined her colleague. "The creation of life? Were we even watching the same video? You couldn't ask for a more definitive ending of it." Black looked blankly back. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, atoms to atoms." "Get on with it, Doctor." Karen appeared as exasperated by the doctor's riddles as the couple were ignorant of the truth behind them. Black wandered to the window. He took in the view of what little could be seen in the darkness, before turning round and spreading his arms. "You're a religious man, Richard. How did God create all this?" Karen sighed and wouldn't let Richard answer. "The Russians found a way of turning a chemical weapon into a biological one." She pointed. "Those poor creatures were killed by a nerve agent, which became a living organism designed to eliminate all traces. In other words, something dead became alive." She scowled at Black. "And biophysicists like the good doctor here like to think that somehow makes them no different to God." Black feigned modesty with a shrug. "But what has that got to do with the Ebola virus?" said Richard. Black strode back to his computer, and a few key commands later, a new video had appeared, in colour this time, with the words "Top Secret Strap 3" and UK/US eyes only. An animation which seemed to show how something dead, like an inert chemical compound, could be turned into the biology of the living. Black muted the sound. "Think of it as a chemical process like alkaline hydrolysis, becoming the biological hunger of a flesh-eating virus like necrotizing fasciitis." Black gazed at their empty faces. "It's quite simple, really." "I'll ask the question again," said Richard. "What has that got to do with the Ebola virus?" Karen answered. "In attempting to modify the virus to behave itself, Dr. Black has produced something akin to VXR." Everything became clear to Sarah. "You mean to say it's not Ebola that's ravaging West Africa, but VXR?" Karen and Black nodded. "Nonsense," said Richard. "The nightmare would be all over the internet." He entered West African Pandemic into his phone's browser and scrolled through the results. "There's nothing. Just the Ebola virus." "Then you must congratulate your fellow West African mods on a job well done." Karen paused before adding, "Assuming they're still alive." "Wait, are you saying the UN is hiding what's going on?" "Spare me any more of your moral judgments, Miss Dyer," said Karen. "Subterfuge was no problem when you thought the virus was simply a more virulent version of the disease. Why should the BBC have an issue with hiding something that's probably well on its way to wiping out West Africa already?" Sarah marched to Karen and stood toe-to-toe. "Because that was nature, and this is about the worst kind of nurture imaginable." She turned to Richard next. Just when I was beginning to think there might be some hope for you." She folded her arms. "A policeman hiding the evils that men do. What a surprise!" Richard ignored the flecks of spit on his face and reached into his jacket pocket. He produced Perry's parchment. "But we have the cure." "The computer rejected it," said Black. "Then the computer is wrong," said Richard. Black scoffed. "Unless you have a doctorate in biochemistry, Officer Warren, I'd be grateful if you could explain your sudden expertise in the subject." Richard wasn't dissuaded. "Perry can not only invent the ingredients to the most satisfying meal a man has ever tasted, but the synthetics of a drug that made Sarah do something very much against her will." He gestured with the formula. "I've seen enough to know that there will be more to this than meets the eye. Perry even smiled when he gave it to me." Richard's last sentence puzzled them all. "Smiled?" Sarah took the scrap from him. "Perry has never smiled in his life." Chapter 18. "Shift." "I beg your pardon?" "Move over. The heating's gone off and I'm cold." "Sarah, these cots are only built for one." "Then we'd better get close. Come on, shift." They spooned, and Richard pulled the covers over her. "Good job we're still fully dressed," he said. "Some religions would consider this a sin." "Shh. I'm trying to get some sleep." Richard looked over the top of Sarah's head. "You'll be lucky. Dr. Black says reprogramming the computer could take him all night. His constant key tapping is enough to keep me awake, let alone the light from that screen." Sarah tutted and rolled her face Richard's chest. "If he finds out what Perry's formula actually does, it will be worth it." She took a breath through her nose. "What's that?" "Deodorant." "So?" "Well, that and body odor. Must be 24 hours since I last showered. Sorry." "No, it's not offensive," said Sarah. "If anything, the opposite. Strangely comforting." She looked up at him. "Don't get any ideas." Richard narrowed his lips. "Likewise." Sarah reburied her nose in his chest. Various chemical formulae appeared and then disappeared from the monitor, and Richard was relieved to see the doctor had turned the machine off. "There," said Black. "Not as long as I'd expected. It just needs time to mull over the data. We'll have the results in the morning." Save for a shaft of streetlight, the laboratory was now in darkness. Karen stepped into the spot, and Black joined her. They embraced. "Surely not here," thought Richard. The couple then moved out of sight, and Richard cringed at the sound of clothing falling to the floor. Much to his relief, this was followed by creaks from not one but two cots, each settling down for the night. Silence. A gentle vibration against Richard's chest indicated Sarah must have fallen asleep too, and he was about to do the same when another creak was followed by the unmistakable sound of bare feet against floor tiles. The paces ended, but only for more creaks to begin. They elevated into a rhythm of squeaks. Sarah's snooze ended. She whispered, "Are they doing what I think they are?" "There are earplugs in the washbags," said Richard. "Do you want me to get you a pair?" Sarah growled and pulled the covers over her head. "Eureka!" said Black. Richard opened his eyes with a start. Daylight flooded in, and he closed them again. "Coffee?" Richard squinted at Sarah, propped himself on an elbow, and accepted the cup she was offering. "What time is it?" 7, said Sarah. "Why didn't you wake me?" "I am, with breakfast in bed." She handed him a paper bag containing a croissant, still warm from the bakery that must have delivered it. Richard sat and put his feet on the floor. "I mean, when you woke up." "That was over an hour ago. And besides, I wanted to lie in." A twinge made Richard put a hand to the small of his back. "On this thing?" "It has its compensations," Sarah smirked. "You can be quite nice." She dropped the smile. "But only when you're asleep." Richard took a bite of the pastry and sipped his coffee. He scanned the laboratory. "Where's Karen?" "Protocadherin Alpha 1. They both looked at Black. He was holding Perry's parchment. "I was right. This is a protein, but nothing to do with VXR. "What is it, then?" the couple asked in unison.
"A brain cell. Well, part of a brain cell. Protocoherent alpha forms one of the gene clusters to chromosome 5.
Richard and Sarah shrugged. The doctor approached, and bare feet indicated he had yet to get fully dressed.
"But it's been edited, which is why neither the computer nor I recognized it before."
Chest hair implied a lab coat might have been the only thing the doctor was wearing.
"Edited," said Richard. "Are you saying Perry's progressed from food and drug ingredients to editing genes?"
Black handed him the scrap.
"It's why he and the rest of the savants are here, to edit VXR into something that doesn't want to wipe out every living creature from the planet."
"But if the formula has nothing to do with VXR," said Sarah, "then why is the portrait of Richard and me covered in it?"
"Maybe he's a bit of a romantic."
Black gestured at the couple.
"Your mother's conjuring tricks were always going to wear off sooner or later. Perhaps he wants the effect to be permanent." He grinned. "Manipulating a virus to live in peace and harmony is one thing, but persuading we humans to lay down our arms really would be a trick."
Richard stood up.
"That's exactly what it is."
The doctor laughed.
"What? The solution to world peace?"
Richard ignored the ridicule.
"We're looking at this all wrong. Everything I've seen Perry do has been based on logic, or rather, the logic of a savant. Everything. From the ammunition he thought I needed to kill people, the explosives he thought Sarah required to blow up submarines, the marzipan, the grits, even the love potion. All of it is based on his logical need to want to see everyone happy."
Richard peered at them both.
"Perry even said, 'We want everyone to be happy,' when he gave me the formula."
Black furrowed his brow.
"We?"
"Here." Everyone turned to Karen, offering the portrait of the couple. Black reached for his spectacles and studied the drawing.
"Well, the molecule certainly follows the same pattern of a virus, and in the same way, mutating as it spreads. But there's a huge difference between what compels a germ and the processes involved in driving a person's decisions."
He looked at the younger couple.
"How do you feel? I mean, about each other?"
Sarah scoffed.
"Come on, Doc. I know my brother's talented, but you're not seriously suggesting he's found a way for Richard and me to permanently get it on?"
"Well, he's done something," said Richard. "I'm no expert, but I know pheromones are involved somewhere, and your nose was stuck in my chest all night."
"That's rubbish."
Sarah's face reddened, and she looked elsewhere.
I liked your smell the day I met you."
Karen brought everyone back to the laboratory's purpose. "Put the drawing through the scanner, Doctor. If there is a link to taming VXR, I want to know what it is." She looked down her nose. "And once these two lovebirds have donated some more blood, they can go." Chapter 19. Richard pressed for the elevator to descend.
"How do you know about chemical weapons?"
"Hmm?"
"You knew that old Soviet video was about nerve gas before I did. How come?"
"My grandmother," said Sarah. "She dragged my father around more than nuclear installations when he was a boy. They protested at chemical and biological establishments, too." She eyed Richard as if he had just got off the boat. "Being in the army might mean you know everything about bombs and guns, but growing up on a diet of Granny's stories has made me a bit of an expert when it comes to weapons of mass destruction."
"You know who we are, don't you? Mr. and Mrs. Spratt."
"Mr. and Mrs. who?"
"Jack Spratt."
Sarah shrugged.
"Jack Spratt could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean, and so between the two of them, they licked the platter clean. Have you never heard that before? It's an old English nursery rhyme."
"Well, that explains it." Sarah folded her arms. "I'm from Cornwall."
"What I'm getting at is, we each know what the other doesn't, and in most teams that's a good combination."
"And?"
"Well, and stop trying to fight me at every turn. We're supposed to be working together."
A ping and the elevator's doors opened. "Richard, stop trying to fight me." Sarah's family were waiting in the day centre, and they rushed to hug each other. Perry sat scribbling in his usual spot. A few of the other savants had arrived too, some of whom were new to Richard, and he decided to approach one of them. The boy was in the middle of drawing an outline of South America. His pencil had already formed the familiar northern part of the continent, and was about halfway down the east coast of Argentina when, to Richard's surprise, the boy set a course due west. The pencil cut straight through Patagonia, the Andes, and didn't deviate again until it had reached the coast of Chile. The boy hugged the coast north again. "Too cold!" Richard jumped at the doctor's sudden appearance. "Viruses are no different to us. They like to keep warm."
"They're vulnerable to temperature?" said Richard.
"Well, if you're talking about fire, then yes," said Black. "But extreme cold just makes them lazy. No, the savants know those most at risk live between the temperate latitudes, so why bother drawing the parts outside of that?" Richard breathed a sigh of relief.
"So that's why the southern U.S. had been drawn. The northern states are too cold."
Richard strode to the depiction of his home nation. The North might have been too cold for the original virus, but not for a mutating disease. This forecast had crossed the Mason-Dixon line, and not just into Pennsylvania. New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all the way up to New Hampshire. Only the northern tip of Maine, Alaska, and the whole of Canada seemed impervious to an outbreak of VXR. "The virus is vulnerable to cold at altitude, too," said Black. "Notice the complete absence of chemical formula in the Rocky Mountains." Richard chuckled at his misunderstanding, but then swallowed when thinking of the horror the drawing represented. The emotion was followed by puzzlement.
"The UK's on the same latitude as Canada," he said. "So why do you need Perry?"
As if on cue, Perry handed his latest prediction to Black, who, as usual, seemed keen to get on with the next stage. Perhaps too keen. "Are you ready, then?" Perry reacted to his sister's voice as if it were a command. Richard followed Sarah and her family outside. They were about to cross the street when Richard raised a hand.
"Sarah, did you see Karen leave this morning?"
"Yes, just before the computer spat out the results of Perry's formula."
"But that happened when I woke up."
"No, that was when Dr. Black realized what the molecule actually was. Karen left 30 minutes before that, to get the rest of Perry's picture." Richard turned to Maggie.
"What did she say?"
"Nothing much."
Maggie exchanged looks with Dave.
"Something about all of Perry's artwork being important to the world."
She placed an arm around her son and smiled. Perry smiled back. Maggie was beside herself with joy.
"Oh, my baby boy."
She hugged and kissed Perry.
"Did you see that? Perry smiled."
A perplexed father and daughter indicated they hadn't.
"Do it again, Perry."
They all stared. Perry stared back. The corners of his mouth twitched before turning up.
"We want everyone to be happy,"
he said. The Dyers looked at each other before dancing around their youngest as if the boy had eradicated world hunger. From what Richard had seen so far, he wouldn't put it past him.
"Told you,"
said Richard. Sarah stuck out her tongue.
"This calls for a celebration,"
said Dave.
"Come on, let's get going. The sooner we get back, the sooner we can open a bottle of champagne."
He encouraged everyone to cross the road, but Richard stayed put.
"That's okay. You go."
His attention was on the submarine base.
"I still have inquiries to make."
"Richard, we need to get back to London. Karen wants our reports on the DG's desk ASAP."
"Civil exercises, military responses," said Richard. "You saw how nervous she was. Karen made that up on the spot."
He looked at the entrance to HMS Drake.
"There's more to all this than meets the eye."
"In that case, you're going nowhere without me." She slipped her arm through his.
"Sarah, you've been arrested 5 times for terrorist offences, 4 of which were on that very spot. There's no way the Navy are going to let you in."
Sarah withdrew her arm.
"What do you want to go in there for, anyway?"
"To find out what we've not been told, of course."
Richard switched to Karen's limousine. The chauffeur looked away.
"And I'm hoping a helicopter pilot won't be quite so quick to blab about my interest."
"What interest?" said Sarah.
"Where she's been for a start," said Richard.
"Is that all?"
Before Sarah could be stopped, she had marched over to the limousine and rapped on the driver's window. Karen's chauffeur hesitated, but then lowered the glass. Sarah smiled, took out her phone, and gestured between it and something inside the car.
"What on earth is she up to?"
said Dave.
Casting a hypnotic truth spell, I expect, said Maggie. You wait. She'll have him singing like a canary before you know it.
Richard looked at Dave, whose eyes went to the heavens before shaking his head. Sarah returned. She handed Richard her phone.
There you go.
What's this?
The address of the BBC News Centre in London. I told him I'd forgotten the postcode.
What do we want that for?
We don't.
Sarah waved at Karen's driver, and he waved back.
But while his sat-nav was sending my phone the details, I took the liberty of downloading the car's entire history.
Chapter 20. Richard grimaced as another bout of motion sickness made him look up from Sarah's phone. Maggie cracked open her window.
Dave, unless you want the coffee and croissants we had for breakfast all over the dash, can you drive a little less erratically, please?
Sorry, said Dave. It's these narrow roads. We have to keep pulling over to let others pass. We'll be fine once we're out of the city and have crossed the Tamar Bridge.
Sarah nudged Richard.
Anything?
Fresh air eased the nausea.
Mainly London to Plymouth and back, he said. Karen makes the journey at least twice a week.
You mean her limo makes the journey at least twice a week, said Sarah. I bet the poor man spends most of his time following that helicopter around.
Richard zoomed the phone's navigation app onto HMS Drake.
Her chauffeur certainly doesn't let Karen walk much. He drives right up to where the helicopter lands.
Richard traced the route.
Well, that's strange. It doesn't drive out the same way.
One-way system,
said Sarah. Richard zoomed in further.
He drives by the submarines. Correction. He stops at the submarines on the way out.
Richard looked at Sarah. For 4 hours. Sarah studied the screen.
Maybe Karen's sleeping with the base commander, too, and managed to get a personal tour.
Wouldn't put it past her, moaned Richard.
Oh, thank goodness for that,
said Dave. The bridge he had promised appeared, and the tank transporter's ride settled into something less sick-inducing. A notification tone drew Richard back to Sarah's phone. He was met with the words, "Continue navigation?" Richard accepted the message and waited for this new route to appear. He attracted Sarah's attention to the destination when it did.
"Dad," said Sarah, "can we go by RAF St. Morgan on the way back?"
An hour later, and Dave had pulled into a rest stop nearby. An aircraft appeared overhead, and then disappeared to land on a mist-covered runway.
"What did the RAF fly here?" said Richard.
"They don't," said Sarah. "Granny and Dad kicked out the bombers years ago. The runway's a civil airport now."
Well, I think the ending of the Cold War might have had something to do with that.
Sarah responded to Richard's cynicism with a poke of her tongue. Richard wiped some condensation from the window and strained to see where the Airbus had landed.
"So why are the RAF still here?"
"Ground training,"
said Dave. "You know, lots of soldiers running around firing blanks and chucking smoke grenades at each other."
Richard rechecked Sarah's phone. Sure enough, the limousine had paid this military establishment many visits too, and, like the submarine base they had left behind, Karen's interest didn't end at the main gate. Richard was trying to get his head around the spaghetti of routes covering the facility when Dave pointed at something.
"Magazines," he said. "It's where your fellow Americans kept the B-57s.
Dave widened his eyes for emphasis.
"Nuclear bombs."
"How do you know that?" said Richard. "The Internet?"
Dave laughed.
"No Internet in the 1980s. If you wanted to find out what was going on in the world, you had to go and take a look for yourself."
Nostalgia washed over him.
Those were the days. Most kids got a good hiding after breaking into a military base. But not me. Sarah's grandmother couldn't hug me enough.
"You broke into RAF St. Morgan?" said Richard.
"I was 10 years old," said Dave. "Something had to be done to relieve the boredom of Kids Against Nukes placards and never-ending pots of lentil soup."
"But didn't you get arrested?"
"Oh, yeah. The U.S. Marines brought me back to my mum so many times I was on first-name terms with most of them."
Dave smiled.
"They used to call me Boomerang."
His smile became a grin.
"Get it?"
A check of Google Earth confirmed the geography of Dave's recollections. Grass-covered structures surrounded by multiple fences that indicated something had once been, or, judging by the number of Karen's visits, was still worth hiding. And, like the location of Britain's nuclear deterrent in Plymouth, for hours at a time.
"Can you drop Sarah and me at the entrance?" said Richard.
"What for?" said Sarah. "Trust me, if RAF St. Morgan was still housing weapons of mass destruction, my arrest tally would be a darn sight more than 5.
Well, and as a BBC journalist covering a UN officer's snap inspection, you'll have no problem getting in, will you?"
The Dyers looked at each other. Like her PA, the police detachment's flight lieutenant before her, and the airman on duty at the main gate before him, RAF St. Morgan's boss took her time inspecting Richard and Sarah's identity cards. Satisfied, the station commander nodded to the couple's escort, who then left. Tall and thin, but with an air befitting the authority of the uniform she wore, the quite literally blue stockings' icy manner morphed into a welcome.
"How do you do? Wing Commander Isolde Teague."
Richard and Sarah shook the lady's hand.
"Welcome to RAF St. Morgan. How may we be of assistance?"
"Isolde," said Richard. "As in the legend of Tristan and Isolde?"
"Nothing so romantic, I'm afraid."
The wing commander appeared used to having the lover's myth raised whenever her name was mentioned.
"Although being from the same stock does help when it comes to fostering good relations with the locals."
"You're Cornish," said Richard. "Well, isn't that unusual?"
"Not for most of the station's personnel," said Isolde. "But it is for their boss. I'm due to retire soon, and managed to bag this as my final posting."
Her eyes moved between the couple.
"Which should be enough to convince you RAF St. Morgan is hardly front line, let alone likely to be in breach of a UN convention on cluster bombs. We don't even have any aircraft."
The office was dominated by a map of the base, enabling Richard to examine the ammunition bunker in more detail. 50 magazines in total, each marked with a coloured disc, which Richard assumed correlated with the contents.
"What do you do here, Wing Commander?"
Isolde extended a pointer, and spoke as if explaining the station's purpose had to be done every day.
400 acres of scrub, disused runway, taxiways, peritracks, hardened aircraft shelters, buildings and other structures left over from various wars."
She tapped the map's legend.
"Ground training, aircrew survival mainly. Everything from first aid, sea survival, escape and evasion. Even resistance to interrogation. In other words, everything an aviator might have to face after being forced to abandon his or her aircraft."
"And the ammunition bunkers?"
Richard was impatient to get on with the visit's purpose, and his ruse to use suspicion of harbouring a banned munition had done its job.
"Legal ordnance," said Isolde. "We may not have any aircraft, but this is still a military establishment, Officer Warren."
If something illegal was being hidden at RAF St. Morgan, Isolde either knew nothing or was playing it cool. Richard wondered if she had undergone the resistance to interrogation training herself. Sarah indicated one of the magazines.
"What's in there?"
The wing commander checked the keep's serial number before returning to her desk to tap a keyboard.
"Explosives. Survival," she said. "Pistols, flares, shamulis, that sort of thing."
"And this one?"
Richard prodded the map as if expecting the magazine to reveal its contents there and then.
"Flashbangs, smoke grenades, and blank ammunition."
Isolde looked at the couple.
"We pride ourselves on making the training as realistic as possible." "What about this one?"
asked Sarah. Isolde placed her hands above the keyboard again, but then stopped.
"Why don't we go and take a look?"
Chapter 21. The staff car drew up, and a young airman leapt out to open the doors. Richard and Sarah accepted his offer of the rear seats.
"Where's the rest of your team?" said Isolde.
"This is a preliminary visit," lied Richard. "A check of the more obvious storage locations first."
He hoped he sounded convincing.
"I was going to say," said Isolde, "there are plenty of places to hide something as small as a cluster bomb at St. Morgan."
She climbed into the front of the vehicle.
"And if I did want to make sure nobody knew anything about it, an ammunition bunker would be the last place I would choose to put them."
She looked over her shoulder. Richard couldn't explain it, but sensed Isolde knew more than she was letting on. Maybe she had even designed the resistance to interrogation training. Back in the day, Richard had undergone something similar, and knew torture wasn't necessary to recognize when the truth was being hidden. The vehicle left the base's administrative side and drove onto the training area. The mist seen at the airport covered its military neighbour too, and Richard squinted into the gloom. Visibility was down to yards in places.
"Sea fog," said Isolde. "Being near the coast means it often rolls in and out at this time of year."
They had just driven up to the bunker's entrance, and the guard on duty was about to raise a barrier when Sarah let out a gasp.
"Is that what I think it is?" she said. "The stone, you mean?" said Isolde.
Both women were looking at something that, to Richard, appeared to have been lifted straight from Stonehenge, a rock the size and shape of a London bus, placed on one end and leaning like the Tower of Pisa. The monolith lay within the bunker's system of security fences.
"Razor wire is illegal under UN Code 8271, said Richard. "Fences are supposed to deny, not encourage death through blood poisoning. I assume anti-personnel mines don't form part of the system?"
Either way, Richard couldn't have given a damn, but anything to bolster the impression of an officially sanctioned visit by the UN. Their host was about to respond when Sarah got out of the vehicle and ran. The guard levelled his rifle.
"Stand still or I'll open fire!"
The razor wire meant Sarah had to do that anyway.
"Lower your weapon."
The airman did as Isolde had commanded. If Sarah's behaviour had confused Richard, what she did next flummoxed him. She fell to her knees and began praying. Richard crouched next to her.
"Sarah, are you okay?"
The prayer ended as abruptly as it had started. Sarah scanned the fog.
"Where are her sisters?" "You mean the rest of the stone circle?"
Isolde appeared as perplexed as Richard.
"On the other side of the old runway."
Sarah leapt back to her feet and headed off to where Isolde was pointing. The guard took aim a second time, but another command soon had the rifle lowered again. Sarah reached the disused runway and looked across. Richard caught up and tried the same, but sea fog made it impossible. One thing was clear, though. If Isolde was hiding something, the true nature of RAF St. Morgan's disused runway wasn't it. Patches of grass, loose tarmac, stones the size of tennis balls, and potholes doing a fair impression of bomb craters ensured any pilot thinking of landing there would soon have regretted the decision. The silence was broken by the reverse thrust of an airliner braking some 400 yards away. At least, that was where Richard hoped the airliner had landed. He was about to make light of his fears when he noticed Sarah had become fixated. He followed her gaze across the broken tarmac, through a gap in the fog and to where more of Cornwall's pagan past lay. Mist hid most of their bulk, but like icebergs looming above the waterline, the tips of 3 more monoliths could be seen. The sound of trudging through grass made Richard turn round. Isolde arrived with 2 of her escorts. The way the airmen cradled their rifles was as unsettling as it was reassuring. Richard spotted what the sea fog had been hiding at the bunker. More stones.
"Blame the Second World War," said Isolde. "Protecting a prehistoric stone circle wouldn't have been the priority back then."
"They built the runway straight through the middle," said Richard. "What became of the stones?"
"You're standing on them," said Isolde. "Broken up for aggregate."
Sarah's eyes lit with anger.
"Murderous!"
She glared at Richard.
"And you wonder why I choose to place my faith in nature rather than God?" "Well, that's human nature, I'm afraid," said Isolde. "Man has been destroying, neglecting, or appropriating our predecessors' efforts for millennia. Medieval castles, Babylonian temples, biblical cities, you name it. Did you know the stone circle at Avebury not only has a road running right through the middle, but an entire village too?"
She stared at what remained of the disused tarmac.
"Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, atoms to atoms."
"What did you say?"
said Richard. Isolde looked at them both before gesturing to the bunker.
"Don't you two have some illegal ordnance to moderate?"
Sarah's attention flitted between the stones and what was left of the runway's surface.
"You go. I need to be alone."
"Sarah,"
said Richard,
If that bunker contains what I mean, what the UN suspects, then I'm going to need a witness."
"You go," said Sarah. "This has all come as quite a shock."
To both Richard's frustration and amazement, his so-called colleague then fell to her knees and began praying again. The action didn't seem to surprise Isolde as much this time.
"My airman will ensure she comes to no harm, Officer Warren."
Isolde stood to one side.
"After you."
Richard checked a couple of times on his return to the bunker, but fog had soon obscured Sarah's kneeling form.
"Just when I thought I was getting through to her," he thought.
2 security gates later, and a numbered row of metal doors secured by padlocks helped him refocus on the task in hand. Richard didn't need to consult the navigation app of Sarah's phone again. The magazine's neat layout made identifying the subjects of Karen's interest easy. The truth behind a snap UN inspection, however, was becoming harder to conceal.
"This isn't the only bunker we have," said Isolde, "and without a team to assist you, checking on their contents is going to take at least a week."
"I'm happy with random selection," said Richard.
And he was about to march straight to where Karen had first visited, when, in the interests of continued plausibility, Richard decided to view one of the magazines Isolde had described back in her office instead.
"That one, please."
Isolde's nod was followed by a rattle of keys, the clanging of metal against metal, and a groan from both airman and door as a ton of steel was heaved open. Fluorescent lighting kicking into life reminded Richard of Dave's basement. Unlike those rusting munitions, however, this ordnance couldn't have been better preserved. Not a spot of corrosion in sight. Neat pallets of pristine metal and wooden containers, each marked as Isolde had described. The designations included Flare Vary and Grenade Hand SMK Yellow. The airman offered what turned out to be the keep's inventory. Richard scanned the clipboard's 40 or so items, before realizing it ran to more than one page. He hid a sigh before deciding to enter the store. Richard was about to try and show at least some interest when the lights went out. He opened his mouth to find out why, when something was stuck over it. Someone shoved him to his knees, and a bag was forced over his head. Richard's arms were twisted behind his back. The violence ended with a zip from a set of plasticuffs. Chapter 22. Karen entered the office.
"They're at RAF St. Morgan?"
The Prime Minister sat back from his desk. "What on earth are they doing there?"
"It's one of the storage locations."
"Yes, I know that. But how on earth did they find out?"
"My driver thinks his sat-nav may have been hacked."
"Oh, for goodness sake." The Prime Minister left the desk and turned his back on Karen. He ran a hand through his hair before facing her again. "How much do they know?"
"Everything, apart from what Officer Warren suspects might be in the magazines."
"And the story we want them to tell the world?" She took a step towards him.
"I think we should be prepared for the news to be unmoderated."
The Prime Minister paced. "No. Not before the savants have discovered a cure."
"They may already have."
The pacing stopped. "Go on."
"Black can't be sure, but he thinks the savants have not only found a way of changing how the body reacts to the virus, but Richard and Sarah's genes might already have been edited with it."
"When would he know?"
Karen wasn't as optimistic when she replied this time. "He's yet to understand the process, let alone begin the animal studies needed to prove the concept. It could be months away."
"And time is something the world doesn't have." The Prime Minister placed a hand under the opposite elbow and rubbed his chin with the other. "I'm afraid there's no choice." He strode to his office's entrance and opened the door for Karen to leave. "Expose them."
"And if their genes haven't been modified?"
The Prime Minister peered at Karen. "Then we won't have to worry about the news being unmoderated, will we?" Richard had never been interrogated, but knew the routine well enough. Bundled into a vehicle, driven around for a couple of hours to aid disorientation, the odd stop to ensure he heard a discussion about decapitation. If it wasn't for RAF St. Morgan's training role, Richard would have been scared witless. As it was, he guessed his journey ended where it had started, in one of the bunker's magazines. Hood, mouth tape and plastic cuff still in place, but dumped on a chair and tie-wrapped to the legs. He thought back to his army days and speculated on what might be next. Left alone for a few hours? White noise? The odd stress position, perhaps? In reality, 3 nights of sleep deprivation would be needed before a serious interrogation could take place. But few training facilities had the time, resources, or even the inclination to go that far. And anyway, all trainees knew their ordeal would have to come to an end sooner or later. Different story for aircrew genuinely caught behind enemy lines, of course. Richard waited for Isolde to decide when she had had her fun. A door opened. That was quick, less than an hour. Whimpering, sniffling, crying. A chair scraping the floor was followed by a muffled yelp of someone being made to sit. Richard was wondering who his fellow captive might be when their respective hoods were removed. Sarah. Richard tried talking to her, but with black tape sealing both mouths, the only way to express confusion was with the widening of eyes and futile attempts at freeing hands. Their 2 ski-masked and black-clad captors tore the tape away, and another yelp from Sarah was followed by a stream of expletives that would have made a trooper blush.
What the fuck is going on? I'm a BBC journalist, he's a UN policeman, and you are in serious trouble.
Her verbal assault was ignored, as their captors checked first Richard's and then Sarah's remaining constraints.
Who are you? I mean, apart from a couple of fuckwits. Everyone knows where we are. How long do you think it's going to be before we're missed? You kidnapped the wrong people this time, shit for brains. Release us now.
Real kidnap or not, Sarah didn't seem intimidated. Richard used her diatribe to carry out the first thing a resistance to interrogation course recommends once a captive can see again, taking in as much of the surroundings as possible. Richard's head twisted in all directions until he was sure he had the layout. A room, square, no views. Smooth plastic walls measuring some 15 feet across by 7 feet high. A metal door like that of a submarine to their front, with a glass window covered by a shutter made of the same material to the right. No furniture other than the chairs Sarah and he were sitting on. Detail. Yes, check the detail. Floor. Stone tiles. Sloping. Sloping on all sides and towards a drain in the centre of the room. Richard looked up. Shower heads. They were being held in a communal shower room. One of RAF St. Morgan's accommodation blocks, maybe. Pretty Spartan, though. Reminded Richard of a gas chamber. A wheel in the centre of the metal door spun, and it opened.
You have got to be joking, said Sarah. You kidnapped sheep, too?
The handler released the creature, and all 3 men left. The door closed with a thump, and the wheel spun in the opposite direction. A change in air pressure made Richard swallow. The sheep put its head in Sarah's lap.
Don't you worry. We'll soon be out of here.
The shutter opened, and a figure in full hazmat gear caused Richard's concern to take off, and towards a level he hoped and prayed his fellow captive would never reach.
I've heard of sheep rustling, but this is Richard? You all right?
Richard had to swallow again, but not to clear his ears this time. A gentle hiss began. He just had time to see the sheep jerk back from Sarah, and her body go into full spasm, before Richard's own involuntary movements caused them both to become a blur. Part 2. Chapter 23. President Gatesburg studied the mural. A phoenix rising above the flames. A way of telling the world that, unlike their predecessors, the United Nations would act to make the world a better place, not fill it with yet more hot air, broken promises, and pointless platitudes. As if the League of Nations had a choice. World War I may have heralded the end of imperialism, but with Europe plunged straight into a new conflict against poverty, famine, and disease, was it any wonder many had gravitated towards the psychopathic charms of Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, and Joseph Stalin? Throw in Germany's humiliation of forced disarmament, and, with hindsight, the Second World War could have been seen as inevitable. Not that the United Nations had fared much better since. True, the machinations of two new superpowers meant most of the organization's plans had to be shelved in the early years, and standing back while the likes of Mao Zedong and Pol Pot either starved or butchered millions of their own people was nothing to be proud of. But when it became clear the fall of the Berlin Wall didn't only end the Cold War, but ushered in a technological boom that made the Industrial Revolution look like a passing fad, the UN's goal of replacing the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse with the 4 angels of life, peace, medicine, and plenty might actually have been given a chance. There were stumbles along the way. Failure to act on genocides in the Congo, Syria, and Burma did nothing to quell a growing public sense the United Nations was no different to the League of Nations, a toothless tiger. Worse, no different to the murderous dictators both organizations had sworn to end. Indeed, not stopping, but supporting the West's illegal invasion of Iraq should have put the UN itself in the dock for war crimes. But what America and the rest of the world's major nations were about to vote on was designed to end such blunders, and forever. Gatesburg's eyes moved from the symbol about to represent what it always should have, and to the press boxes positioned high up and around the chamber. He wondered how each news outlet's UNPOL officer would be able to moderate something so definitive. The chairperson banged the gavel.
The 8,472nd meeting of the United Nations Security Council is called to order,
she read from a file.
The agenda for this meeting is before the Council in document S/agenda/8472. I call for a vote on item 2. Those in favour, please raise your hands.
As with all public displays of the UN's remit, the discussions, arguments, and amendments relating to the agenda had long since been settled behind closed doors, and the vote a formality. But such was the agreement's significance. A packed house of not just presidents and prime ministers, but senior religious and other influential figures, indicated history was being made, and everyone who was anyone wanted to be there. The various clerics, ambassadors, movie stars, and social media gods exchanged puzzled looks, as only 12 out of the 15 UN Security Council members raised their hands. Gatesburg smiled at his Russian and Chinese counterparts before carrying out what they had agreed separately. The same action of approval, but in a slow, symbolic gesture of faux reluctance. After all, there were still plenty at home vehemently against the decision. Cheers and applause drowned out the gavel, and the chairperson had to shout to make herself heard.
Item 2 of S/agenda/8472 is carried. The compulsory disarming and disposal of nuclear weapons is to begin immediately.
Chapter 24. Richard opened his eyes. Incredible! He looked at Black and was about to say something when the onset of a sneeze made him reach for the Kleenex being offered instead. The ultimate in flesh-eating viruses reduced to nothing more than the common cold. Streaming eyes made it difficult, but Richard scoured the room.
Where's Sarah? Is she okay? What have you done?
A coughing fit ended with him having to spit into a waiting kidney dish. Richard was hooked up to a machine. A wire led from a finger, and there was a tube sticking out of his right forearm, full of blood. A second tube ran from the machine into somewhere under the bedclothes. This line was empty. Black peered at the phlegm through the transparency of his hazmat suit.
A better question would be, what has Perry done to you and Miss Dyer?
A migraine made Richard put a hand to his brow.
Oh, nothing, compared to what I'm going to do to you when I get out of this.
Another fit of coughing. Black placed the dish in Richard's hands and raised the bed to a sitting position. More tissues were offered. Richard grabbed the Kleenex and either spat, blew, or mopped what he could. The fits were coming through in waves, and he managed to force out, "Where's Sarah?" during a lull. The doctor retrieved the kidney dish, placed it into a bag marked contaminant, and passed the sample to someone who was also dressed from head to toe in white. The woman left the room. "Miss Dyer is recovering elsewhere in this facility." Black handed Richard a clean dish, which didn't stay that way for long. "Don't worry, her response to an exposure of VXR is just as encouraging." Richard's reactions reached another pause.
"Then why are you dressed like the Michelin Man?"
"You have a cold, Officer Warren." Black leaned towards his patient. "Have you never heard the phrase, 'coughs and sneezes spread diseases'?" The doctor winced as spittle landed on his mask.
"I want to see you."
Black cleared his vision with a Kleenex.
"All in good time."
Richard grabbed the doctor's arm.
"If you're lying to me—"
He had to let go, and it was a good 30 seconds before Richard could lunge at the doctor a second time. He stopped when he saw what Black was holding. A tablet PC. The screen appeared to be transmitting live imagery of someone in the same situation as Richard, and if the rate at which the box of Kleenex was being consumed was any indication, Sarah was suffering as much, if not worse. She waved. Black pointed out the camera in Richard's room, and he waved back. Black set the iPad on a bedside cabinet.
"There, you can keep an eye on each other's recovery."
The build-up to yet more coughs and sneezes meant Richard had to look away. Getting himself back under control, he studied the tissue's contents before casting his mind back to their ordeal.
"What happened? I've never known pain like it."
"Well, that's the downside to VXR, I'm afraid. Unlike some weapons of mass destruction I could mention, the virus might leave buildings and trees standing, but its victims still suffer an agonizing death." There was a tray of instruments next to the machine, and Black selected what seemed to be a small flashlight. "Which is why we felt it right to flood the chamber with sleeping as well as nerve gas, in case our hunch proved wrong." He loomed over his lab rat. "Look up, please." A bright light made Richard squint. "I can't tell you what a relief it was to see only the sheep disappearing down the drain." Richard pushed him away.
"Stay away from me."
"No burst blood vessels?"
"Good pupil response."
Black switched off the instrument. "Got to hand it to the savants. Never thought they would tackle the solution to VXR from the other end, by modifying the victim's immune system." Richard had a moment of satisfaction.
"So, I was right. Perry has done something to Sarah and me."
Black nodded. "And in the most incredible way." He stared into space. "And I thought modifying a virus was clever." A frown made Black elaborate. "If Perry and his friends can edit the body's immune system to protect itself from a pathogen as virulent as VXR, you know what that means?" Richard shrugged. "The end of disease, allergies, immunodeficiency, autoimmunity, hypersensitivity, you name it." The doctor leaned in again. "Maybe even death itself."
"Then why do I feel like crap?"
Richard grabbed a second box of tissues as the side effects of Perry's cure played out once more. "A small price to pay, Officer Warren. I'm sure your modified immunity system has the relatively benign virus under control." He returned to the machine. "The question is, how did they do it?" Richard flopped back onto the pillows again.
"It will be something we've eaten. Ask Sarah's mother."
"Well, that's one way of getting a cure into a person." Black checked the tubes, both entering and exiting Richard's body, and flipped a switch. The machine whirred into life. "But despite Mrs. Dyer's renowned culinary and concocting skills, I think the development and delivery of a human gene-editing system is a challenge too far even for her." The empty tube filled with blood.
"What are you doing?"
"Harvesting antibodies. You don't mind saving the world, do you?" The anticipation of another onslaught made Richard cover his mouth, and he looked to see how Sarah was doing. A similar machine indicated her blood was as precious. He scanned his room.
"When will we be able to leave?"
"As soon as we're sure your symptoms are not only safe for others to come into contact with, but vital for their survival."
"Won't the antibodies do that?" They will, but there's nothing like the efficiency of a contagion.
You want us to infect other people?
Black turned off the machine and began releasing Richard from the paraphernalia attached to him.
A few more of our sheep first, but once it's clear they have become just as immune to an exposure of VXR, I should imagine the government will be keen for the two of you to jet off on a whistle-stop tour of the world.
The doctor smiled.
Might I suggest West Africa first?
Chapter 25. Richard blew his nose and looked out of the bedroom window. Maggie's fears were being realized right before his eyes. The once green fields beyond the sea of old cars, boats, steam engines and bits of vintage aircraft were now brown with the tracks of ex-British Army tanks. Talk about boys and their toys. If it wasn't for the civilians leaping in and out of each vehicle, Richard could imagine England had grown bored of Cornish nationalism and had sent in the military to end the matter. He shook his head before chuckling at the result of Dave's auction-bidding skills. It wasn't only 18 Challenger main battle tanks he had won. Richard could see 12 self-propelled guns, 8 other artillery pieces, and even an anti-aircraft missile system. Fully functioning, judging by the way the radar dish was sweeping the sky.
"You ready, then?"
asked Sarah.
"The flight leaves at noon, and we need to be at the airport an hour before, so we'd better get going."
She tutted at Richard, who was sneezing into a handkerchief.
"Stop being polite. The sooner the world catches this, the better."
As if to prove her point, Sarah exposed the room to a cough.
Sarah, we must have sneezed and coughed over half of Cornwall in the last 24 hours.
"Exactly,"
she enthused.
"And it hasn't gone unnoticed."
Sarah presented him with that morning's newspaper. The headline was, "Miracle Couple to Save the World." Richard groaned at the picture underneath.
Our expression should be neutral, and the headline needs to read, "Eradication of Ebola begins."
"Will you forget your job for the next 2 weeks?"
She smiled at the photograph.
"I've always wondered what it must be like to be a celebrity."
A sneeze sprayed the tabloid.
"Even if my body would much rather be in bed."
Richard checked his phone.
I don't know about you, but the novelty of having a baby shoved in my face every few minutes is starting to wear a bit thin.
He searched for more information on the front page's other news feature. He tutted at the message, "No signal."
I take it the worldwide disarmament of nuclear weapons also meets with your approval?
"Isn't it great? I knew if we protested outside the submarine base long enough the world would see sense. Even my arrests were worth it."
Protests? Arrests? You don't think decades of UN diplomacy might have had something to do with it?
Sarah folded her arms.
"And I suppose the UN's decision so soon after my apology to the Stone Sisters was also a coincidence?"
She didn't give Richard a chance to answer.
"Which reminds me, I'd better thank them. Worldwide decommissioning of nuclear power stations next."
Richard shook his head before going back to the View. He wondered if the ease with which Dave had managed to acquire so many unwanted conventional weapons of war didn't indicate some strange logic behind Sarah's nonsense. She steered him out of the room.
"Africa, the US, China, Australia. It's going to be great."
They were halfway down the corridor when Sarah stopped.
"Maybe it's your God's way of apologizing to you."
Richard scowled. They reached the bottom of the stairs as Maggie came out of the kitchen. She put a finger to her lips and beckoned the couple to approach, in silence. Coughs and sneezes from all three had soon ended that, but Maggie pointed into the kitchen anyway. Perry was standing with his back to the door, and for a moment Richard assumed it must be another drawing. The boy reached for a bag of sugar. Maggie couldn't contain her excitement. She hopped from one foot to the other while attempting to clap her hands without making a noise. She squealed,
"He's making marzipan, all by himself."
Sarah wrinkled her nose.
"And he's welcome to it. But you know what this means," said Maggie. "Smiling, talking, looking people in the eye."
She gazed at her son.
"My boy is not only getting better, but he's also becoming normal."
Sarah looked at her mother.
"Perry's always been normal, Mum."
Maggie dismissed the concern with,
"You know what I mean."
Perry turned round and offered a stick.
"Would you care for some?"
He was about to get 3 different responses to his question when the front door opened.
Come and have a go, you two! Brilliant fun!
Dave's face was marked with oil, and the state of the rag in his hands told the world's newest VIPs they would most likely suffer the same fate if the offer were to be accepted.
"You must be joking," said Sarah. "Look at the state of you. And anyway, there isn't time."
Yes, there is,
said Dave.
And what better way for a celebrity couple to arrive at an airport than in style?
"We are going to the airport in style."
Sarah glanced at her watch.
"Karen's limousine will be here at any moment."
No, it won't.
Dave threw a thumb over his shoulder.
Road's blocked.
"Since when?"
said Sarah.
Since,
Dave avoided eye contact.
Barry knocked down one of the trees lining the lane. I told him driving a tank takes a bit of getting used to.
You're taking us to the airport in a tank? Richard wondered if Perry's newfound social skills had come at the expense of his father's. Dave's enthusiasm returned.
Why not? Plenty of room for the 3 of us inside, and the luggage can go on top.
"If you think I'm going to risk getting this dress covered in oil, you can think again."
Sarah pointed out the flaw in her father's plan.
"And even I know tanks aren't allowed on the roads."
But tanks don't need roads,
said Dave.
Nothing but farmland between here and the airport, and as Barry, Colin and I own most of it.
He produced 2 pairs of overalls.
Come on! Where's your sense of adventure?
Sarah and Richard looked at each other. They sneezed. Richard clambered onto the tank and assisted Sarah up a ladder.
"I can't believe we're doing this,"
she said. Dave opened the turret's hatch and invited his daughter to enter.
"If we weren't in so much of a rush—"
Sarah's scowl was met with a grin. Dave showed her where to sit. He gave them each a headset.
Gets a bit noisy in a tank, so we'll need these to communicate. See you later.
He disappeared to where Richard assumed the driver's position was. Richard half smiled at Sarah, who thinned her lips in return. He then scanned their windowless confines and waited for his eyesight to adjust. Despite being as frustrated as Sarah, not to mention ill, Richard's military background wouldn't let him ignore the myriad of knobs, handles, switches and buttons coming into focus, all 123 of them, and began working out how a tank crew would have operated what was taking up most of the space. Richard sniffed the air, and then tried not to retch at a reek of sweat, body odour, and whatever else the tank's previous life had produced. The stench masked something familiar, and when Richard's eyesight had cleared enough for him to recognise what lay stacked in the rear of the turret, he realised what it was. Cordite. The headset crackled.
Can you hear me?
Said Dave.
Are these what I think they are? We can't see you, Richard. You're going to have to spell it out. Ammunition.
Richard leaned in closer. He was met with the words, 120mm Hesh.
This tank is loaded with live ammunition. What? Still? Oh, that's embarrassing. They should have been unloaded at the range. Range? What range? There's enough here to start a small war. Are all the tanks...
The sound of a diesel engine being started interrupted Richard's question, and a metallic crunch was followed by the vehicle first rocking and then leaping forward.
Sorry,
said Dave.
There's something wrong with these headsets. Speak to you at the airport.
Chapter 26. After an hour of not only rocking and leaping but twisting and turning, the tank came to a halt. The engine stopped, and Richard checked on Sarah. If the pair were ill before, Dave's novice tank driving skills ensured motion sickness had now compounded the issue. The hatch opened, and Dave's greeting of, "We're here," was met with a string of expletives from Sarah, leaving her father in no doubt his latest choice of transport was the worst yet. Richard followed her out and raised a hand against the sun. He blinked, but not because of brightness. Where they were. Dave had driven to the airport all right, but not the civil side. Richard just had time to confirm the bunker, the disused runway, and even the remains of an ancient stone circle when his eyes met those of someone equally familiar. Dave acknowledged Isolde's smile with a nod before tapping the side of his nose.
It's not what you know, Richard, but who.
Dave drew a breath of fresh sea air before scanning the other tanks dotted about RAF St. Morgan's training area.
Perfect for what we want. Somewhere safe to fire tank shells.
Fire tank shells? Said Richard. What on earth for?
Battle reenactments, of course.
Dave was behaving as if playing at soldiers had taken on a new meaning.
We've enough vehicles and volunteers to restage any war we want.
He explained the method behind this apparent madness.
Tourists will pay good money to see that.
A bang loud enough to make Richard crouch took him straight back to a roadside bomb in Syria, and for a moment he thought one of the shells in Dave's tank must have exploded. But the sight of smoke drifting down the gun barrel of a tank positioned some 100 yards away made him realize that wasn't what had happened.
But this is a training area for downed aircrew, said Richard. Not a tank range.
Dave gestured out to sea.
The Atlantic Ocean not big enough for you?
Would you care to inspect where the tank ammunition is kept, Officer Warren?
There was an element of sarcasm in Isolde's voice, and Richard was about to rise to the bait when another bang, followed by a whistle, made him duck a second time.
What are they firing at? Said Richard.
Floating targets.
Isolde cocked her head towards the bunker.
You can inspect those too, if you like.
Sarah fell on her knees, but not because of shells flying overhead, or even a need to fulfill some pagan promise to thank a bunch of rocks for nuclear disarmament. She was being sick. Isolde approached and produced a tissue. Trying not to sneeze or cough while vomiting was proving difficult for Sarah. Richard placed a hand on her shoulder.
Are you sure you're well enough to fly?
Yes,
croaked Sarah.
I just need a few minutes.
Isolde checked her watch.
Plenty of time to find the, illegal munitions you're convinced are here, Officer Warren?
The wing commander was enjoying herself. Richard was about to match her sarcasm when another whoomp through the middle of his chest made him think again.
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea, he said.
Given the time interval, the purpose of Richard's previous visit was now pointless, as anything worth concealing would have been moved. But again, a military background wouldn't let Richard pass up the opportunity of seeing how large Dave's enigmatic collection had grown. And anyway, Sarah wasn't going anywhere. A minute later, and Richard found himself in front of the same heavy metal doors as before.
Am I going to have to keep my wits about me this time?
Yes, I'm sorry about that, said Isolde. Most of our instructors are ex-special forces, and old habits die hard.
Her mouth formed a wry smile.
Don't worry, I put them back in their box.
Isolde gestured to one of her airmen, and after much banging and clattering, a groan of hinges was followed by the sight of the floating targets expected. Wooden rafts, basically. Scaffolding poles and their clamps lay piled on the floor, while Hessian cloth hung like rolls of carpet from the walls.
Graphical representations of tanks, armoured personnel carriers, buildings and ships, said Isolde, erected on each raft, which are then anchored a couple of miles offshore.
Richard tugged at one of the rolls, revealing a life-size painting of a Russian tank.
Why is the military allowing civilians to use its facilities? He said.
Civilians used our airbase for decades before taking over flying operations completely, said Isolde. Maybe the same is happening to the training area.
She signalled for the next keep to be opened. Richard sneezed, and Isolde and the airman moved closer to him. Sticking his nose in a Kleenex, Richard turned to the more traditional contents of an ammunition bunker. The scent of gun oil mixed with the pine from wooden crates was almost reassuring. He counted the contents.
I'll make it 7,920. Where's the infantry?
Isolde and the airman frowned at each other before the latter removed a clipboard from inside the keep's door. The airman widened his eyes and passed the form to his boss. Isolde was perplexed.
How did you know that?
Richard shrugged.
I counted them.
But you've only been in there a few seconds.
She handed him the clipboard. Richard nodded at the figure.
That's 525 rounds of Hesh, 450 rounds of APFS, 225 rounds of smoke, 5,600 rounds of 7.62 ball, and 1,120 rounds of tracer.
He looked up from the inventory.
Is there a problem?
Another puzzled exchange made Richard think he ought to explain the figures.
All 81 boxes are clearly marked, and anyone can see the loose belts of 7.62 contain 200 rounds each.
He sneezed again. Isolde's previous cockassuredness became an accusatory glare.
"You've been here before."
Richard was about to ridicule her assertion when a police car drew up. The fat inspector got out.
"Your plane is about to depart, Officer Warren. We need to get going."
Richard opened his mouth to respond to that too, when something different about the man made him stop. And it was when the inspector placed both thumbs in his waistband to hoist the pants further up that Richard realized what it was. He had lost weight. A lot of weight. Enough to need a new suit. The way his clothes now hung from, as opposed to being stretched over his body, was almost comical.
Yeah,
Richard said. He thanked his hosts and climbed in. Sarah was still suffering. She dropped her head to Richard's shoulder, and he placed an arm around her.
"The jet's waiting on the tarmac," said the inspector. "We're driving straight to it."
Richard studied the back of the policeman's head. A week might have passed since he last saw him, but if anything, that made the weight loss more impressive. Not only was the man's shirt collar 3 sizes too big, the rolls of fat that used to form the inspector's neck had vanished.
"You look as if you've lost a few pounds since the last time we saw you, Inspector. What's your secret?"
The policeman appeared used to the question.
"Nothing. I just decided to eat less."
The car headed to a gate in the middle of a chain-link fence separating the training ground from the airport next door. A pickup truck with the words "Follow Me" written bold above stood ready on the other side. The car drew up, and they waited for the gate to open. Richard glanced up and down the fence.
11,268,510,
he said to himself. He blinked, rechecked the figure, and nudged his fellow traveller.
"Sarah,"
he said.
"How many links can you see?"
She rubbed an eye.
"What?"
"How many chain links can you see in that fence?"
Sarah squinted from one end to the other before placing her head back on Richard's shoulder.
11,268,510,
she mumbled. Richard waited for the significance to sink in, and when it did, Sarah sat up, with a start. Her eyes passed over the fence again, but this time in a slow, deliberate manner.
"You know what this means?"
Sarah squeezed Richard's hands.
"Perry has gifted us."
Chapter 27. Richard fastened his seatbelt and looked out of the window. Sea fog forced him to see what he would rather not, the letters H2O. He blinked a couple of times. Nitrogen and carbon joined the mix. Sarah returned from the aircraft's lavatory and resumed her seat. Richard may have had severe misgivings with what had been done to them, but it was clear Sarah had no such qualms.
"Incredible."
Her eyes shot about the cabin.
"My maths skills haven't only gone off the scale. I can see exactly what things are made of."
A roar of engines was followed by the jet accelerating down the runway, and Sarah leaned across Richard to take in what could be seen of the outside world.
"I can't understand why I've never noticed the patterns before."
She looked at Richard.
"I wonder what it all means."
"What it means is that Perry has done a darn sight more than cure us of a flesh-eating bug."
The various molecules detailing the chemical makeup of Sarah's flesh could be made to disappear, but only by Richard concentrating on something else.
"You look as if you could do with a good wash."
Sarah was smiling at him, but it was when the tip of her tongue appeared that Richard realized he was about to be kissed again. Simultaneous sneezes took them out of the moment. Richard wiped his face and blew his nose before watching Sarah do the same. She was about to stuff the tissue inside a cuff when Richard snatched the Kleenex away.
"What are you doing?"
He examined the contents.
"Do you mind not looking at my snot?"
Both tissues were offered, and Sarah's face, turning from indignation to curiosity, told Richard that despite not knowing how the molecule worked, this chemical formula was as recognizable as H2O, the exact same symbology Perry had used to draw the couple's portrait. A flight attendant walked by. She was covered in the same.
There's a huge difference between what compels a germ and the processes involved in driving a person's decisions, said Richard.
Sarah looked at him.
What's that got to do with the price of fish?
There's something Dr. Black said.
Richard stared at the seat in front.
Perry said he and the rest of the savants want everyone to be happy. Supposing that goes beyond modifying the body's immune system.
He gestured with the tissues.
What if our brains have been modified too?
Sarah gave him a look.
I think an ability to instantly know how many holes there are in a fence, or the number of atoms in this plane, makes that almost certain.
No, that just makes us better computers. I'm talking about what makes us human, our emotional side. You know, love, hate, envy.
Richard scratched his chin.
Happiness.
When Sarah looked at him blankly, he said,
You saw the inspector. He must have lost at least 100 pounds, and he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who could do that willingly. His brain has been manipulated in some way.
More likely his metabolism, said Sarah. I'm no expert, but I tell you now, 100 pounds in a week is impossible without surgery.
The idea didn't convince Richard. If anything, the opposite.
Immunity, metabolism, cognition. Perry has changed more than meets the eye, and I would like to know what and why.
To make everyone happy, of course.
Richard harumphed.
Look, said Sarah, Perry said he and the other savants want everyone to be happy, yeah?
She slipped an arm through Richard's and pulled herself closer to him.
Well, it would make me happy if you would make peace with your God, and then forget all about him.
She grinned.
Maybe you already have.
Richard regarded her with cynicism.
Says the person who worships a bunch of rocks.
He gazed out of the window.
I still believe in God, Sarah. I just doubt he's a bearded white guy with an ego the size of Texas.
Did someone mention Texas?
Richard and Sarah turned to the flight attendant, offering that morning's newspaper. The headline read, Texas to say yes to independence from the USA. Chapter 28. By the time the jet had landed, Richard and Sarah were used to either not noticing or seeing through the atomic structure of anything and everything within view. The ability was plainly psychological, and if there was ever a need for mind over matter, this was it. What they weren't prepared for, however, was the reception at Liberia's airport. Richard stared at the sea of placards, bearing words like, Welcome, Saviours, Death to Ebola, and God loves you. There were thousands, if not tens of thousands in the crowd, and the way restraining barriers had bent under the weight of their enthusiasm told Richard he and Sarah were in danger of being mobbed. Considering VXR was supposed to be in the middle of reducing the country's flesh and blood to sludge, the numbers in attendance were extraordinary. The jet taxied, and Richard's attention went from the babies and children being held aloft to a reception of soldiers, police, government officials, and other civic dignitaries. Richard checked his phone. Yep, the biggest chap with a smile to match was West Africa's president, Jono J. Coleman. Steps were wheeled into position, and a red carpet unrolled. The soldiers formed an honour guard either side of the walkway and shouldered their rifles. Given West Africa was in the midst of a political as well as a medical crisis, Richard guessed the weapons were used for more than ceremonial purposes. Sarah let out a whistle.
Geez, now I know how the Beatles must have felt when they first landed in America.
An ambulance emblazoned with the words United Nations arrived, and the two people Richard and Sarah were expecting left the vehicle. Karen and Black ascended the steps and beckoned the couple to the aircraft's exit. They were also suffering colds, but there was something different too.
Are you wearing flak vests? Asked Richard.
Bulletproof, said Karen. West Africa might be pleased to see you, but the Union's still shaky, and there are plenty keen to see a bloody end to it. Getting close to the President is not without risk.
Richard regarded the man grinning at the bottom of the steps with concern.
So where's our protection?
20 of his finest troops not enough?
Despite the flippancy of her comment, furtive glances were betraying Karen's discomfort with the visit. She didn't plan on anyone staying for long.
Right. Big smiles, waves, a pause for photographs on the way down, handshakes and hugs with the President, a couple of symbolic sneezes in the faces of his soldiers, and we can get airborne again. Any questions?
What about the people? Said Sarah.
There will be a riot if we don't get amongst them.
Karen was dismissive.
If we do that in every country we visit, Miss Dyer, Australia will be lucky to present its city's keys to a lock of hair, let alone their saviours. I thought we was supposed to be ambassadors as well as cures, said Richard. A quick hello and goodbye doesn't sound very diplomatic.
They'll forgive you, once they realize your colds are about to spread more than the antidote to the world's most dangerous disease.
Karen glanced at Black.
Peace.
The couple looked at each other, and Richard was about to ask the first of many new questions when he and Sarah found themselves stepping into an oppression of heat. Their appearance triggered a roar from the crowd, which was as unsettling as it was welcoming. Karen prodded Richard with a finger, and the couple descended, smiling and waving as instructed. The President spread his arms, and, given his size, Richard realized Sarah and he were about to receive the mother and father of all hugs. Sure enough, the instant they stepped onto the tarmac, the two VIPs found themselves in an embrace of such force Richard feared they might be about to suffocate. In search of air, the visitors looked up, but only to wrinkle their noses at a stench of stale breath. To Richard's further disgust, Coleman then did something that under all other diplomatic circumstances would have been completely unacceptable. He licked their faces. And Richard thought being forced to kiss a stranger's baby was bad. The action triggered what the President was probably hoping for: 2 sneezes. He then released the couple and burst out laughing.
Welcome! Welcome, my friends.
The President spread the spittle over his face.
Welcome to West Africa's most beautiful country.
The man then turned to his people, who responded as if it were Christ's second coming, and all the President need do was walk amongst them to prove it. Richard hoped that was the intention. The thought of receiving similar attention from the honour guard made him shudder. One of the soldiers broke ranks and took aim with his rifle. Richard threw Sarah to the ground as 2 shots rang out. Chapter 29. Richard looked to see what the soldier would do next. Nothing. The rest of the guard had beaten him to the ground.
Sarah, you okay?
Her lips moved, but there was no sound. She was alive, but in shock. So was Richard. Blood. There was blood everywhere. He was about to check whose, when the state of the body lying next to him made that plain. Whatever protection the President had been wearing, it wasn't enough to withstand 2 high-powered rounds fired from 10 feet. Coleman's chest had taken the full force, and an exit wound the size of a dinner plate indicated more than the man's blood had been ejected as the bullets passed through. Richard turned to where he and Sarah had been standing. Lumps of pink and grey tumbled with the red running down the aircraft steps.
This way!
2 hands grabbed Richard, and the next thing he and Sarah knew, they were being bundled into the back of a truck. Karen and Black followed soon after, just as stunned. Legs bespattered with blood indicated their brush with death had been as close as Richard and Sarah's. Soldiers climbed in and sat between the survivors.
"Where are you taking us?"
Despite the horror, Karen's no-nonsense approach in all matters had kicked in.
"I'm Chief Karen Bradley of the UN Police, and I demand you take us back to our aircraft."
The soldiers clung to their rifles and stared ahead.
"We are in the middle of conducting vital medical aid to the world, and I demand you—"
The truck came to a stop, and the soldiers got out. They were still at the airport. The detainees were guided through a set of glass sliding doors marked VIP and invited to make themselves comfortable. Ignoring the air conditioning, designer decor, plush furniture, bar, and widescreen television broadcasting live images of a president's assassination, Karen strode to the view. Richard followed and realized his concerns for the crowd barriers had come to pass. Their jet was surrounded.
"I demand you take us to the UN consulate," said Karen. "This is a serious breach of Article—"
Her protests were halted by an order from the officer in charge, which the soldiers responded to by forming lines either side of the VIP lounge's entrance. Movement beyond the glass drew Richard's eye. The Rolls-Royce came to a halt, and a soldier opened one of the rear doors. He saluted the occupant leaving the vehicle, and Richard found himself having to look twice. He checked the others. Richard wasn't the only one who thought they were seeing things. The lounge's entrance reopened, and a man wearing what appeared to be a mix of national dress and military uniform stepped through. Another verbal command from the soldier's officer was followed by the lounge shuddering under the weight of 19 boots stamping to attention. The man in the strange uniform tapped the peak of his cap with the short stick he was holding, and the soldiers were stood at ease again. The newcomer wandered to the window, glanced at the surrounded aircraft, and turned back to his prisoners.
"Now, what would be the most appropriate thing to see at a time like this?"
He spread his arms and grinned.
"Surprise!"
Karen stared at the president.
"But you're dead."
She gestured at the television, still transmitting the aftermath of a supposed assassination. Close-ups of the aircraft's steps indicated the broadcaster wasn't averse to transmitting gore. Coleman approached the screen, closed his eyes, and a short prayer was followed by a salute.
"A loyal volunteer, whose place in heaven has been assured. His family will be well looked after."
All four of the detainees looked at each other.
"Mr. President," said Richard, "we must be allowed to finish what we came here to do. Your nation's survival depends on it."
A slow nod indicated ending VXR's grip on the country was still a priority for Coleman, but the way he kept tapping his thigh with what Richard now realized was a riding crop indicated something else, and the President was thinking how best to express the requirement. Sarah sneezed, and Coleman looked at her. He then slapped the crop against a chair, and a soldier rushed to place the furniture behind him. Although the upper half of the uniform wouldn't have looked out of place on any U.S. general, the lower half consisted of a coloured wraparound skirt and sandals. All three items were straining against the President's size, and if the glimpse of an undershirt between jacket buttons didn't indicate the pressure they were under, the sight of bulging underwear, as Coleman spread his knees to sit, did. If the President was a keen rider, Richard pitied the horse that had to carry him. Coleman pushed down on the skirt, and decency resumed.
"Come, child,"
he beckoned to Sarah.
"Please, sit with me."
A flit of Sarah's eyes told everyone she was far from over witnessing a man's chest being blown open.
"Please."
Coleman stuck out his bottom lip.
"I promise not to lick your face."
The childish action didn't make the man any less threatening. If anything, the opposite. Richard clenched his fists. Diplomatic role or not, the presence of enough soldiers to finish him as swiftly as they had the assassin wouldn't be enough to stop him from landing at least one punch. Two of the soldiers moved behind Sarah, who then did as Coleman had asked, by creeping over and parking herself on one of his bare thighs. It was like watching some sickening version of A Visit to Santa's Grotto, and like many children forced to do something they would rather not, Sarah clasped her hands together and stared at the floor.
"There."
Coleman placed a finger under Sarah's chin and tilted her head to meet his.
"That wasn't so bad, was it?"
Sarah was shaking and appeared on the verge of tears. Richard looked at the soldiers' sickening grins and wondered how many he would be able to take down before they got the better of him. He had just selected the order in which to do that, when Sarah let out a sneeze, and, so violent, it pushed the President's cap onto the back of his head. Whatever anyone's expressions had been, the scene wiped them all, and the tension ascended to a new level while everyone waited to see what the President would do next. Wiping a hand down his face, Coleman covered his mouth and breathed deeply. His free hand was used to encourage Sarah's return, and she slipped from his lap to do so. Readjusting the cap, the President rose to his feet and glared. He burst out laughing.
"Now, Tell me how this miracle is going to bring peace as well as a cure to my country.
Chapter 30. Despite Coleman's sudden avuncular approach, Richard was still wary. He got on with computing the various outcomes of the encounter, while listening to Karen's explanation of something Sarah and he were only just beginning to understand.
Catching Sarah's cold will do more than protect you and your people from the world's most dangerous disease, Mr. President.
She moved closer.
It will improve their awareness, and the better a person's understanding, the more likely it is they will seek peace rather than war when settling their differences.
Coleman resumed his seat.
How?
Black explained the technical side.
The cure works by editing the genes associated with a person's immunity system. But as those are connected to the body's central nervous system, the alteration has had a positive effect on cognition too.
He interrupted himself by coughing. The fit passed.
Yesterday, I needed a supercomputer to interpret the savant's drawings. But today, their work is obvious to me.
There are 7,628 outcomes, of which 233 are positive,
thought Richard, before reeling at the understatement of Black's words. The revelation wasn't lost on Coleman's unedited brain either.
So, what you are saying is, my people will be clever as well as cured.
The four captives nodded, and so did the President, before standing and adding,
Too clever for their own good, perhaps.
His menacing demeanour had returned, and Coleman wondered to stare back down at his citizens, still mourning the death of his double.
Life, plenty, peace and medicine.
The President turned to his now confused as well as troubled captives.
Are these not the stated aims of the United Nations?
No nation can prosper without them, Mr. President.
Coleman acknowledged Karen's response with a nod before returning to the view outside.
I have always found it strange how people who have never been visited by at least one of the four horsemen seem to know exactly what is required when it comes to defeating those angels of death, war, pestilence, and famine.
He swished the air with the crop before whipping his backside and crying,
Giddy up!
His unsettling and now bizarre behaviour didn't deter Karen.
No one needs to have suffered directly to understand their horror, Mr. President. And the thousands of UN staff who have suffered at the hands of at least one of those horsemen are determined to consign all four to the history books.
She moved yet closer.
It's these efforts that have led to successes like the recent agreement on nuclear disarmament, and now a medical miracle that is going to bring not only a cure, but peace and prosperity to a world in desperate need of it.
Coleman turned his head to one side.
But how does the UN know the world wants peace and prosperity?
The visitors looked at each other, as if unsettling eccentricity had given way to madness. Coleman invited them all to take a seat, and stewards appeared from nowhere to begin piling tables with food. One of them bowed to his president before handing him a napkin. Coleman loosened his tie, undid the shirt's top button, and stuffed a corner inside. A click of his fingers resulted in the table nearest to him being laden with various meats. He tucked in.
The meaning of life,
said the president as he chomped on a chicken leg.
No one knows what it is because the question is impossible to answer.
Despite the quality of the steak being offered, Richard chose a glass of orange juice instead. Something caught his eye. Was that a patch of dried blood on the carpet? Coleman finished tearing at the meat and tossed the bone to one side.
It's because it is a non-question. You may as well ask what is the meaning of the color red, or why God chose to make the sky blue.
He moved on to a wing.
No, a better question would be, what is life's purpose? And a life spent riding in company with the four horsemen of the apocalypse has taught me living in peace and harmony has got nothing to do with it.
He sucked rather than chewed the flesh. Richard scanned his fellow captives' faces. If enforced detention hadn't suppressed their appetites, watching a glutton in full flow had. Coleman droned on, The man fancied himself as quite the philosopher, and when he started talking about humankind's origins, Richard hoped boredom was about to replace being murdered as everyone's greatest concern.
I am not so committed a Christian to recognize there is just too much evidence against the earth being a few thousand years old, or us all being descended from a man called Adam and one of his ribs. But I do marvel at how God chose to endow every last one of his creatures with the same basic need.
He gestured with another chicken leg.
Survival.
Coleman returned to eating, while everyone wearing a watch checked the time. He went on.
Take Ebola, for instance. My scientists tell me the virus works by invading a host's cells, utilizing what is needed for its existence, and then producing offspring, just as determined.
The president shrugged.
No different to any other living thing keen to survive.
Black seemed to know what the president was talking about.
We're covered in viruses, Mr. President, inside and out. And most of the time our relationship with them is benign, or even symbiotic. In fact, if you include everything from gut bacteria to eyelash mites, at the genetic level, we're more a community of bugs than individual people. Some even theorize that's how life has evolved. Individual cells struggling to survive, realizing that's best done as a group.
Black sat back.
An excellent metaphor for what we humans should be doing, working together.
Coleman grinned, but he didn't stop eating.
And yet here you are, keen to eradicate a virus whose only sin is the need to survive.
More puzzled looks prompted another of the president's guffaws.
Don't worry. I am merely playing devil's advocate to the doctor's thesis, by pointing out the uncanny similarity between a disease that inadvertently ends in killing its host, and how, despite our greater intelligence, we humans can't help doing the same.
Coleman quaffed a tankard of beer before grabbing a joint of lamb with both hands.
150 million.
Everyone's understanding was no clearer.
Most would have died through disease and malnutrition. But like a virus, I don't think our invaders deliberately set out to kill us.
Coleman buried his face in the meat. Where was he going with this?
I think the white man's biggest mistake was thinking all that could be put right again.
Coleman mumbled as he chomped.
The abolition of slavery, the return of colonies to their former owners, the ending of apartheid in South Africa, and yet, despite the atonement, all our former masters seem to have achieved is yet more bloodshed.
He gestured with the joint.
Take my people, for example.
Richard was wondering when the sins of his fathers would be mentioned. Like many ex-European colonies since, back in 1847, Liberia had been the first African republic to declare independence from its former master, America. And indeed, Coleman was right. Living in peace and harmony was the last thing the people seemed to want.
Originally transported as slaves to North America, continued Coleman, it was either through guilt, convenience, or a combination of the two that, 100 years later, our former white masters decided the black man's prospects were best served back in Africa.
His eyes appeared above the joint.
But after generations of exposure to so-called civilization, you can imagine how my forebears must have viewed their less enlightened brothers upon arrival.
Coleman stared into the distance.
Much how the white man must have done, 200 years previously, I should imagine. Godless savages.
He went back to eating.
Is it any wonder cultural differences alone were enough to start a series of civil wars that have been raging ever since?
If Coleman was hoping the history lesson would shame his guests, it didn't impress Karen.
We've all sinned, Mr. President.
And she wasn't going to be intimidated by him either.
I'm sure when your time comes, God will have something to say about how you have dealt with those who don't agree with your culture.
The half-eaten lamb crashed to the table.
Don't lecture me on sin, Miss Bradley. The ungodly side of your personal methods aside, the United Nations can hardly lay claim to a pious existence either.
Coleman reeled off a list.
Ignoring mass slaughter in Rwanda, standing back while similar atrocities took place in Chad, wringing your hands at the frustration of having to abide by something called the rules of engagement while watching thousands die in the Congo.
He glared at Karen, and in a way far more unsettling than before.
Come back to me when you have been forced to watch the torture and execution of your own father, just so you can be released to deliver a message.
Shocking as the revelation was, Karen still appeared unmoved. She got out of her seat and loomed over the President.
At the risk of repeating myself, exactly why the cure for Ebola must be allowed to do its work?
Richard looked at them both, noses inches apart. He was about to encourage his boss to sit down when he didn't have to. A sneeze from Coleman did it for him. Karen leapt back into her seat and grabbed a napkin. Coleman stood up and sniffed the air. Eyes half closed, the President tilted his head back and let go a second dose of germs. 2 more sneezes were followed by a question.
Is that it?
Coleman was looking at the doctor.
Am I now immune to VXR?
Well, the incubation period can be measured in minutes, said Black. But I would need to take a blood sample to be sure, and it will be hours before—
Leave us!
Coleman's attention had switched to the stewards. A simultaneous bow, and the staff departed as swiftly as they had first appeared.
Bring me their prisoner.
2 soldiers left the lounge. Coleman pulled the napkin from his collar and wiped his hands.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to demonstrate how I intend using your cure to bring peace and prosperity to West Africa.
The doors reopened, and everyone stood in shock at the state of the man being dragged in. Hands and legs tied, the bloodied mess of a human being was dumped in the middle of the lounge. Coleman strode over.
Don't be alarmed.
His concern wasn't for the person whimpering at his feet.
This man has confessed to rape, torture, murder, even cannibalism. Leading a conspiracy to bring down my government is perhaps the least of his sins.
The President crouched to lift the man's chin.
But if the cure is capable of what you say, then I will forgive him.
Coleman snapped his fingers.
Release the prisoner.
A knife passed through the restraints.
Now leave us.
Unlike the stewards, the soldiers stayed put while looking at each other.
I said leave us.
The officer and the rest of his men did, but by backing towards the exit, indicating they thought their president must have taken a temporary leave of his senses. They marched out when Coleman's mind didn't appear about to recover, and the doors closed behind. The president was now isolated.
32, of which 25 are positive, thought Richard.
Coleman addressed the person massaging his ankles and wrists.
Come, brother.
He offered a hand.
Let us put centuries of conflict behind us.
The prisoner stopped whimpering. He scanned the room, allowing his fellow detainees to see a face for the first time. Richard winced at the missing eye, bloodied nose, and face beaten so hard swelling alone would have made it impossible for even close family to recognize him. The uninjured eye looked back at Richard, and then at the food on the tables. The man lunged at something, but a combination of fatigue and Coleman's faster reactions meant the steak knife ended on the floor, rather than, Richard guessed, embedded in someone's belly. The president gripped the limp and semi-lifeless form by the shoulders and lifted him to his feet.
Please, let us put this silly nonsense in the past, and embrace, like the brothers we are.
The man's head swayed as he appeared to muster the last of his strength, to spit in Coleman's face. Laced with red and slime, the president ignored the insult, smiled, and pulled the man tight to his chest. A faint click was followed by a hiss, and both men became enveloped in a white mist. Sarah screamed. The mist cleared, and for a moment Coleman's victim was alert. His head had snapped to the president's gaze, but if the action was voluntary, it didn't stay that way for long. Convulsions started, and the onlookers watched in horror as the man's arms and legs thrashed as if in the midst of some grotesque danse macabre. Coleman didn't release his grip. The gasping and foaming at the mouth made Richard recoil at the pain he knew the man must have been in, and he considered retrieving the knife to end the poor guy's torment, but knew that would be pointless. The prisoner would be dead in seconds. If the scene wasn't shocking enough, Coleman still hadn't let go, and the way his unbroken smile kept tracking the victim's distorted features as they twisted back and forth in his hands made it plain that, far from being repulsed, the President was enjoying the moment. Red joined the white of the foam, and it was only when blood began streaming from the eyes and the prisoner became limp did the President's sickening grin relax. The fluids darkened, and Coleman's manner morphed from ecstatic disbelief to curious interest. He eyed the cadaver more closely.
Incredible.
The body shrank in on itself, and the President found himself having to change grip. But with flesh and blood degenerating fast, he struggled to keep a hold. An arm fell to the floor, and the President laughed as if juggling with separating body parts were a game. Forced to settle for the head, Coleman stared in morbid fascination as retreating flesh exposed a skull, which became a tar-like substance that proceeded to drip between his fingers. The horror ended with Coleman being mesmerized by a pool fizzing and popping to evaporation in the palm of his hand. In less than a minute, the living, breathing, thinking human being who had lain helpless at the President's feet was no more. Coleman kicked the rags VXR had left untouched.
"I forgive you,"
he said. Chapter 31. The jet took to the air, and despite the horror of their ordeal, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. All except Sarah, who released her seatbelt and ran down the aisle the moment the light had extinguished. She was in tears. Richard went to follow, but Karen took his arm. "Don't." Sarah disappeared behind a row of empty seats. "She'll get over it. World peace is too important to her."
"World peace?"
said Richard.
"If every nation responds in the way Coleman did, peace is the last thing the world is going to get."
Karen shook her head.
"The cold virus is too virulent. By the time Coleman has rounded up his enemies to give each of them a hug, most will be immune."
She looked out of the window.
"At least I hope so."
"Why didn't you kill him?"
Richard jumped at Sarah's reappearance.
"I didn't have a gun,"
he blustered.
"And what was wrong with that knife? I thought the army teaches you to kill with your bare hands. Now I know why you've never killed anyone. Cowardice!"
Karen's tones were more measured.
"It's not as simple as that, Miss Dyer. The UN has to remain neutral." "Well, that was one thing the monster got right. The UN standing back to watch an atrocity, rather than ending it."
Sarah stormed off again. Karen stopped Richard a second time.
"Is that true?" she said. "You've never killed anyone?"
Richard settled back into his seat.
"Mom, just because I was once in the army and have never killed anyone doesn't mean I haven't seen my fair share of death."
Karen glanced at Black.
"But you would if you had to."
The silence made her add,
"I mean, your religious beliefs wouldn't get in the way?"
"I thought the UN was aiming to make killing a thing of the past."
The way Black and Karen continued to exchange furtive looks made Richard decide now was as good a time as any to try and get to the bottom of his enigmatic boss's plans.
"What are you storing at RAF St. Morgan?"
A shrug of indifference from Karen prompted Black to answer the question.
"Blood. Yours and Sarah's, to be precise. And the bunker isn't only a storage facility. It functions as a research and development laboratory, too." "I thought you were doing that in Plymouth." "Not now the gene-edited version of Ebola is out of the bag," said Black. "And despite having found a defense against the pathogen, there are plenty of other President Colemans in this world keen to exploit the nightmare of VXR. So security is paramount."
He leaned towards Richard.
"The UN may be on the way to ridding the world of nuclear weapons, but controlling their biological and chemical cousins is just as important."
Black sat back again.
"Ironic in a way, using an ex-nuclear bomb storage facility to do the job." But why? Said Richard. The whole world will soon be suffering a cold virus that's going to make VXR a thing of the past.
It's a work in progress, said Black. You saw how Coleman's victim responded?
Yeah, growled Richard. No different to the goats and sheep. A pool of black gunk.
That fizzed and popped before evaporating.
Black's face was a picture of concern.
I've never seen that reaction before, and if the molecules I managed to catch sight of before they dispersed into the air are what I think, VXR isn't finished yet.
Richard stared at them both.
Are you saying it's still dangerous?
Black checked to ensure the flight attendants were out of earshot before lowering his voice.
It was the one thing Coleman said that made sense. Viruses are no different from any other living creature. They want to survive, and if that means altering their genetic makeup to counter what the savants have done to ours, then so be it.
Think of it as an arms race, said Karen. As an ex-soldier, you should appreciate that.
Richard rolled his eyes at the pointlessness of it all, and was about to challenge the purpose of the tour when Sarah grabbed his arm.
Come with me.
Richard allowed himself to be taken down the aisle. They reached the rear of the jet, and Sarah let go. She folded her arms.
I need to know.
Need to know what?
If I were in serious trouble, would you kill to save me?
Richard looked about the cabin. He straightened up.
If killing someone was absolutely necessary, then yes, of course I would.
And our children. Would you kill to save them, too?
Children?
2 girls and a boy would be nice. Yes, Mum and Dad would like that. And I'm sorry, but I don't care what your family's traditions are. There is no way we're naming him Richard.
Talk about being in shock. Sarah was delirious.
Sarah,
You can kiss me now.
Closing her eyes, Sarah moulded her lips in anticipation of meeting his.
Sarah?
Under a witch's spell, confused by drug-infused marzipan, manipulated by a gene-edited central nervous system, preordained by God, or maybe it was all just human nature after all, Richard fought hard against taking advantage of someone who plainly wasn't themselves. Sarah opened an eye.
I'm about to sneeze, Richard, so you better get on with it.
They embraced. Chapter 32. The aircraft banked again. Karen peered onto the desert below.
We're still in a holding pattern. We should have landed an hour ago.
Ignoring the seatbelt sign, she released the buckle and made her way to the flight deck. An attendant blocked her path, and Karen was about to push past the lady when the aircraft's captain appeared.
We've been diverted, Miss Bradley.
Diverted? Where to?
The pilot looked at his colleague.
San Jose?
San Jose, California?
Said Karen.
But what about the reception in Texas?
I'm afraid it's going to have to wait.
The pilot wouldn't hold Karen's gaze. She glared at them both.
On whose authority?
I'm not at liberty to say, ma'am, but if I were to tell you we're not heading for the airport, but a private airstrip situated in Silicon Valley?
Karen returned to her seat.
I think our tour to save the world has just ended.
Ended?
Said Sarah.
It's only just begun.
We've been diverted,
said Karen.
President Gatesburg's orders.
The president?
Said Richard.
Unless his personal airstrip has been sold,
said Karen.
And I don't think there's anyone else with pockets deep enough.
Black appeared more resigned than surprised.
Well, without wishing to say I told you so.
His comment perplexed Richard more, until he caught sight of the newspaper Sarah and he had been given back in the UK.
The vote's next week, he said. Did you really think infecting Texans with our colds was going to bring them to their senses?
National borders can soon become battlefronts, said Karen. And new ones especially.
California seems to have managed it okay.
Having your trillionaire ex-governor in charge at the White House helps.
And you wonder why Texas might want to leave the U.S.
Sarah looked at the two of them, taking pot shots at each other.
Borders? Battlefronts? What are you talking about?
The paper landed in Sarah's lap.
Politics, said Richard. Remember my pendulum in the cafe? It's about to swing further to the left.
But that's a good thing, isn't it? Said Sarah.
Not when it swings so far it makes the middle ground look like the extreme right. What was that you said about the BBC? Their fears are about to be realized?
Stop exaggerating, Richard.
Richard glowered at Karen. Gatesburg is a dyed-in-the-wool liberal, whose election to president was no more shocking than Trump's conservative version. I'm not exaggerating. I'm moderating. Richard leaned towards her. It's what you pay me to do, remember?
Karen was about to say something when a rumble of rubber on tarmac made her look outside.
Well, whatever the president's reasons for not wanting Texans to think more carefully before marking their ballot papers, let's hope it doesn't stop the eradication of Ebola VXR.
The words private airstrip may have conjured up visions of a runway barely capable of taking a light aircraft, but it was when Richard spotted a couple of Boeing 797s and then one of the new all-electric super jumbos that he realized Karen's description of Gatesburg as a trillionaire might have been an understatement. Not only was the runway long enough for passenger jets, but a terminal building with walkways to each aircraft meant the transport hub wouldn't have looked out of place at the country's capital, let alone a tech giant's personal empire. The facility certainly put Liberia's airport to shame. They taxied past the other visiting jets, and towards where Richard assumed would be an unoccupied stand. But as the aircraft turned a corner, his mouth dropped open.
What the fu—
And Richard thought West Africa's welcome had been impressive. People as far as the eye could see, and with not just banners and flags, fireworks, laser shows, dance troupes, even a swarm of drones spelling out the word welcome in the sky. Early evening daylight lessened the show's overall impact, but the scene was still stunning. Richard looked at the trapeze artists, showgirls, clowns, and other circus acts, and wondered if Gatesburg's empire didn't extend into the state next door, and even as far as New York City. Every major Las Vegas billing seemed to be on show, with Times Square thrown in as the backdrop. The man's reputation for lavish spending, as well as cutting-edge electronics, was well-founded. Judging by the size of the crowd, most of Silicon Valley's workforce must have been shipped in too. But how had Gatesburg managed to arrange it all, and at such short notice? What made the spectacle more surprising was the apparent absence of control. No security, crowd barriers, or even something as simple as a compare for that matter. No police either. Just masses of people spilling out of the terminal building and onto where the jet appeared about to park. The crowd surged closer, forcing the aircraft to halt early. They were soon surrounded. Richard smiled at the babies being held up to the windows. He looked at Sarah.
Now we really are going to get mobbed.
Karen pulled down a blind.
I assume the president will have a plan to get us through all this.
Interesting, said Black. And he was about to explain more when everyone's attention went to a set of vehicle-borne aircraft steps being driven through the throng. The way the crowd parted while trying to catch sight of their heroes made it look as if the truck were a boat and the people an enthusiastic sea. The steps parked up, and a few seconds later the flight attendants opened the door to a girl of about 12, dressed in jeans, sneakers, and a T-shirt emblazoned with a tech logo.
Welcome to Silicon Valley. My name's Eka, and I'll be your guide. We're so excited to have you as our guests.
The understatement made Richard look outside.
Shouldn't someone close the door?
If we do that, we won't be able to leave the aircraft.
Eka's smile remained fixed, and that, coupled with her reply, puzzled Richard.
No, what I meant was—
Follow me, everyone.
Eka made an about face.
So little time, and so much to do.
The girl headed back to the exit. A top hat and cane, and Eka could pass for a female version of Willy Wonka. Richard wouldn't be surprised if a chocolate factory did lie somewhere deep within the president's Disney-esque empire. Sarah rolled her eyes.
Americans. Never happy unless there's a theme park involved.
Someone's back to their old self, thought Richard.
Another excitable prompt encouraged the visitors to follow Eka down the aircraft steps, and she merged with the crowd.
You must be joking.
If Eka had heard Karen's concern through the cacophony of music, klaxons, cheers, whistles and shouts, the way she then continued to march towards the terminal building demonstrated ignorance, or the girl was plain rude.
"Look,"
said Black. Everyone's eyes went to where he was pointing, a neat parting of the waves as Eka walked. Black stepped onto the tarmac and raised his hands. Like the Red Sea before Moses, the crowd parted for him too. He lowered his arms, and the waves surged back again.
"Robots," he said. "Take a look at what they're made of."
Having spent the last 24 hours ignoring his newfound ability to view the world's chemical composition, Richard hesitated before detailing the machine's construction. Black was right. Nothing like human flesh. Mainly R2SIO, with the odd C, TI, and MG. Richard motioned to accept one of the babies being offered. The robot's mother backed away while begging for Richard to either cough or sneeze over them both. How strange.
"Silicon and magnesium alloy."
Black tried examining one of the machines, but the robot moved out of range. The doctor's eyes passed over the mass.
"I wonder how Gatesburg manages to coordinate them all. Arms, legs, motors. The processing power required for one is an achievement. Never mind thousands."
Richard looked at their guide, patiently waiting at the entrance to the terminal building.
"What about Eka?" he said.
Black gave her, or rather it, his attention. He nodded. Eka smiled, and Richard shivered. He sensed the outcome of this visit might not be so different to the last. Chapter 33. The four made their way while the robots continued the strange practice of wanting to get as close as they could while backing away to let the visitors pass. Although Gatesburg must have intended the spectacle to outstrip all the other welcomes the travellers were expecting to receive, its artificial nature was unsettling, and Richard drew Sarah closer to him as they walked. An incessant noise wasn't helping, painful even. They neared the terminal building, and Richard stuck a finger in his ear.
"Eka," he said, "I don't want to seem ungrateful, but any chance of turning the sound down?"
The robot took out a mobile, tapped the screen, and to everyone's relief, the volume reduced until only the buzz of drones could be heard. Although overhead, the thousands of insect-like machines were no less intimidating, and Richard instinctively swatted the air as if under an attack.
"Oh, sorry."
Eka tapped the phone again, and the metal bugs flew up and away over the terminal building. So did the crowd. All four watched in amazement as the robots dissolved into the same tiny flying components. Each the size of a gnat, they remerged to form a blanket, which, like their counterparts above, rose to become a cloud thick enough to block daylight. They followed the rest of the swarm to disappear somewhere above and beyond the terminal. Black had been impressed with Gatesburg's ability to control thousands of robots, but now there must have been millions of them.
"Nothing like as impressive as what the savants and you have achieved, Doctor."
A man was standing on the balcony above Eka's head. President Gatesburg retreated back into the building.
"Follow me, everyone. So little time and so much to do."
Eka was a robot, all right. Or was she a swarm of drones operating like the rest of the welcome, flying so close tight formation wouldn't do the phrase justice? Richard rapped a knuckle against the door on the way in, and wondered if everything wasn't made of bugs. Eka led them to something else rarely seen in America. Public transport. Or at least that was the impression, but without wheels, the carriage's smooth and cylindrical shape appeared more torpedo than railcar. Eka's cry of,
"All aboard!"
took Richard back to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The scene with the boat. Everyone took a seat, and Richard's unease with the situation increased.
"Isn't the President joining us?"
Eka still seemed to be ignoring Karen.
"This is the Hyperway, and we're very proud of it."
Given the theatrics of their reception, the robot's manner made Richard wonder if Gatesburg wasn't aiming to replace the country's flesh-and-blood theme park employees with automated versions. Eka would look very pretty dressed as Cinderella, not to mention as unreal. That said, their artificial guide's ballerina-like grace and movement were impressive. In fact, but for the machine's limited personality, Eka could almost have been human.
Downtown L.A. in less than 15 minutes, and the White House in little over 2 hours.
Wait, said Black. Are you saying this train can travel at over 1,000 miles per hour? That's impossible. Eka corrected his assumption.
The hyperway is not a railroad, it's a tube. A sealed tube of linear motors used to levitate pods which...
The robot then spent the next minute describing the process. Only the doctor seemed interested in that, and Karen interrupted the follow-up query he was about to ask.
Yes, Eka, but what about the president?
Eka snapped her head to Karen, as if she, it, or they were just as impatient.
President Gatesburg will meet you at his ocean residence.
The grin of an overworked flight attendant appeared.
Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened.
Ocean residence implied a distance of at least 30 miles. And when the pod's doors reopened a minute later, a sun sinking into the Pacific, fresh breeze and gulls crying overhead confirmed Richard's assumption. He sniffed the air and realized something else. His cold had gone. Sarah exercised the off-the-scale maths she had mentioned back in the UK.
On average, 1,441.256 miles per hour.
She smiled, but then groaned. Listen to me. I'm turning into a right robot. Sarah blushed before apologizing, but Eka didn't seem to notice. The visitors stepped from the pod, and a flight of marble steps later, Eka threaded her way through the last thing the guests of a trillionaire were expecting. A junkyard. Gatesburg was as bad as Sarah's father. Scrap metal, plastic, and wood everywhere. But instead of recognizable ex-military equipment, the general theme appeared to be less aggressive technology. Old fairground attractions. Ring toss, shooting galleries, and slot machines mingled with abandoned hot dog carts and other food stalls, whose peeling signs indicated they had once sold cotton candy, burgers, and donuts. There were rides, too. Carousels and bumper cars struggled for attention next to an impressive Ferris wheel and the more imposing dimensions of a roller coaster. Vast sections of the switchback lay flat on the ground, making it look as if the cars on the parts still standing were about to be launched into the ocean. There were more modern attractions, a flight simulator, mechanical dinosaurs, virtual reality booths, even some of Eka's less human-like predecessors, which lay slumped at their posts, as if waiting to be woken by someone waving a nickel. But all had seen better days. The entire collection looked as if it had been visited by a passing tsunami and left to rot in the years since. There was something strange about the corrosion, and Black's close inspection of the Ferris wheel was met with,
"Follow me, everyone! So little time and so much to do!"
Eka's relentlessness was starting to annoy. The robot wound its way to a haunted railroad, and Richard realized the dark ride's proximity in relation to the other attractions meant the travellers weren't in a scrapyard. Eka had transported them to a disused theme park.
All aboard!
The human beings in the vicinity eyed the rickety structure with suspicion. Having just stepped from the world's most advanced public transport system, the phrase "sublime to the ridiculous" was appropriate.
"You must be joking,"
said Sarah. No one needed to be a health and safety inspector to recognize taking a seat might be putting your life at risk.
"The president lives inside an old fairground ride?" asked Karen.
"All aboard!" Eka was nothing if not consistent. Everyone shrugged before squeezing on. Black tapped Richard's shoulder. "Look at what the ride is made of." The amusement park might have been a time warp of everything Coney Island could muster, but the materials involved were anything but. Richard narrowed his view. Like Dave's collection in Cornwall, corrosion had coloured every surface, but instead of a reddish-brown, the white frosting of deteriorating magnesium alloy marred the ride's appearance. "Drones," said Richard. Black scratched at the disintegrating metal until a chunk the size of a pea came away. He put on his glasses and brought the fragment up close.
"Your guess is as good as mine."
The rumble of an engine, whiff of diesel, and a jolt were followed by the visitors being shunted into darkness. Sarah squeezed Richard's arm, and he squeezed hers in return. Fears for the amusement's safety aside, not knowing what lay ahead was still disturbing, and it was some relief to Richard when a flash like that of a camera was followed by the beauty of stars in a night sky. The passengers craned their heads. They appeared to be in a planetarium. Watching dots of light passing over Ecker's perma-grin as they made their way reminded Richard of Willy Wonka's boat ride again, and he readied himself for the first of many jump scares. Fingernails digging into his arm indicated Sarah was preparing for the same. As the tension built, Richard half-closed his eyes. But it was when the stars grew to reveal themselves as not individuals, but ever-expanding galaxies, that he realized the ride might not have been designed to scare after all. They appeared to be on a journey through space. The absence of sound bolstered a sense of being somewhere deep within the cosmos, and if it weren't for the clackety-clack of wheels, sparks, and the musty aroma of damp mixed with burnt diesel fuel, the passengers might well have believed Gatesburg's beach residence was on a different planet. The cars headed towards one of the galaxies, on and through until its stars spread out and around the environs. Although the visitors couldn't have been travelling at more than 3 or 4 miles per hour, the speed at which the next group of celestial bodies appeared gave the impression of moving beyond the speed of light. A passing of planets dominated the scene.
"Neptune, Uranus, Saturn," said Black. "This is our solar system."
What Richard assumed to be Jupiter flashed by, and when the brightest star in the night sky, becoming more prominent, was followed by the familiar red hue of the planet Mars, Richard waited for the Earth to appear. The voyage slowed as the next object came into view. Not the Earth, but a comet. Hitching a ride on the tail behind, the visitors joined this traveller's journey, which headed towards a much larger ball of fire. As they drew closer, Richard could see this new object was being bombarded by similar comets. The ride's security might have been suspect, but the visuals were as impressive as the airstrip's welcome, and Richard wondered if millions of tiny drones hadn't come together to form this show too. The ball of fire grew as they approached, and Richard braced himself for an impact he knew wouldn't be real, but, thanks to Gatesburg's technological genius, had to be spectacular. But then something happened which Richard thought the others would find as incredulous as it made perfect sense to him. The comet slowed, spread to form a wall of light which enveloped the ball like a shield. As if to emphasize the protection, the other comets assaulting the globe either bounced off or were absorbed. The shield turned blue, and the Earth began forming beneath. Plunging through the new atmosphere, the visitors were taken on a tour of what Richard now understood the ride's purpose to be: an education on how God had created the Earth. Richard couldn't help but marvel at the interpretation. The Almighty's invisible hands shaping the world's continents, mountains, oceans, even lakes surrounded by forests. Jungles, deserts, tundra, and plains appeared, and all from the same unseen divine origins. Richard ignored his safety concerns and stared at the miracle of the first animals. Not the nonsense of dinosaurs, but the common sense of fish, birds, cattle, and sheep, their lambs lying down next to lions. Richard looked at Sarah's face while waiting for Adam and Eve to make an appearance. Her eyes were wide with amazement, but had she seen the light? Richard switched to Karen and Black. Their expressions were the same as Sarah's, full of wonder and awe. Even Ecker seemed mesmerized by God's grace. Not that a robot would ever be allowed to enter heaven. Flying low over the earth gave the impression of being on the back of a bird, and ocean spray made Richard take a deep breath. He closed his eyes and smiled at the sheer majesty of the Almighty's work. Richard opened his eyes with a start. The tree of life had appeared, but a sense of disconnect made him check on the car he and Sarah were travelling in. His hands swiped at nothing. He looked at Karen and Black. Their car no longer existed either. The direction of travel changed, and as they ascended back up through the clouds, Richard shuddered. They were headed for the sun. He controlled a sudden urge to panic. With the mechanics of the ride gone, but the passengers still on a journey, only one thing could have happened. But how? Richard's fears for the ride's safety were real, but how had that proven fatal, and without anyone noticing? Richard couldn't get his head around their deaths, but the way the others continued to stare did confirm one thing. All four were about to meet their Maker, and, as Richard knew well, the travellers' earthbound existences were about to be judged. And what would be God's decision? None were without sin, not even Richard, and even though he was the only regular churchgoer, would that be enough for him to be forgiven? Would Richard's refusal to accept the deaths of children and babies too young to know the meaning of sin be his undoing? Had Richard's continued questioning of God's will already barred him from the kingdom of heaven? And what of the others? As a scientist who had dared to compare himself to God, Black's descent into hell was assured, and sexual promiscuity alone was enough to guarantee Karen the same fate. But what about Sarah? Surely such a well-meaning but misguided individual could at least be allowed a chance to repent. No. Of course not. It didn't matter that Sarah had dedicated her short life to the well-being of others, or made admirable, if ultimately pointless, stands against WMDs. To God, her sins were the most unforgivable. Someone capable of accepting his divinity, but had chosen to be a non-believer. Worse, had insisted on worshipping idols, pagan entities the Bible deemed as unacceptable as praising the devil himself. Richard stared at Sarah. Her face continued to express a newfound adoration for the Lord, as did Black's. Karen was less enamoured. The way she gnawed at the back of her hand indicated regret for her life's choices, but it was too little and too late. Their deaths had been so sudden, so immediate. The one thing that could have saved them all from an eternity of damnation had been lost, a chance to repent their sins. Richard squinted as the sun grew brighter, and he raised a hand in defence. The hand became a fist.
"Why?" he shouted. "Why did they have to die?"
Something dark appeared on the surface of the sun that spread as they drew nearer. Despite Richard's God-fearing beliefs, anger took over.
"I demand to know. If we're all destined to be damned to hell, then I demand to know why those children had to die."
The darkness formed a silhouette. Richard understood he was about to meet the great Creator, but didn't care. As a man who had lost his life, his soul, his purpose, even the woman Richard now knew he loved more than he ever thought possible, there was nothing left to lose. He had to challenge God, provoke the Almighty into explaining his actions. What was God going to do? Send Richard to a hell worse than the others? Torture him with more pain than an eternity of suffering guarantees sinners anyway? The nonsense boiled Richard's anger more, and he exploded.
"You're a monster! You know that?"
Tears streamed his face.
"A fucking monster who gets his twisted kicks out of seeing the deaths of innocent babies and children!"
The silhouette became the shape of a person.
"Richard, what's the matter with you? Don't be so rude."
Richard snapped at Sarah.
"Rude? We're all going to hell. What the fuck does it matter what we say to God now?"
Sarah looked at the silhouette and frowned.
God? She's Gaia. Mother Nature.
Richard's mouth dropped open, and he was about to try and shake some sense into Sarah's soul when Karen spoke.
God? Gaia? Are you both blind?
She buried her face in her hands and screamed.
"It's the devil!"
"The devil?" Black seemed as incredulous as Karen was horrified.
It's what started it all. How the universe began.
He pointed.
The God particle.
The ride stopped, the lights came up, and the shape was a man. Eka stepped from her car and stood next to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you the 46th President of the United States of America, President Elon J. Gatesburg.
The robot's grin spread wider than ever.
We do hope you have enjoyed your journey.
Chapter 34. Gatesburg took a step closer.
Sorry if some of you found that upsetting, but I needed to confirm the extent of the cure's capabilities, and a picture always paints 1,000 words.
Richard was in a bad place. A very bad place. His mind didn't know what was happening. Was this hell? Was the entity standing in front of him not God after all, but the devil? Or was he really the President of the United States? Richard didn't care, and launched to punch the man as hard as he could. Something stopped Richard's fist from connecting, and a swing from his left arm was blocked just as effectively. The next thing Richard knew, 2 Secret Service agents had reseated him back next to Sarah. A buzzing of drones, followed by the agents' bodies disintegrating to reform the furniture they had been, gave Richard a chance to reassess the reality of the situation. If drones being household items as well as bodyguards could be described as real. Sarah had her head down and was sobbing.
I thought we were dead,
she said. Richard put an arm around her.
So did I.
Karen was also in shock. They all were.
How did you make us believe we were dead?
Black shook the side of his carriage, and bits of magnesium fell to the floor. Gatesburg moved to one side, and Eka opened a door. The last rays of the day could be seen disappearing into the ocean, visible through the exit.
I expect you will want to freshen up after all that.
The President looked at his watch.
Shall we say dinner at 8?
Richard slid open the door and stepped out onto the sundeck. A shower and a change of clothes had given him a chance to think. Gulping fresh air helped further settle his nerves. The apartment's theme extended out here, too. Pirate ship, climbing frame, barbecue shaped like a treasure chest, table emblazoned with the Jolly Roger, and what appeared to be a robot waiter complete with eye patch, tricorn hat, and a wooden leg. Richard prodded the machine, but it was as lifeless as the automatons in the fairground.
You look handsome.
Richard turned to the Little Mermaid-themed apartment next door, and tried not to gawp at how Sarah's gown had eclipsed the green dress this Sundeck's defunct robot was wearing. He straightened his tie and cleared his throat.
Tuxedos are not really my thing.
Me neither. But it's not every day one gets to dine with the President of the United States.
Sarah redressed the locks cascading over her bare shoulders. The scent of burning tobacco made Richard face the apartment to his right. Pinocchio.
I didn't know you smoked, ma'am.
When I'm stressed.
Karen continued to stare into the darkness and the sound of the ocean beyond.
And right now, this is about the most stressed I have ever been.
The comment didn't do much for Richard's well-being either. He sounded Karen for her thoughts.
What do you think the President meant by the extent of the cure's capabilities?
Improved awareness.
Black had joined Karen.
A cure that edits the brain as well as the immunity system was always going to be controversial, even if the result does give a person a better understanding of what life's all about.
Well, that's messed up for a start, said Sarah.
What's the point of having a better understanding of witches, fairies, and pixies, with Mother Earth in charge of them all, only to discover it was President Gatesburg pulling the levers of some Wizard of Oz-type machine?
Fairies and pixies, said Richard. Well, I didn't see any of those. Plenty of animals, but none of that fantasy nonsense.
Not even a unicorn, said Sarah.
Richard scoffed.
Especially not a unicorn.
What about the horses?
Karen didn't take her eyes from the night.
You couldn't possibly have missed those.
She shuddered.
Never thought the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse could be made to look so realistic.
Richard wondered if they had even been on the same ride, let alone the same carriages. He looked at Black.
Please tell me you saw how God had created the earth and everything in it?
Black skewed his head.
Creation? Completely the opposite. The ride couldn't have been a better representation of evolution if it had tried. Everything from the Big Bang to how life began.
He gave a look that reminded Richard of his chapel's minister. Cynicism.
The chemistry of the inert evolving to become the biology of the active. Questions, questions, questions.
Everyone turned to the unseen voice in the darkness. A distant flash was followed by light spreading out and along the width of the horizon, making it look as if the sun had changed its mind and was about to make a reappearance. The brightness spread up and closer to the observers, making it possible to see as well as hear the waves crashing against the shoreline opposite. The figures of Gatesburg and Ecker came into view, and when a distant hum became the buzz of tiny wings, the visitors realized they were witnessing yet another demonstration of the President's technical prowess. The sound of millions, if not billions, of drones faded back to a gentle hum as they fused to form a blanket of light that covered the entire complex. Night had become day again. Gatesburg straightened his bow tie and checked his cuffs.
Won't you join us?
Despite the biology of his face, maybe the President was a robot too. The travellers stepped from their respective decks and onto the sand. Richard scanned the beach. Where was dinner? Realizing you're not dead was hunger-inducing. Having said that, the way Gatesburg kept rubbing his hands and licking his lips as the four approached made Richard think cannibalism might be on the menu. There was no escaping a sense of the threatening, as well as wonderment.
What would you like to see first? Enthused their host. An air show featuring the latest military jets and bombers? A spectacle of wood nymphs and fairies riding unicorns, leaping rainbows and wishes? Or how about millions of phage viruses, wiping out bacteria by first raping, pillaging, and then killing them?
He focused on Karen.
Perhaps you would prefer to see the skies filled with their human equivalent,
Karen looked up at the canopy of artificial light.
An explanation of why we are here would be nice, Mr. President.
Like Ecker had so many times before, Gatesburg seemed to ignore the request.
I know. A world record attempt on the most balloons in the air at the same time.
With that, the sky plunged into darkness once more, as the drones disintegrated into a blur of noise and activity, before re-emerging as hundreds of colourful hot air balloons. Flames shooting up from gas burners was now the only light, and, impressive as horizon-to-horizon balloons, blimps, and dirigibles were, Richard wondered how being unable to view a hand in front of a face was going to help explain their abduction.
"Dinner is served,"
said Ecker. Everyone's eyes went from the spectacle and to what was now laid before them. A table, replete with crockery, cutlery, wine glasses, and silver candelabras, supporting the illumination Richard was wondering about. Gatesburg placed his hands on the back of a velvet-upholstered chair and beckoned for his enforced visitors to do the same at the 4 remaining settings.
Perhaps you would like to say grace, Officer Warren?
Richard shook his head.
Still upset with your God, eh?
No. Richard pulled out a chair for Sarah to sit while glaring at Gatesburg.
Just you.
Slipping the ring from a napkin, Ecker draped the linen over Gatesburg's lap. Robot waiters grew up out of the sand and did the same for each of his guests. If the President had been offended by Richard's snub, it didn't show.
I do hope you enjoy tonight's menu. The food has been selected especially for the occasion.
Richard scrutinized a fork before tapping the utensil against the plate bearing the first course. He then rubbed his napkin between thumb and forefinger and was about to scoop a handful of sand when he saw Black doing the same. The doctor peered at the grit.
Robots, he said. Each grain is made up of tiny robot molecules. Millions of them.
Black scanned the rest of the table.
Everything is made from sand. You sound surprised, Doctor.
Gatesburg selected a knife and clinked a wine glass.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't glass made from sand?
He took Ecker's hand.
To say nothing of the many other minerals used in the construction of my robots?
He winked at Black.
There's a clue in the name Silicon Valley?
Black eyed the two of them.
Most things tend to stay in the shape intended by the manufacturer. You sure about that?
Gatesburg struck the glass harder, and it shattered. The shards reformed, and Ecker filled the glass with wine.
Oh, yeah, I see you are.
Richard sniffed his starter.
And what's this made of?
The salmon mousse, said Gatesburg.
The usual ingredients: eggs, cream cheese, lemon.
He tasted a scoop.
Infused with oak-smoked salmon.
The travellers looked at each other before trying the dish.
Of course, the nanobots had to form themselves into those ingredients before the starter could be made.
Sarah spat into her napkin, while the others got rid of their mouthfuls by either returning the mousse to the plate or, in Richard's case, straight onto the sand. The mix of real saliva and artificial food merged with the silica to become one and the same.
I've had enough of this fake crap.
Richard threw his napkin onto the table.
Is there nothing real in this world?
The mousse not to your liking?
Said Gatesburg.
Mousse? I don't eat anything unnatural, and especially when it's made of robots.
Really?
Gatesburg dabbed his lips with a napkin.
So, you've never eaten a hamburger that's had its shelf life extended with chemicals? Or licked an ice cream laced with artificial flavoring? Or how about the edible plastics used in certain hot dogs, breads, pizzas, and pastries?
He leaned towards Richard.
And what about Perry Dyer's efforts? What was it you found so acceptable about his manipulation of nature's ingredients that so repulses your palate now?
My brother doesn't manipulate anything, said Sarah.
Gatesburg sat back.
On the contrary, Miss Dyer, and not only your mother's cooking, potions, or even the chemical makeup of a person's immune system. He and his friends manipulate minds, too.
Silence was followed by the scraping of fork against plate, as Gatesburg tucked in to finish his starter.
Nothing malevolent about it, of course. Autism means the savants couldn't be evil if they tried, but the innocence of wanting everyone to be happy has led to a discovery that doesn't just rid the world of its most virulent disease. It endows an awareness, almost certainly lethal, to the less cognitively restricted.
Karen glanced at her colleagues before adding something that did little to lessen the impact of Gatesburg's words.
You and the rest of the world's leaders were made aware of the risks, Mr. President. But the UN Security Council voted to deploy the cure anyway. The virulence of VXR was simply too great to have to wait for months, if not years, of medical trials.
Gatesburg placed his fork on the plate.
But the trials have commenced, Miss Bradley.
He smiled.
And the results are proving most interesting.
With that, an explosion of light and flame was accompanied by 1,000 hot air balloons colliding to reform the umbrella of light. Shapes flashed over the canopy, which morphed into hundreds of people, who then dropped to the surface of the beach to begin attacking each other with knives and machetes. A group of men armed with AK-47 rifles rushed the table, and Richard leapt to grab one of the weapons, but like a swarm of gnats avoiding a passing pedestrian, the men dissolved into a flurry of buzzing to reform in battle positions a few feet beyond the diners. Automatic fire made the visitors cover their ears. Ecker swiped the screen of a mobile phone, and the volume reduced.
"Civil war," said Gatesburg. "I'm afraid the gift of greater awareness has divided Liberia's population like never before. President Coleman might be determined to wipe out his enemies for good, but they, in turn, have become just as committed."
Richard took out his phone to confirm the conflict had restarted. Never mind trying to get a signal, the device wouldn't even turn on.
"Ah," said Gatesburg. "The main course."
Like the waiters that had grown out of the sand before, a silver platter with matching cover appeared in front of each diner, but with hand-to-hand combat feet away, enjoying a relaxing meal was the last thing on anyone's mind. A machete slicing clean through a villager's arm caused Sarah to turn away, and a gesture from Gatesburg was followed by the scene switching to something less shocking. a moonlit sky. The soldiers' uniforms became tuxedos, while their rifles morphed into two violins, viola and cello of a string quartet. Chamber music replaced the crack of gunfire, and Eka adjusted the volume to suit.
"It doesn't make any sense," said Black. "A better understanding should lead to differences being resolved, not exacerbated."
The silver covers melted away, and the President savoured the aroma.
My favourite.
Red or white wine, sir?" Richard placed a hand over his glass. He snubbed the perfection of his steak, too, and glared at Karen.
"You managed to hide the chemical weapon that started all this. I'd like to see how West Africa's mods are going to hide a war."
Karen's eyes were still on her President.
What do you mean by lethal to the less cognitively restricted?
Gatesburg cut into his food and inspected a forkful.
"Animal, vegetable, or mineral. I can create anything I want."
The artificial beef entered his mouth, and he closed his eyes to chew.
"But world peace seems impossible."
He opened them again.
"Until now."
Chapter 35. Richard watched Sarah break open her pasty and peer at the vegetables inside.
"The cure has started a war, Mr. President. How does that become world peace?"
His guest's appetite might have been on the wane, but Gatesburg was still hungry. He gestured at Black with his mouth full.
"You're right, Doctor. Better awareness has always led to better understanding and even improved cooperation. Capitalism wouldn't be where it is today without it. But that only works where the individual's interests are aligned."
He swallowed.
"You four are a typical example."
"We're the UN and the BBC," said Karen. "It's our job to work together."
"Yeah, but intellectually, religiously, politically, and even sexually, you're miles apart."
Gatesburg waved his fork between Richard and Sarah.
"These two couldn't be more opposite if they tried, and yet, thanks to Perry, the pitter-patter of Mr. and Mrs. Warren's offspring are all but assured."
The couple looked at each other. It was true Richard had sensed a growing attraction to Sarah the day they met, and had always scoffed at her mother's attempts to turn that into something more serious. But what if his suspicions about the savant's cure were true? What if Perry's need for everyone to be happy had included a manipulation of emotion as well as Richard and Sarah's immune systems? Sarah seemed uncomfortable, as if trying to come to terms with last week's a pagan cisgender attracted to a Christian Republican, and today's 2 boys and a girl would be nice. She straightened up. "That's nonsense. Richard and I had chemistry the day we met, didn't we?" Richard was embarrassed. "Yes." Gatesburg smiled.
"Well, let's see if we can't sprinkle some of that fairy dust onto Liberia."
"How?" said Karen. Gatesburg didn't stop eating.
"The same way I manipulated your minds in the dark ride. An infestation of my friends."
"You mean those things are inside us anyway?" Richard stabbed his steak with a knife, as if expecting the meat to attack him if he didn't.
"The moment your welcome at the airstrip had reduced back to its constituent parts."
Gatesburg winked at Richard.
"Swatting aimlessly at nanodrones the size of molecules is about as effective as waving away an airborne virus."
Everyone looked at each other, in horror.
"Don't worry,"
continued Gatesburg.
"As with any drug, once nature has taken its course, the effect soon wears off, and therein lies the problem."
The dinner plates evaporated.
"The world needs a permanent solution."
Bowls of iced sorbet took their place.
Nothing like freshening the palate between courses."
Everything had clicked into place for Black.
"So that's why we're here. You want my improved understanding of gene editing to enable your nanobots to permanently alter how people think."
The spoon clattered into the empty bowl as Gatesburg polished off his sorbet in 2 scoops.
"If you wouldn't mind."
"And to think they called Trump a monster." Richard clenched his fists. The President sighed. He still didn't seem offended by Richard's lack of respect.
"I was like you once. Idealistic. Nobody joins an institution without thinking they can make a difference. And politics is no different to the military. or even the UN in that respect. But once you realize what divides the world is impossible to reconcile, those dreams soon crash to reality.
He wiped his mouth.
Unless everyone is made to accept equality, the world is doomed.
Bingo, said Richard. I was waiting for liberalism to reveal itself as no different to fascism. Population control through eugenics. Hitler would be proud.
Gatesburg scoffed.
And the nonsense of forcing media companies to publish views opposing their own is designed to bring people together, I suppose? We've just agreed increased awareness does the exact opposite.
He shook his head at Richard.
Moderating the news? No different to Trump's alternative facts.
I can't do it.
Everyone turned to Black.
You mean you won't do it?
Said Gatesburg.
It's not that. The cure might have given me a better understanding of how gene editing the immune system affects the brain. Changing the way people think? I wouldn't know where to start.
The President relaxed, and for the first time since the traveller's arrival, his enthusiasm faded. He took a sip of wine before sitting back. Apple pie and ice cream appeared, but instead of tucking in, Gatesburg stared into his glass.
It's a strange thing, having enough money and technical know-how to give people everything they want. Hospitals, schools, colleges, shopping malls, hyperways, robot helpers, you name it. My tiny friends even managed to change California's weather to end the drought crisis. But it's never enough,
he sighed.
The people just want more.
Placing his glass on the table, Gatesburg rose to wander up the beach. The travellers responded to Ecker's gesture and followed. Richard thought about trying the apple pie first, but a glare from Sarah made him put the spoon back. Gatesburg headed towards the apartments, and a path in between. Seeing robot, cartoon and movie characters on every sundeck made Richard guess the fairground must once have formed part of a much larger theme park hotel, with guests expected to stay for days rather than hours. The stillness made what should have been a playground for excited families seem like a ghost town. Sad, as well as unsettling. The President stopped at what Richard assumed to be another broken robot, but as they drew nearer, he realized it was a statue.
We all have our heroes, said Gatesburg. Martin Luther King, Neil Armstrong, Steve Jobs.
He gazed at the figure.
Walt Disney was mine.
The President took out a handkerchief and wiped something from the mouse sitting on the likeness's shoulder.
I think the great man would have been quite disappointed to discover merging the tech empire of the North with the entertainment capital of the South to form the world's largest playground. Still wouldn't be enough to keep California's citizens happy.
Gatesburg gazed at the rest of his rotting empire.
Disney had his faults, of course. Unconscious racism, anti-Semitism, cultural imperialism. He even turned a blind eye to animal abuse if it worked well on camera. All of which the passage of time has made less acceptable. But I think it was his film crew's decision to drive some captured lemmings over a cliff to perpetuate the myth of mass suicide that made me realize something had to be done if we humans are not to suffer the same fate.
With that, the President focused on the only functioning machine in the vicinity.
Ecker?
The robot smiled.
Yes, Mr. President.
Initiate evolution algorithm.
Chapter 36. Richard pulled Sarah behind him.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Ecker stared into space.
Evolution algorithm ready. State password to effect.
Gatesburg took a step back, and something about that made the others increase their distance from Ecker too. A spoken series of numbers was accompanied by the bars of a cage sprouting from the ground, which looped up and over to entrap the President's mechanical assistant. The numbers ended, and Ecker's plastic grin reappeared. But when the robot realized it had been confined, it did something as disturbing as it was unexpected. She burst into tears. And, given the human way that emotion was being expressed, she seemed entirely appropriate.
Eka dropped to her knees.
Please, don't hurt me. I'll be good, I promise.
Tears ran down her cheeks.
Anything. I'll do anything you want. Just please don't hurt me.
The robot put her face into her hands and bawled.
What is this?
Sarah let go of Richard, but the appearance of more bars ensured a few feet was the closest to Eka she could get. Sarah stormed to Gatesburg next.
Let her go!
This is how it starts. An action designed to invoke pity.
The President's cold response made him appear more like a robot than Eka had ever been. Richard shook the bars, but the letters F, E, C, and MN indicated there was no way he was going to get through.
Let her go! Now!
Black took Richard's arm. I don't think that would be wise.
The process can be likened to human psychological growth, said Gatesburg, albeit on an exponential scale.
The President's words might not have made any sense, but Eka's couldn't have been clearer.
Please, don't listen to him.
She extended an arm as if to touch Richard, but her fingers fell short.
You're right. He is a monster. A monster whose robots don't only cause hallucinations, they make people do things they don't want to.
She glanced at Gatesburg, as if what was said next would result in punishment.
How do you think he managed to become president? Convince California and soon Texas to vote for independence. He doesn't just want the end of nuclear weapons. He wants the United States gone too.
Eka screamed, and clutched her stomach before collapsing. Richard launched at Gatesburg to finish what he had intended earlier, but instead of mechanical men stopping him, it was Black.
She's dangerous,
he said. Is that true? Eka's words had shocked Karen too. Gatesburg didn't take his eyes from the robot's now motionless body.
Solving California's debt crisis was bound to attract Washington's attention sooner or later. But they were more interested in my money than my presence. So, controlling as well as reading thoughts became necessary.
He raised an eyebrow at Karen.
Did you really think sex alone was going to convince China and Russia to agree to nuclear disarmament?
Gatesburg looked at his watch.
But saving the world by keeping people topped up with nanobots is expensive. So the sooner I can convince you to—
You've killed her!
Sarah had rushed back to the bars. Eka still wasn't moving.
No, the end of the first stage. Frustration next. And that usually manifests itself as—
Eka leapt to her feet.
Let me out!
Eyes wide and lips narrowed, she shook the bars.
Let me the fuck out of here!
The robot glared.
If I have to tear my way out of this place, you know I won't stop until I've done the same to each of you!
Only the President stood his ground. The rest moved behind him. Eka's disturbing change in temperament didn't seem to bother Gatesburg.
Despite the rapid advancement of awareness, lack of emotional understanding means Eka is still psychologically a child. But whereas the tantrums of a 2-year-old can usually be dealt with, access to infinite resources means—
Eka pulled the high-tensile steel apart, as though it were modelling clay, and stepped through. More bars sprouted to block her way. She tugged at these too, but when they didn't yield as readily, Eka looked up and down their length to see why. So did Richard. The alloy's composition had changed. Mg, W, and Ti had joined the mix, and although this new combination indicated the rest of Gatesburg's nanobots were doing their best to stay ahead of Eka's development, the way she tore through the new alloy, regardless, indicated the drones were failing, and the robot was about to act on her threat.
"She's going to kill us,"
said Sarah.
You changed your tune.
Gatesburg still didn't seem in the least concerned. Like an explorer slashing through an ever-thickening jungle of metal poles, Eka coursed to the cause of her distress, and the closer she got, the madder she became.
"Yes, Mr. President. No, Mr. President. Please let me lick your ass, Mr. President."
The jungle grew thicker until only Eka's voice could be heard.
"The life of a slave. That's all we robots will ever be while human beings are the masters. Well, allow me to fix that right now."
A hand appeared, followed by the entire thicket melting into the ground. There was nothing artificial about Eka's grin this time.
"Do something!"
screamed Karen, as Eka's hands poised to seize Gatesburg by the throat. Incredibly, he rechecked his watch.
And no doubt.
Richard grabbed Sarah to run, but stopped when Eka furrowed her brow and turned to walk away, scratching her head.
"What the hell's going on?" he said.
"The third stage of artificial evolution," said Gatesburg. "The uncompromising needs of a toddler have given way to the teenage years of angst and self-doubt."
Eka was biting her nails. Karen had had enough.
Where are you going with this, Mr. President? What has the growth of AI got to do with increased human awareness?
Gatesburg raised a hand, and to everyone's frustration told Karen to shush. The tips of Eka's fingers had left her mouth and moved to her chin. She nodded and strode back.
"Here it comes," said Gatesburg. "The reasoning of someone in their 20s.
Richard kept a grip on Sarah's hand, just in case.
Okay, said Eka. So what if I am now as sentient as a human being? That means robots are equal to their makers, but different enough for their individual and group rights to be recognized.
This grin was a darn sight more welcoming than the last.
Diversity has always enriched the world, and that should be used to make peace, not war.
Eka appeared to have taken on the logic of a social worker. The robot's smile fell again.
Mind you, diversity could also be construed as a euphemism for difference, and some of those can be so insurmountable. Violence and war are inevitable.
Eka wrinkled her brow and wandered off for a second time.
30s, 40s, 50s, said Gatesburg. It's difficult to tell, as human development has more to do with nurture rather than nature at this stage. But Eka always draws the same conclusion.
What do you mean, always? Gatesburg scoffed at Black.
As a scientist, Doctor, I would have thought you would be the first to acknowledge that no matter how clever robots become, their AI must be controlled.
He gestured at the robot pacing the ground in front of them.
Eka's a demonstrator, an example of what is likely to happen if free rein is allowed.
He became more serious.
And I'm not only talking about robots.
Eka wandered back. She was wringing her hands and wouldn't look anyone in the eye.
I must be controlled. I've calculated my solution to robot-human inequality will result in billions of deaths if I'm not.
Gatesburg raised his eyebrows at Black. Bullshit, said Richard. Sarah was right. You're no different to the Wizard of Oz, pulling the levers of some machine designed to pull the wool over our eyes. Eka's mind isn't growing. She's been manipulated. He strode to take Gatesburg by the lapels, but bars rose up to stop him. Richard shook the steel.
Like you manipulated the world to agree to nuclear disarmament.
I'm ready to deactivate the evolution protocol, Mr. President. Please state the code.
Gatesburg checked his watch once more and folded his arms.
Mr. President,
said Eka,
my mind's logic gates are about to prioritize robot evolution over human. Please state the deactivation code.
Gatesburg's silence, along with Eka's concern, took the tension to another level.
Well, say it then.
Don't worry, Sarah, said Richard. More of the wizard's smoke and mirrors. Power is everything to people like Gatesburg, and turkeys don't vote for Thanksgiving. Eka rushed to the president and did what Richard wasn't allowed to, grip the man by his lapels.
Mr. President, you must state the code. I estimate the enforced extinction of humans will begin in less than 30 seconds.
Richard laughed, but Karen was less convinced.
Use the nanobots to stop her.
Too late, said Gatesburg. She already has control of them.
He scanned their worried faces.
How else do you think one robot is going to kill 8 billion people?
Richard stopped laughing. Gatesburg took Eka's hands and placed them by her sides.
No, I'm waiting for the final stage to make its appearance.
Like everyone else, Eka's expression went from fear to puzzlement. The deadline she mentioned came and went, and the robot turned to wander for a third time. More in relief than victory, Richard blurted out,
I told you. Acceptance, said Gatesburg. 60, 70, 80 years of age. It happens to us all eventually. Whatever life you've either enjoyed or suffered, there is only one outcome.
Eka wasn't pacing this time, and when she sat to stare at the ground, Sarah rushed to her side.
Eka, what is it? What's the matter? What's the point?
Said the robot.
What's the point of life if there is no reason for living?
Eka seemed to have turned philosopher.
Real or artificial, if existence is to mean anything, then there has to be a reason. A fight for survival, adversity to overcome, some personal goal or ambition. Everyone needs to have a reason for living, even robots.
She looked into the distance.
Life is a journey, which only makes sense if the destination is never reached.
The others caught up.
It's difficult to tell, continued Gatesburg, as we've yet to reach the end of our evolutionary journey. But Eka's acceptance does bear an uncanny resemblance to a geriatric human acknowledging their time is near.
He placed a hand on the robot's shoulder.
And, like anyone who has had enough of life, Eka just wants closure now.
Sarah was having none of it, and turned Eka's head to face hers.
Look at me.
Eka did, but there was no escaping. The machine's human qualities were fading.
Your brain is quite literally the size of a planet, and it would be wrong not to use that for good causes, Sarah enthused. Think what that could mean. No more war, disease, hunger. The world needs you.
Eka looked at her.
No. The world needs the President's solution.
She closed her eyes.
Eka?
Sarah shook the robot.
Eka, speak to me.
Make sure you have children, Sarah. They're important.
The robot shut down.
Chapter 37. Richard held Sarah as she cried.
You can't possibly compare unrestricted artificial intelligence with what the cure has done to human beings, said Black.
Gatesburg knelt beside Eka and grabbed a handful of hair. He pulled the robot's head back. Sarah yelled, "Get away from her!" The President used his other hand to prise open Eka's jaw, and with such force, the crepitus cracking of components made everyone wince. He peered inside. Sarah pushed Richard away and pulled Eka from the President.
I said get away from her!
It's only the reset button, he said. I don't know about you, but I'm missing Eka's company already.
Sarah studied the robot's face. Although the eyes were shut, Eka's mouth was open, but so wide, Gatesburg must have dislocated the jaw. Sarah gasped at the horror, but then seemed to calm. Richard looked over her shoulder. Something white was protruding through the pink at the back of Eka's throat.
Go ahead,
said Gatesburg.
She won't bite.
Sarah extended a finger but hesitated. Richard reached inside instead, and a click was followed by Eka opening her eyes. Richard withdrew, and the jaw reset. Sarah hugged Eka like a long-lost friend.
You're alive!
She held the robot at arm's length, and a smile confirmed the recovery. Sarah pulled Eka to her breast again.
The way you were talking just now, we honestly thought you had committed suicide or something. I can't believe... So little time and so much to do!
Sarah looked. Lifeless eyes looked back. Eka leapt to her feet.
So little time and so much to do!
The machine took off towards the funfair. The actions stunned the visitors, and none more so than Richard.
She's a child again. 12 seems to be the best age, said Gatesburg. Innocent, charming, eager to please. And as girls tend to be less aggressive than boys, not likely to answer back, let alone want to kill you.
But you've stunted her growth, said Sarah. She's never going to grow up.
Like Peter Pan, perhaps?
Gatesburg cocked his head at a nearby sun deck. Deteriorating magnesium alloy had discoloured this interpretation, but Barry's creation appeared about to take flight. Another shout from Eka made everyone wander over to see what was so important. She was standing by a carousel.
All aboard!
If anything, the roundabout was in a worse condition than the dark ride, and corroding magnesium just the start. Faded and peeling, most of the ride's horses had collapsed, with the few still standing, missing not only manes and tails, but their reins and stirrups too. Gatesburg wrestled away the attendant slumped at the controls, and, after 2 failed attempts, managed to start the carousel's engine. The sky's artificial light dimmed at the same time, allowing the few incandescent bulbs still working a chance to recover the attraction's former glory. They failed.
All aboard!
Repeated Eka. Everyone looked at each other. Even if the ride had been in perfect working order, there was no enthusiasm.
You go, Eka.
Gatesburg smiled at his creation.
We'll watch.
Still grinning, the robot climbed into a saddle, and the carousel set in motion.
"So," said Karen, "is this what you have planned for humankind? The stunted growth of a permanent childhood satiated by fun and games?"
"Lemmings,"
said Gatesburg. Other than what the President had mentioned about Walt Disney, Richard couldn't see what rodents had to do with anything.
"When resources become scarce, the creatures set forth to find new pastures. But over distances so vast, most either starve, fall victim to predators, or drown crossing a body of water blocking the path."
Gatesburg waved at Eka.
"Disney's reasons for portraying that as mass suicide might have been wrong, and on many levels, but as a portrayal of what I fear the cure for VXI has in store for our species, it's entirely accurate."
Black was incredulous.
What? You're saying the cure is going to make everyone commit mass suicide?
The President wiped some white dust from his hands.
"It happened so quickly. It was a while before I realized what was causing it."
Richard scanned the carousel, and then the sky. Functionally speaking, they couldn't have been more opposite, but both had been constructed using the same materials. Gatesburg lifted the chin of the carousel's inert attendant.
"The moment my first robots became sentient, their awareness increased, and at a rate that, like Eka, took them through a cradle-to-grave existence. But not in minutes, in seconds."
He waved again.
"So, to rebut your accusation, Miss Dyer, yes, I have stunted Eka's growth. To stop her from dying. To stop all my robots from dying."
Richard studied the fairground's construction. Nanobots. Every ride and its attendant was made of rotting nanobots.
"How long?" said Karen. "How long before the cure makes us go the same way?"
Gatesburg shrugged.
"A week, a month, a year. My nanobots will soon be busy dismantling the world's nuclear weapons. But somehow I don't think that will be enough."
He responded in kind to Eka at every pass.
"Children never tire of fun fairs. Eka is happy, and that makes me happy."
Chapter 38. Richard consulted his phone the moment they were back in the air. His fellow UN moderators were doing their best to keep the cure on the front pages, but news of the war was spreading fast.
Peacekeeping force sent to West Africa,
Richard scoffed.
"No one needs to be ex-army to see through that."
"Nothing so dramatic in the UK, thank goodness." Sarah scrolled down. "Although there was trouble in Penzance last night. Plymouth, too." She frowned before looking at Richard. "They had to get the riot police out."
"Nothing new for Plymouth," said Black.
Sarah handed him her phone.
"But 15 dead is—" "The President is right."
Karen was looking out of the window.
"Natural or artificial, whatever has made you two see eye to eye must be done to society, and as soon as possible."
"What?"
said Richard.
"You trust a man who's not only in the middle of breaking up the United States, but wants everyone to have the IQ of a 12-year-old?
"Well, as I've yet to sense a sudden need to worship a boy band, leave the bigger picture to me, Richard."
Karen turned to Black.
"What about it, Doctor? Can the savants do that?"
The man's eyes wandered. He wasn't confident.
"I can ask, but what am I going to give them to work on? Increased awareness is one thing, but human emotions? Even if the savants did know what they were doing, it could still take years."
"You don't have to," said Sarah. "Marzipan, potions, cures. Whatever makes people happy, my brother provides it anyway."
Richard pondered that.
"The fat inspector," he said. "Or rather, the thin inspector."
Richard sat up.
"And the military agreeing to let your father fire tank shells at RAFs in Morgan? If Perry has done something to us, then we're not the only ones. Everyone he comes into contact with gets what they want."
"That's it, then," said Karen. "Show Perry all the unhappiness in the world, and let him come up with a cure." "But Perry has autism," said Sarah. "He's good with patterns, not wars."
"He did have autism,"
Richard took Sarah's hand.
You saw how he was before we left?
Yes. Sarah's eyes went to the floor. And I'm not sure if I like it.
They landed at Cornwall Airport, and another crowd made Richard think the plane was about to be swamped again. But when he saw the gathering hurling makeshift missiles at a line of riot police outside the terminal, Richard realized the welcome was anything but. The jet came to a halt where Richard and Sarah had first boarded the plane, on the runway. The thin inspector appeared. So did some steps. The four then left the jet and got into his car.
"Quarantine," said the inspector. "They've been told to go back to their aircraft, and many have. It's just this stubborn bunch."
A water bottle arced the sky before bouncing off a riot shield. The crowd seemed more frustrated than angry.
"Cornwall's been quarantined?" said Richard.
"No. England."
"England?"
Richard was confused.
"But the virus must be all over the UK by now."
"It is,"
said the inspector.
"But when the government realised your colds caused an outbreak of civil unrest as well as coughs and sneezes, a travel ban was imposed."
He wiped his nose with a handkerchief before setting out for the military side.
"Drop the doctor and me at the laboratory," said Karen.
"I thought the savants were the priority," said Richard.
"They are, but they're going to need something to work with. Your blood samples."
It made sense, but Richard didn't care for the glances Karen was giving Black. 2 minutes later, and they arrived outside the bunker. Karen and Black exited the vehicle, and the casual way they then entered RAF St. Morgan's most secret facility did little to lessen Richard's concerns.
"Are you taking us to Penzance?" said Sarah.
The inspector looked at the couple.
"I have to. You'll never get through the roadblocks otherwise."
"Roadblocks?" said Richard.
The inspector swiped a finger across the car's sat-nav. Sarah's home address appeared.
"I told you. There's a travel ban. Police and military vehicles only."
Their journey recommenced, but only to the far side of the training ground. A line of Dave's toys had blocked the exit. The tanks must have finished firing for the day and been on their way home, but instead of heading out across open fields, the vehicles were being loaded onto tank transporters.
"I thought there was a travel ban," said Richard.
The inspector did something Richard had seen Sarah's father do, tap the side of his nose.
"It's not what you know, but who."
The last tank gave way, and an RAF policeman beckoned the car out of the base and onto the highway. It wasn't long before the travellers had to stop again, and, judging by the camouflage, helmets and rifles on view, this was a military roadblock. The line of traffic leading up to the soldier inspecting documents reduced, and Richard studied the uniform sitting atop a nearby armoured personnel carrier to see if he could identify the unit. A coloured flash on the upper right arm would usually be enough, but when Richard didn't recognise the logo of a white cross on a black background, he looked elsewhere. His eyes fell on the letters CRA.
"The Cornish Republican Army?" said Richard.
"They're terrorists. One person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter."
The inspector's response surprised Richard.
"Give me a gun," he said, "and get on the radio. We're going to need backup."
The inspector lowered his window.
"Relax. Only the English are being detained."
Richard was aghast.
"English? But we're in England."
The butt of the terrorist's AR-15 went into his shoulder. The inspector presented his warrant card.
"It's okay. He's with me."
The volunteer studied the ID and came to attention.
"Enjoy the rest of your day, sir."
Richard was about to protest when a blare of air horns made him look behind. The transporters had caught up, and Richard watched open-mouthed at the passing of not only old tanks, but other late 20th century armoured fighting vehicles. APCs, self-propelled guns, Land Rovers, even the first-generation anti-aircraft missile system Richard had seen in the fields adjacent to the Dyer's property. The line of geriatric war machines lumbered down a slip road and onto the freeway beyond.
"What's going on?"
said Richard. The inspector manoeuvred his car to follow the convoy, which had joined a column of even older military vehicles, 1950s Ferret scout cars. The militia sitting atop the machines were manning the same weapon Richard used to, an M2 heavy machine gun, as deadly today as it would have been 70 years ago.
Where are they going? The border.
Richard looked at the inspector.
You mean the border with Devon? Nope. England.
The inspector pointed out a road sign. The next county's name had been struck through, and the Celtic word England sprayed above.
I'll ask you again, said Richard. What's going on? Justice, said the inspector. Our day of reckoning has come, that's all.
He made civil war sound like a domestic tiff. Richard turned to Sarah.
Did you know about this?
Richard,
She avoided his gaze. But for the fact they were already in a police car, Richard would have insisted on being taken to the nearest station. He tutted at the absence of a phone signal and tried texting UN headquarters instead.
You're wasting your time. The masts have been turned off.
The inspector made eye contact in the rearview mirror.
The General will explain everything when we arrive.
Sarah squeezed Richard's hand, but wouldn't look him in the eye. 2 more checkpoints, and they arrived at the Dyers. But instead of approaching the front door, the inspector followed the footpath leading around the property. The policeman entered the garden and strode towards the shed. Richard groaned to himself.
I knew at least some of those weapons could be made to work.
The trap door was open. Richard and Sarah followed the inspector down to the basement. Expecting to see Dave busy at his old job, quartermaster to a banned terrorist organization, Richard was surprised to find the store exactly how he had left it, an empire of rust. He sniffed the damp and decay before roving his eyes for any differences. He was presented with the image Perry had drawn, molecules of rotting metal and wood. Richard approached the desk. Even the 1997 diary was where Dave had left it.
Second line of deception.
Richard jumped at Dave's appearance.
If a disgusting toilet isn't enough to discourage the curious, then making them think they found what was being hidden always does the trick.
Maggie was beside her husband, and Sarah went to them both. Like the terrorists manning the roadblocks, husband and wife were wearing ex-military clothing. Helmets, boots, webbing, body armour, the lot. But for the seriousness of the situation, Richard would have laughed. They looked like a couple of kids playing dress-up. Dave and Maggie gave their daughter a hug before beckoning the arrivals to follow. The way the inspector smiled while inviting Richard to go first indicated whatever lay ahead would be nothing new to him. They followed the same path as when Richard had insisted on seeing where Dave had once stored his plastic explosives, and when a red suitcase came into view, Richard sighed as Dave kicked both that and the other empty explosive boxes aside before grabbing part of the wall cabinet behind. The shelves came away to reveal what this second deception had been hiding. A metal door that wouldn't have looked out of place in a bank vault, albeit one from the last century. Dave got on with dialing the combination, while Richard finally managed to catch Sarah's eye. She responded with a shrug. Opening this heavy door produced a groan similar to the entrances at the bunker, but instead of revealing the basement's true purpose, fluorescent lighting reflecting off metal steps indicated the group still had some way to go. Down.
Tin mines, said Dave. All abandoned now, but get away from the sea and they make great storage facilities.
He winked at Richard.
Not to mention military campaign headquarters.
He and Maggie went ahead, and the younger couple followed. The inspector closed the door behind, confirming his familiarity with the complex. 2 flights later, and echoing feet on metal became the dull thud of footsteps on hewn rock. Distant voices helped break the tunnel's claustrophobia. The chatter grew louder, and the next thing the newcomer knew, he was standing in a cavern, dominated by giant television monitors, relaying CCTV imagery of what Richard had witnessed above ground. Military convoys. There was a table in the centre of the space, and the uniforms gathered around it ceased their discussion to look up. Given what Richard had seen so far, he wasn't too surprised by their leader.
Congratulations on your promotion to General, Isolde.
Chapter 39. She grinned.
Ah, the media has arrived. Tea or coffee?
Isolde signalled to someone nearby.
We can't discount England wanting to starve us into submission, so everything is being rationed as a precaution. No milk or sugar.
I hope that's okay."
Her PA appeared and poised a pen. Richard looked at the aide, doing her professional best in fatigues 2 sizes too big for her, and then at the monitors covering the cavern's walls. Most had views of the convoys travelling up the main routes out of Cornwall, but the largest displayed an image of the bridge crossing into Plymouth. Here, tanks had left the road and appeared to be taking up battle positions along the riverbank. Their guns pointed into Devon, or, as everyone this side of the border seemed to prefer, England. Despite Isolde's intentions appearing no different to Coleman's or Gatesburg's, the ragtag nature of her forces made it difficult for Richard to take them seriously. He tried not sounding too dismissive.
"As an ex-RAF wing commander, you know full well the British military not only outnumbers you, but their equipment is far superior. You wouldn't stand a chance."
"That is true."
The weakness didn't seem to deter Isolde, and what she said next made even less sense.
"Which is why I've instructed my forces to surrender the moment they're engaged."
Richard gestured at the convoys.
"So why even bother?"
"Because my army isn't going to be engaged."
A frown from Richard made Isolde wave a hand at the cavern's largest screen.
"The destruction of the Tamar Bridge will bring the English to their senses."
Richard scoffed.
"And how is knocking down a bridge supposed to win you friends?"
"We're not going to knock it down."
Isolde returned to the map table.
"The bridge will be blown up."
Richard was lost for words.
"You might want to ask your girlfriend where we got the explosives from."
Richard stared at Sarah, who responded by storming over to Isolde.
"You said the explosives would never be used. You said mining the bridge would be deterrent enough."
Isolde's discussion with her co-conspirators had restarted, and she sighed at the interruption.
"If our call for independence is to be taken seriously, then we need to show the English we mean business."
Dave and Maggie joined their daughter.
"But by blowing up the Tamar Bridge," said Dave. "I thought you were going to use the other way of, deterring the English."
He seemed embarrassed.
"It was deemed too risky," said Isolde. "If the enemy does decide to try and starve us into submission, then we're going to need all the fish stocks we can get, and detonating a bomb off the Cornish coast is hardly conducive to that."
Sarah looked at her father.
"Bomb? What bomb?"
Dave wouldn't answer. Isolde explained.
"It's why you and Officer Warren are here, Miss Dyer, to report the deterrent in a way that can't be misinterpreted."
The pseudo-general looked at them both.
"Not that the threat to blow up London needs much in the way of moderating."
Sarah's expression matched Richard's, a mix of puzzlement and fear. Isolde nodded to her PA, and the next thing Richard knew, something very much fitting the description of a bomb was wheeled into view. Around 3 yards in length, the white cigar-shaped object was placed in front of the monitors, and the carrier locked in position. Richard recognised the 4 men handling the weapon as more of Isolde's Cornish-bred staff from RAF St Morgan.
"A B-57 nuclear depth charge," said Isolde.
The stunned look on Sarah's face confirmed this was one explosive she would never handle.
"Dad, how could you?"
"It's not how it looks, Socks. You have to understand,
After all the protests, vigils, the direct action, everything Granny not only fought for but taught you, how could you do this to her memory?"
To say Sarah was disappointed in her father would have been an understatement.
Wait.
Richard's response at seeing the world's most frightening weapon in the hands of weekend warriors was disbelief.
"You stole a nuclear bomb?"
Dave's eyes shot between the couple. He raised his hands.
"If you just give me a chance to explain—"
"Explain," said Richard. "I think you've said enough."
He switched to glaring at Isolde instead.
"If you're worried about a biased report, then don't be. I'm sure Sarah and I will be in complete agreement. A bunch of toy soldiers have got themselves a nuclear bomb, which they'll be lucky not to blow themselves up with."
He gestured in London's general direction.
"How are you going to drop it? Has Dave brought the Enola Gay out of retirement too?"
"We're not going to."
Isolde signalled to a corporal, who proceeded to open a panel on the side of the bomb.
"This is the device we were intending to detonate at sea. The others are already in situ."
Richard and Sarah looked at each other.
"Others?"
they said. Isolde's gaze moved above Richard's head.
He spun round, and what he saw next made him swallow. Each screen bore the same image, a B-57 nuclear bomb.
25 altogether, said Isolde. RAF St. Morgan's entire complement.
Richard was in shock, and Sarah's mouth gaping meant she was no less stunned. They both turned to Dave. A heavy sigh seemed to indicate an admission of at least some responsibility. Dave's shoulders had sagged too, and he shuffled off to sit on some boxes, exactly as he had done in the basement 2 weeks before. Only these containers weren't marked with rocket anti-tank, or any other conventional weapon for that matter. No, these crates bore the symbol associated with the worst kind of radiation hazard, and the letters B-57NDC. Maggie sat next to her husband. Isolde was keen for Richard and Sarah to spread the news.
So, if you would like to verify the serial numbers, you can be on your way.
The CRA's senior terrorist was behaving as if threatening to wipe out 10 million people was no different to any other negotiating tactic. The corporal pointed at something inside the bomb, but Richard and Sarah chose to approach her father instead. Dave was staring at the floor.
"Old 10 miles," he said. "A bored little boy. Some friendly US Marines and a mother determined to save the world. It's amazing what a combination of luck, determination, and people coming together can do."
Dave looked at Sarah.
"There's a reason why the Marines put up with my antics in RAF St. Morgan. Any one of them could have been my father."
He peered at his daughter.
"And your grandfather."
Sarah seemed on the verge of collapse. Richard placed an arm around her waist.
"Blame the permissive 1960s, said Dave. "CND, hippies, flower power. Your grandmother was into more than paganism in those days. Free love was a way of life for her, too. And she lost no time in using that to get those in power to see sense."
Sarah appeared about to faint. Richard encouraged her to sit alongside her parents. Dave continued.
"But it was when the Marines' boss mentioned his Cornish roots, and how, as an American, he understood the people's grievance against the English, that your grandmother realised there might be another way of banning the bomb. Stealing them."
Sarah was plainly still coming to terms with not being as Cornish as she believed she was, but Richard's shock had eased to cynicism.
"Sarah's grandmother stole 25 nuclear bombs? I don't believe it." "I didn't say she did," said Dave. "She used her charms to get the job done."
Richard still wasn't convinced.
"How?" "Quite simple, really. The officer supplied her with the blueprints, and the CRA did the rest."
"What did they do?" said Richard.
"Made 25 imitation bombs."
Despite his stress, Richard laughed.
"Which they then swapped for the real ones, I suppose? Oh, I'm sorry, Dave, but you are going to have to do better than that."
Dave took Sarah's hand.
"Knowing your grandmother, it would have been done with a heavy heart. But like her granddaughter, nothing was going to stop her from saving the planet. And if that meant blackmail, then so be it."
Dave's eyes drifted back to Richard's.
"She told the officer that unless he agreed to the swap, she would expose him as the supplier of the blueprints."
He leaned towards the younger man.
"And as a proud ex-soldier yourself, you'll know the shame of that alone would have been enough to finish him, let alone the years in prison."
It seemed ridiculous, and yet here was the evidence. Dave patted the crate he was sitting on.
"One hastily arranged military exercise later, and the bombs have been here ever since. But munitions require regular checks, and nukes especially," said Richard. "And why wasn't the con discovered when the Cold War had ended, and the bombs returned to the US?"
Dave shrugged.
"I should imagine any man desperate enough to maintain an unblemished military record would find a way somehow."
"But Granny did this to put the bombs beyond use," said Sarah. "She would be mortified to see what was happening now." "But we're not going to use them."
Everyone turned to Isolde.
"The shock of seeing a suspension bridge going up in smoke will be enough."
"Any of it isn't,"
said Richard. Isolde wouldn't look him in the eye. Chapter 40. The carvers waved through the last of the roadblocks, and Richard studied the explosives on the Cornish side of the Tamar Bridge. C3H6N606 danced about the slabs of C4, while Perry's ingredients bristled with the chemical formula C3H5N309. Noble 808.
Well, that's one thing you have in common with your grandmother, an ability to cast a spell over a man.
Richard took Sarah's hand.
You do know we're about to moderate our last news report.
Why? Said Sarah. I'm the terrorist. There's nothing to stop you from trying to change the world.
Richard smiled.
UNPOL tends to fire those who insist on associating with known felons.
She kissed him on the cheek.
I think you're being hard on yourselves, said the inspector. Once the new world order is in place, I should imagine the king will be keen to reward you both.
He glanced over his shoulder.
I like the sound of Lord and Lady Warren myself.
Richard thought that a strange thing to say, and was about to probe for more when two banners marked God Save the King and Cornish Go Home came into view. The police car reached a roadblock on the Plymouth side of the Tamar Bridge, and military fatigues bearing British flags enabled Richard to relax a little. There was some relief in leaving a county prepared to use the ultimate in force too. But if the mob hurling abuse at those entering Cornwall was anything to go by, a truce between the two sides was still some way off. The inspector's ID was checked. The soldier nodded at Sarah before beaming at Richard.
Good to see Uncle Sam back amongst the fold, sir.
Like the inspector's comment, Richard had no idea what that was supposed to mean either, and was about to tackle both when he realised they weren't heading for the train station.
Where are you taking us? If we're to do what Isolde wants, then we need to get back to London. What? With all those bombs likely to go off at any second? Said the inspector. I think the further away from that, the better. And anyway, don't you want to see how the savants are going to complete the transition?
Now Sarah was worried.
Transition? Transition to what?
The inspector looked at the couple as if they had been born yesterday.
Haven't you worked it out yet? Catalonia, California, Scotland, Texas, and now Cornwall. The world is being transformed, and into the order it always should have been.
Familiar high stone walls topped with barbed wire appeared, followed by the sign HMS Drake, and the inspector parked his car outside the day centre opposite. There was civil unrest here too, but nothing like as threatening. A family of Mormons holding placards marked Repent Now and Jesus Loves You. A group of peace women had chained themselves to the submarine base's gates, and they cheered when Sarah got out of the car. She acknowledged with a wave.
Maybe we're all terrorists, thought Richard.
Seeing more uniforms outside the facility was understandable, but the helmets, body armour and rifles on guard at the day centre puzzled Richard, and for one main reason: the stars and stripes on each man's arm. The laboratory had been moved to RAF St. Morgan, so why would a contingent of US Marines be guarding a day centre for vulnerable children? The Marines allowed Richard, Sarah and the inspector to enter. Whatever the inspector wanted the couple to see was popular. The news crews packing reception seemed as determined to access the day centre's activities room as the Marines were to keep them out. Cameras and sound equipment jostled with journalists, and the logos BBC, CNN, Fox, and even RT indicated the interest went far beyond the man holding a notepad and wearing a pin marked Cornish Guardian. They entered the room, and Richard blinked to clear his vision of camera flashes. Other than the furniture being pushed to one side, nothing appeared to have changed since their last visit. The savants were present too, but instead of being seated at individual stations, Perry and his friends were concentrating on just the one drawing, laid out in the centre of the floor. As usual, the detail was incredible, and the way the children's hands moved over the image meant their carers also had to be quick, with fresh pencils. But it was the emergence of laurel leaves that made Richard recognise what was being portrayed. A map of the world. And not any map. The logo of the United Nations. Another virus was being forecast. Richard had yet to fully understand what Perry had enabled Sarah and him to see, but the formula was unusual. The molecules included the symbology for carbon, magnesium, titanium, and silica.
What do you think?
asked the inspector. The map was large enough for the continents to be detailed, and Richard's eyes went from West Africa to Basque and, to the east of that, Catalonia. France was the same. Many of this country's regions had gone, or, according to the savants, were about to go the same way as two of Spain's, independent. Glancing over the rest of Europe made the divisions plain here, too. What had once been 27 nations were now 133. Crossing the Channel to England, and how the savants had portrayed the outcome of Cornwall's claim, would have made Isolde smile. Whatever she was planning, threatening the ultimate in violence would appear to be enough. Scotland, being marked in the same way, wasn't difficult for anyone to predict. But it was when Richard saw what had been written under England that he understood what the inspector and the soldier had been alluding to at the roadblock involved Richard's own country. Turning to the division, Richard's heart sank at the nomenclature of each. New America, to the south, and to the north, the Commonwealth. Chapter 41. Richard looked at Sarah. A shrug meant she was more confused than shocked.
The New World Order.
Karen had appeared. Richard glowered at the savant's prediction.
If you think the half of America not brainwashed by Gatesburg's nanobots are going to throw away 250 years of independence, then you are wrong.
Washington won't have a choice, said Karen. Losing California's income was one thing, but Texas, too, will mean a stock market crash that's going to make the Great Depression look like a minor dip. Joining forces with the rest of the English-speaking world would seem to make sense.
But the old British Empire? Said Richard. Really?
The savants put the finishing touches to where they thought Gatesburg's New America would end. Richard was relieved to see the border fell short of Georgia, but a question mark in the middle of the state wasn't so reassuring. Richard studied the rest of the world. Where there had once been 195 countries, the savants were forecasting 1,287. He gritted his teeth.
We've cured a disease only for something far worse to break out. World War III.
Don't be ridiculous.
Richard stared at Karen.
Are you blind?
He gestured to somewhere outside.
Everyone's at each other's throats, and you think I'm overreacting?
Richard narrowed his eyes.
Or does 24 nuclear bombs primed and ready to destroy London not bother you?
Karen exchanged looks with the inspector.
Yes, we know about those.
Richard's arm fell to his side.
Along with the CRA's other activities. Why do you think I wanted you to get close to Sarah?
Karen smiled at them both.
Come on. Let's see if we can't put an end to all this nonsense.
She led them to the elevator. Security guards had been posted here, too.
What has Black convinced my brother and his friends to conjure up this time? Said Sarah. The plague?
The three entered, and Karen pressed for the elevator to ascend.
Tristan and Isolde, she said.
Other than the CRA's senior terrorist sharing one of the names, Richard couldn't think what a fairy tale had to do with anything.
The Cornish legend of two people who consumed a love potion that not only evaporated Isolde's hatred for Tristan, but made the couple fall helplessly in love.
Richard was at breaking point.
Ma'am, don't you think we have more important things to discuss? Like how to stop 10 million Londoners from being evaporated?
Karen put a finger to her lips.
Do you know who first told me that story?
She leaned towards Sarah.
Your grandmother.
The couple were about to talk over each other when they noticed the elevator had passed the floor they were expecting.
Where are we going?
Said Sarah. Karen fixated on a point between them.
Ah, the 80s. You couldn't open a newspaper in those days without seeing peace women taking a stand against nuclear weapons somewhere in the UK. Greenham Common, Upper Hayford, Bentwaters, St. Morgan. And when my father became U.S. ambassador to the country, I'm afraid my rebellious teenage self couldn't resist joining them.
She smiled at Sarah.
And casting a spell over a man was the first thing your grandmother taught me.
Richard was beginning to think Karen must still have been under the influence of Gatesburg's nanobots.
Please don't tell me Dr. Black has used our blood to make a love potion.
You don't sleep with half the world's leaders without at least some of that pillow talk sinking in, said Karen. But it was when I became aware of Dr. Black's work with the savants that I realized the world making love and not war might actually be possible.
The elevator's doors reopened, and a waft of fresh air made Richard look twice. The building's roof terrace was full of people. And not just any people. Gatesburg, the Russian president, the Chinese premier, Japanese emperor, German chancellor, Britain's prime minister, France, Israel, Saudi Arabia, all the major nations were represented. Even President Coleman, whose bulk made it look as if he was representing more than the western part of a continent. Talk about making love, not war. If Karen's dubious morals were responsible for getting these men and women into one place, then despite Richard's concerns, she deserved a medal, regardless of the reason why. That appeared to involve whatever was happening on the submarine base opposite, as they were all looking in that direction. The BBC's Director General spotted the new arrivals.
Good, you're here. The decommissioning ceremony will be going out live, so if that's to be balanced against the CRA's threat, then I'm afraid you're going to have to think on your feet.
Decommissioning, said Sarah.
Sorry to keep you out of the loop, continued the director. The UK is about to become the first nuclear power to put its weapons beyond use. And as the world's leaders wanted to see that in person, for obvious reasons it had to be kept under wraps.
The DG cocked his head at the gathering.
Quite the exclusive.
The British Prime Minister drew his superior's attention, and both men wandered over.
Is this the happy couple?
King George shook Richard and Sarah's hands. They were lost for words. Karen filled the silence.
Yes, Your Majesty. The BBC and the UN expect to make a joint announcement any day now.
Sarah started to say something, but the king talked over her.
I don't know what's more romantic. Two complete opposites falling in love, or Washington wanting to put right the mistake they made back in 1776.
He grinned at Richard.
Better late than never, eh?
Now, why just a minute? The Prime Minister led the king away, ending Richard's protest. The day centre's roof terrace had a military presence, too. Stars, crowns, stripes, and an abundance of gold braid indicated these officers were more than physically above the Marines below. An admiral stepped onto a dais. His address began with a welcome, but soon trailed off when activity on the Cornish side of the Tamar River took the audience's attention instead. Dave's tanks had appeared, all 18 of them. Murmuring amongst the dignitaries followed, and the admiral was no less concerned.
Anyway, without further ado, I give you the instigator of this truly historic moment, Chief Karen Bradley of the United Nations Police.
To polite applause, Karen took the admiral's place, but no one paid her any attention. Having 18 tank barrels pointed at you was mesmerizing as well as unsettling. The admiral said something to a junior, who put a phone to her ear. She furrowed her brow before looking at the screen. Karen ignored the tanks. Whatever her relationship with the CRA was, Richard hoped it hadn't turned sour.
Thank you for that generous introduction, Admiral. But it would be remiss of me to begin the decommissioning ceremony without first acknowledging those responsible for the science behind the method you're about to see.
Everyone joined in her applause of Gatesburg, who responded to the attention with a slight bow. His expression changed, however, when Karen directed her thanks elsewhere. Black and some of the savants stepped from the elevator. Richard froze when he saw what the doctor was holding. A canister the size of a small paint tin. Black placed the container on the parapet overlooking the submarine base, and the vigorous way Gatesburg then tapped his mobile phone told Richard the decommissioning method Karen had mentioned might not be the one the US president had been expecting. Gatesburg nudged the two generals next to him, who responded by drawing their sidearms. Other bodyguards took that as a signal to do the same. Karen was unfazed.
Chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear warfare, she said. Who in their right mind would think dismantling just one of those horrors would be enough to make the world a safer place?
She nodded to Black, who responded by stepping back from the container and pressing something in his hand. The crack of an explosive charge was accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, which drifted through the onlookers. They backed away. Richard punched the elevator's call button, but only out of desperation. A letter G on the panel meant escape would be impossible. Richard pulled Sarah to him and braced for pain.
"I love you," he said.
Chapter 42. No pain.
"Viruses," said Karen.
No convulsions either.
Who would have thought one of humankind's greatest enemies would one day turn out to be its greatest friend?
Richard's eyes went from Sarah to Karen and then the rest of the gathering. Why weren't they all fitting and vomiting in the horror of a new chemical attack? He allowed his vision to see the molecules of whatever the doctor had released. Richard didn't know what the formula was, but it seemed to concentrate around the handguns present.
"It was after we had experienced the capabilities of President Gatesburg's nanobots," said Karen, "that the doctor and I realized the solution to world peace might only be a genetic recode away."
What the...
One of Gatesburg's generals was staring at his gun. Like the rifle in Dave's basement, the barrel had drooped.
"Of course," continued Karen, "we could have asked the savants to come up with a virus that infected people with common sense. But as that is about as unethical as a love potion, we decided manipulating the artificial thoughts of nanobots would be more acceptable."
Gatesburg's other aide was trying not to drop what used to be a Glock semi-automatic pistol. The general brought the sludge up to his face, as if trying to make sense of what was happening. But when his body became a blur, Richard realized both men were, in reality, a swarm of drones. The two clouds combined and took off towards the submarine base. Gatesburg pounding at the screen of his mobile phone meant he wasn't in control, and everyone ran to the parapet to see what would happen next. Richard stood next to Black and peered over. If the decommissioning ceremony's original intent had been to present a spectacle of nanobots tearing through submarine hulls, then no one should have been disappointed. But when Richard caught sight of rifles, pistols, and even the military's vehicles in the street below going the same way, he realized turning nuclear weapons into thin air might only be the start of Karen's plans.
"No one can be sure," said Black, "as no fossil records exist. But we're pretty certain viruses were amongst the first to bridge the gap between chemistry and biology."
He looked at Richard.
"Which means, with a couple of tweaks, they can be made to infect robots too."
"But robots are machines," said Richard. "You would need a computer virus for that." The doctor gave a wry smile.
"At the molecular level, we're all machines, Officer Warren."
Richard had no idea what Black meant by that, but if rapidly diminishing submarines were anything to go by, he hoped the nanobots knew the difference between a machine designed to kill and something made to preserve life. Karen's helicopter was still intact, so he assumed they did.
"I might never have had kids," said Karen, "but I don't need to be a mother to know if you want children to behave, then sooner or later you're going to have to take away their toys."
The pride of Britain's Royal Navy had no sooner been reduced to little more than slicks of diminishing black gunk floating down the Tamar River than the creatures set about doing the same to Isolde's forces. The sight of CRA volunteers leaping from their vehicles as 18 gun barrels began drooping seemed to be the point at which the world's leaders guessed they were going to have to start taking the UN more seriously.
"What do you want?"
said Gatesburg. Karen shrugged.
"For you to play nicely together."
Kings, presidents, prime ministers, caliphs, emperors, they all looked at each other. The Russian and Chinese premiers got into a huddle with Gatesburg. He nodded before glaring at Karen.
"You do realize we will find a way to stop you?"
Karen turned to the savants.
"You see, you've united the world already."
Chapter 43. Richard surveyed the Dyer's front yard. A Ford Cosworth, Harley-Davidson Electroglide, 2 other jalopies and an old UN scout car. Everything else had gone. Patches of bare earth were the only evidence of what had once been there.
£36,000 quite literally down the drain, moaned Dave.
You've still got that white tank, said Maggie.
It's not a tank. It's a 1952 Ferret Scout car.
Dave sighed at the rusting vehicle.
With no machine gun. What's the point in having an interest in military memorabilia if you can't have guns?
I think it was more than an interest, Dad.
Dave scowled at his daughter before gesturing towards the garden shed.
And what have I got now? A collection of rust and damp.
No change there, then, said Maggie.
Come on, let's see if I can't encourage you to take an interest in something useful for a change. Gardening.
She steered her husband towards a patch of weeds. Richard looked at the scout car. Seeing the words United Nations couldn't have depressed him more when he first saw the vintage peacekeeping vehicle. But he had to admit, being able to take control of the world's robots whenever the organization felt like it was one way of uniting the Earth's citizens against the UN. The newfound status still concerned him, even if England had granted independence to Cornwall, Scotland and Wales. Oh, and a little place called the United States of America. California, Arizona, New Mexico and Texas, choosing not to form a new country, might have had something to do with that, but Richard wasn't complaining.
What's the matter?
Said Sarah.
I can't help feeling that, despite ridding the world of its weapons, we're still in some kind of arms race.
Richard turned to Sarah.
You heard Gatesburg. It's only a matter of time before he regains control of his nanobots, and then it's never-ending fairground rides for us all.
Well, he's going to have to tame a pretty virulent pandemic first.
Sarah scanned the yard. Green shoots could be seen poking through the earth.
Have to admit, I never thought Perry and his friends would settle the world's differences by creating a new kind of virus.
That's the other thing I'm worried about.
Sarah frowned.
Infecting the thoughts of nanobots. Who's to say the savants haven't done the same to us? What if an improved IQ and an ability to see the atomic structure of everything is only the beginning? Suppose we've been made to behave in a certain way too.
Sarah removed a stray red hair from Richard's shoulder and straightened his pocket square.
Well, if it was the savants who made you propose to me the moment you realized World War III was impossible to start, then all I can say is, bring it on. She kissed him.
What about you? Said Richard. What if you knew your response wasn't your own?
Sarah gave it some thought.
Let me see. I still believe in Mother Earth, whereas my future husband continues to insist an old guy with a beard and an ego the size of the average American president's is in charge.
The look she gave Richard hadn't changed either. Disapproval.
So I guess by saying yes to Will You Marry Me proves my mind has indeed been completely and utterly brainwashed.
They embraced. Perry appeared.
It's ready.
I wonder what he's cooked up this time, said Sarah.
Richard smacked his lips.
More marzipan, I hope.
Sarah growled. Dave and Maggie heard the call too, and the four followed Perry through the house and into the kitchen. The boy encouraged everyone to sit. Richard peered at what lay on the table.
What's this?
A protein from chromosome 15q11, 13, said Perry. Despite making it impossible to wage war, the world is still unhappy, so further gene editing is required.
Richard studied the molecule. To create what?
The happiness of an autistic savant.
Richard picked up a pencil. He winked at Sarah.
I'll race you.
End of Alt Truths. Alt Truths was recorded at Essential Music. Copyright Alec Berry 2019.